Good morning, surf fans, and welcome to Finals Day of the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships, presented by Forward Ability Support. Beautiful day here in Byron Bay, New South Wales, Australia. And this is Benway in the booth with Charles Chaka Webb. Good morning, Chaka.
What's happening, Benway? Finals Day is here. We're super stoked and excited for this. We're going to start off with this below-knee stand final with your current world champ, Kenjiro Ito, and defending Australian Pro Champ. And then you got Shawnee Whitaker in white. You got John Crampton from Australia and Bruce Campbell in blue. Excuse me, John Crampton's in yellow and Bruce Campbell in blue from New Zealand. So we got a pretty much an all-international final here. Kenji from Japan, Shawnee from the U.S., John Crampton from Australia, and Bruce Campbell from New Zealand. And we got some scores on the board, Ben.
Yeah, so we are just a minute and a half into this heat. We have 25-minute heats today?
Yes, sir.
All right, so Kenjiro Ito opening up with a 4.67, John Crampton with a 2.0, and it looks like we have, there we go, yellow John Crampton on another one. So stacking up some scores, getting things started quickly.
So we are here at Main Beach. We are in the same spot we were yesterday. And it looks like this is Kenji's wave right here. Nice little right-hander screaming down the line. Kenjiro Ito taking a little shower. Able to ride out of that. He's got a 4.67 for that.
And so in this division, this is below knee standing. Any surfer who rides in a standing position with a below-the-knee impairment equivalent or leg length difference. And yesterday morning we came down here for a first call at 8 o'clock, decided that we wanted to let the conditions kind of shape up. So we brought everyone back at 12 and ended up starting at 2 o'clock.
Yep.
With some pretty low tide conditions, things kind of clamping down towards the back end of it. Got quite fun, but we have much more water on top of the sandbar this morning.
Yeah, but the tide will be dropping. Shawnee Whitaker taking off on one side, and looks like John Crampton taking off on that left. Split peak. We'll see what happened with Shawnee. Looks like Shawnee took off on the right, down the beach a little bit. And Shawnee paddling back out right there in white. Shawnee with a 2.07 puts himself on the board. Conditions will be changing during the day. It was high tide early in the morning. The tide is on the drop until about 1 o'clock. And then we have a dropped out tide for about a half hour, 45 minutes. And then like yesterday, it'll start rising towards the late afternoon, or early afternoon. We have to run these heats today. This is the last day that we can run them. There's 16 finals, 15 finals. And that takes up a long time. You can do the math. 15 times 25, how many hours is that? There's only so many hours in a day. You can only do so many heats, so
one thing that looks bright is even through the lower tide, we've got more swell out in the water, which means a little bit more water over that sandbar. Yesterday we had some kind of small stuff, and not a lot of room to move. A little more room to move for these guys, and all the divisions should have some pretty decent conditions.
So we have some people, two finalists in this final from last year. It looks like Shawnee Whitaker paddling for that one. So last year, John Crampton got 4th place at this event, and of course, Kenjiro Ito is your defending champ. So Shawnee Whitaker coming out here last year, getting a 5th place, just missing out on that final. But he's made the final this year, redeemed himself, and see what he can do. Kenji leading the way with a single wave score of a 4.67. John Crampton, 2-wave score of a 4.57. So Shawnee's right in it. He's got a single wave score of a 2.07. And Bruce Campbell right in there, too. Everybody's kind of waiting to get a wave of consequence. Shawnee hunting this one down, unable to get it. So Shawnee Whitaker staying busy, trying to find a corner.
All right, here we go. John Crampton up and riding. Finds himself a better one. A lot of speed. Still some really stiff offshore, so it's kind of holding that lip up, and then everything just comes banging down. kind of making it a little bit more hollow than yesterday.
It's the conditions are much like yesterday, though, as far as the speed and what's going on with the waves. And you can see John taking off, just not getting the open face opportunity. That one kind of running real fast, closing out. So you got to be real selective on this dropping tide. There's more corners on the dropping tide, but you really have to be super selective and be in the right spot. So you're going to see these guys right now. Unlike yesterday, they weren't bunched up like this. So you're going to see these guys all bunched up. Priority's going to come into effect. It looks like red might have priority, paddling really hard. Nope. On the end, Shawnee Whitaker taking off on the right, streaming down the line, able to pick that corner off. Shawnee put himself in good position right there, was able to get a little bit of that open face.
So if Kenjito would have had priority, he would have gone, but I believe White had priority. That's why Kenjito was in a great spot for that one, but had to give way. So here we go. Shawnee fights down that offshore, gets a nice drop, puts it on rail, and gets some speed through that section.
And it looks like John Crampton jumped up into the lead with that last wave at a 2.80. This is going to help Shawnee's situation, though. Not sure where the score scale is going to be with that. Wasn't a lot of great opportunity, but it was a bigger wave. He did get some open face, a lot of speed down the line. Throws Shawnee into first place with a 3.53 and a total of 5.60. John Crampton with a two-wave total of a 5.37. Kenjiro Ito with the highest score of the of the heat with a 4.67. So there's a lot of room here. And Bruce Campbell with a single wave score of a 1.50. So it's still anybody's heat. A good score will jump Kenjiro Ito right into first place, and would do the same for Bruce or any of the other guys that are chasing Shawnee right now.
Yeah, Shawnee took a little look, but Kenjito needing a 0.93 to pop up to the lead. So if he even catches a wave at the moment, he's going right up to the top. But everyone does have to kind of wait for priority to come their way. So Shawnee took the last wave. That would mean that he would be in fourth priority at the moment. Not sure what the order is on there, as we don't have the priority bubbles up.
But you can see that Shawnee's now kind of separated himself. Everybody was really bunched up there. That set came through. Priority kind of played a factor right there. Now everybody's kind of spread out again on the sandbar. So Kenji way up the way, and Bruce in the middle, and then you got John Crampton kind of. And then you see these guys' positioning is going to play a factor today, too, as well. We didn't see that so much yesterday as far as how these guys are moving around and as quickly as they're moving around.
Yeah, so the reason Shawnee's moving over there is he's last in line. If he's anywhere close to those other guys, he has to give way. But if he puts a little space, gives him some freedom to grab something that those guys might not see. And once his turn comes around, I'm sure he'll be moving back to the top of the peak.
We call that the old bait and switch.
So Kenjiro Ito at the top of the peak. He's probably, I guess he had the previous wave before Shawnee. No, John had the previous wave.
So Kenji or John,
I think Bruce or Kenji have it. Yeah,
it's going to be those two guys because whoever takes off goes to the back of the line. So you can see positioning right now. And it really is coming down to who's sitting in the right part of the sandbar and which wave they take off in the set. It's a lot more consistent than it was yesterday. And as the tide drops, the conditions are going to get a little more dicey.
Yep. So for any of our friends who are watching and if our viewers are at home who aren't so contest savvy, the priority system means the first person to take the wave in the heat goes to the end of the line, and everyone gradually moves up as they catch waves. As the fourth person gets a wave, then everyone's moved back in the same order. But if the person who has the first priority, the first pick of the pack, shows some intent and goes for a paddle and doesn't take the wave, everyone starts to move up, and that rotation continues. So
yeah, paddle with intent definitely shows. Like right there when John Crampton did that,
he would have lost his priority.
100%. So if he's in fourth, and blue, looking for this one.
I like that little backside pig dog barrel attack. So now that we've seen John get a wave, Bruce has gotten a wave. I believe
Kenji's
Kenji would have priority at the
100%,
moment.
100%. Want to throw a shout out to the High Five crew, Roy Tuscany, Elena Nichols. They're at Paddle Fest in Santa Cruz right now, so they got a whole bunch of adaptive wave skiers, and here's the replay on that. John just kind of grabbing around, trying to ride through that with not much success. But those guys went to Steamer's Lane and caught some really good surf, and representing, even though they couldn't make it out here, they're representing at Paddle Fest up in Santa Cruz. So thanks, Roy and the crew. Chris Oberly, your current AASP world champ in the wave ski division, and Elena Nichols, legend. DJ Lombardo's up there, and a couple other guys. So want to just shout out to them. Thanks for representing up there and doing your thing.
So, yeah, well, we mentioned those sponsors. We do want to thank all of our sponsors that made this event possible. BrightSky, Forwardability Support, Royal Rehab Group, of course, High Fives, Byron Bay Services Club. We'll be having our closing ceremony today, our awards ceremony and after party for everyone later on. Waveski Adventures, Kennard's Hire, McGraw Real Estate, Thomas Foods, Byron Central Osteopathy with Jamie Bennett at the wheel, Wetflix, First Nations Lifeguards, Stoke for Life, Mudmen Gemstones, Tweed Holiday Parks, and our supporting sponsors, GTK Balina Beach Hotel, Rove Wheelchairs, No Pong, and Enova. It's taken a lot of support to make this footprint and this beautiful infrastructure that we have at this contest site. Of course, special thanks to Debbie Ginger and her crew, keeping everyone fed.
Oh, speaking of fed, Ben,
and
you
Brooks,
missed a really great dinner at Ginger Deb's last night.
I heard about that. Brooks Farm, who's been feeding everyone with granola and yogurt and a nice healthy breakfast for all the competitors. And so we have a lot of support down here, and everyone has been doing a great job. John Crampton up and riding. Nice late drop there.
Looked like
shows a lot of control.
Tried to take off on that, but Kenji, you saw Kenji Ito really paddle for a wave, so that looked like intent. So if he did have priority, to me it looks like that situation's going to change. And here we go, John Crampton dropping down the line. Not much opportunity right there. That's going to come in. Not sure yet. I don't think that's going to factor into the score line. He's looking to replace a 2.57 and a 2.80. That might get rid of the 2.57. I don't think so, though.
All right. Beautiful drone view of our, just behind our contest area, there's the famous lighthouse at the top of the point at the pass.
And if you haven't had breakfast up there on a Friday with Deb Ginger, you haven't lived.
I'm still waiting to be born.
So that last wave of John Crampton's did not factor in again, 2.20. Shawnee had a little wave in there, and it was a 1.03. No change in the situation. Definitely a change in the priority. So Kenjiro Ito, it looks like maybe Bruce Campbell has priority right now. Maybe Kenji has shuffled back into second priority, and it looks like Kenji taking off on that one.
So one thing in Kenjito's favor is he needed a 0.93. Basically, as soon as you get your feet on the board, it's hard to get a score any lower than that. So that might just pop him on top just by taking off alone. But
and it did.
There we go, 1.0.
So Shawnee needs a 2.15. He's already got a 3.57. Everybody's in the game right now. 2.88 for John Crampton and a 4.18 for Bruce Campbell. These are scores that are obtainable in this kind of surf, and anybody's game right now. So Kenji really feeling the pressure probably right now as the defending champ. These conditions really level the playing field. You know, when you get the big surf with a lot of open face, the cream of the crop rises to the top, and when you get these really quick conditions where one or two maneuvers can make the difference in, and your top score of the heat right now with 10 minutes left is a 4.67. There's a lot of room for improvement right there. So if somebody can catch one of these corners, get a couple of pumps and a snap, we're going to look at a higher score, and somebody's going to run away with this. So
The other thing is when you don't have that many waves on offer, and especially like you were saying, we don't have those big ones that can really spell out the top ability. It's more wave selection and also having that priority. So you saw Kenji dip out there. He knows that blue had a higher priority.
And blue only needs a 4.18. That's Bruce Campbell. And here goes again, John Crampton taking off. So we're going to definitely have a change in the situation. You saw Kenji having to pull off because Bruce Campbell had right here. You're going to see this. Kenji jumps off. And Bruce, because he knows Bruce has priority. So great maneuver, knowledge by Kenjiro Ito. Great wave for Bruce Campbell. And then there's the replay for John Crampton. Again, just dropping in real quick. If you can't get that open face, it's running away from you real fast.
So beautiful morning here. That's our little contest area down below, just below where Chalk and I are sitting. And you can see that tide starting to drain out. That little wet spot is where it was early in the morning. We'll see that go out quite a bit, and then it'll start working its way back as we get to our later finals in the day. We also have a special Veterans Heat and a sponsor round. So everyone's getting a chance to go get some, and I think we should have some really beautiful conditions all day long.
So that wave for Bruce Campbell, a 3.60, definitely helped him out, dropped the 1.07, changes his situation. He only needs a 2.08 to jump up into first place. So, again, you chip away at it, even though he didn't move in the lineup as far as, like, what place he's in right now. He did definitely help his situation.
He was needing, I think it was a 4 point something. Now he's
4.18.
only needing a 2.08, which is a super quick and easy obtainable score. But now he is going to have to wait in line for everyone else's priority to go through, unless he moves off in his own little zone. But it does seem these guys have kind of figured out the primary takeoff zone and the best spot on the sandbar at this tide. So everyone's taking turns.
Yep, and you can see John's been really busy, but he doesn't have anything over a 2.80. So every single wave he's taken off on has been in the 2.8 range, and he's got 5 waves at this point. Everybody else, 3, 3, and 3. So he's got twice as many waves, but it's not showing up in the scoreline. So wave selection is, huge in every heat. But when the conditions are like that, there's George Ballauer waiting for his son Jesse to have his final.
Yeah, so John Crampton in the Aussie titles as well. He's a full-on frother. He just wants anything that comes.
Right.
He loves riding waves. But I met a buddy of his at the bar, Popey's. He goes, oh, man, I was giving him hell for taking too many waves and not being patient. But today, you kind of don't know what you're going to get until those sets come through. The sets definitely spell out who's got the best positioning.
And, again, John Crampton dropping in on one. Same story.
Yes.
Real quick drop in, not getting much open face. You can see people scratching for this one. And it looks like Shawnee Whitaker on his backhand, not able to get up on that one. And, boy, that one could have changed the game for Shawnee with 6 minutes left. He's gonna feel that right now. He only needed a 2.15.
Yeah, you could see him almost trying to fight back up on his belly. If he would have continued going and got up to his feet in the whitewash, it wouldn't have been a wasted wave. You could see he was kind of trying to fight to keep saving that thing.
Yep, and here goes blue. Oh, my goodness. Kenjiro Ito at the back of that wave, throwing up a huge snap, but going incomplete. If he lands that, he's going to run away with the heat.
Yeah, so you could see this one of Kenjiro. He was the one holding the priority. He's been really patient. He's been really good with his positioning. He's figured out where the top of that sandbar is, and he just lets everyone take their turn until he's in the perfect spot.
That incomplete came at a 0.73, it looks like. That one, if he lands that, 2.70. So that does actually go into his scoreline and better his situation. He's got a 7.37.
We got Tomoki Fujiwara. He's coming up in our prone assist heat number 1. And you can see him looking at the live heats, checking out what Kenjiro got. And it's always amazing when the whole Japanese crew comes down. They're really supportive of the other riders.
Here we go, a little paddle action right here.
I think that was Bruce Campbell.
And almost pulling off a nice backside snap. And you can see 4:20 left in the heat. Some local swimmers out there. They get a lot of swimmers through the bay in the mornings. Those guys swimming out through there.
So I think he's seen, it's hard to see what color that is, but I think that's John Crampton that's deepest on the peak right now. So he must have had priority coming around. He's going right to the little Kenji zone right there. And if any of these riders are paying attention, they're seeing that Kenjido's found some of the higher scoring waves off of that little top of the sandbar. So everyone's going to take turns getting over there. And now it looks like John would be the one with first priority. And that 0.73, that was where Kenjido just kind of ducked out of the way for the other rider.
Yeah. No, it was a nice little wave. Threw it up there. If he pulled that off, it was going to be a real huge score. It's going to change the game for him and give him a lot of security. Everybody in striking distance. So Shawnee only needing a 3.85 to jump up into first place. John Crampton needing a 4.58. And Bruce Campbell only needing a 3.78. Everything is wide open right now, Ben.
Yep. But Bruce Campbell was needing something in the 2 range, but after that last one of Kenjido, his requirement did come up. So not such an easy requirement as it was before, but as everyone gets waves, you're going to see those numbers move around.
I actually think Shawnee has priority right now. Bruce Campbell took off on a wave right after Kenji did, and through that hole, and here goes Shawnee trying to scratch into something.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Shawnee
that he had,
up and riding.
That would make sense that he had priority because Kenjido didn't even take a look at that wave, even though he was within grabbing distance of it.
And the clock becoming a factor, 2:27 left. Shawnee at the end purling, and John Crampton just, dropping in on pretty much the same thing he's been doing the whole heat. Real quick ones. That one came in at a 1.67 for Shawnee. That incomplete comes in at a 0.73. So he's got 2 incompletes on his last 2 attempts. Shawnee really in striking distance. And here goes Kenjiro Ito on a gem right here. Snap, cut back, and Kenji putting a huge exclamation point on this heat right now with 2 minutes left.
That's the first open space we've seen. Look at this. He's always good at setting himself up. Gets this quick crack off of that one, puts it on rail. And where most surfers would have come to a dead stop, he was able to keep that forward motion to show that that was a complete turn. And
that's going to change the game.
First wave of that caliber, the judges have just begun to set their scale. So it's going to be interesting what he gets. And he gets an 8.0. So that pretty much secures it for this last 1 minute. Someone's going to have to get a really, really good ride in this last wave. But also everyone wants to kind of move up that scale and fight for second, third.
Shawnee sitting in second, not super comfortably. These guys right here, there's a nice little wave coming through here. John Crampton, business as usual, dropping in, just turning. I don't see that changing the game for John.
So Kenjido, 2023 U.S. Open. He got second in 2024. He won this event last year. So he's going to stack them on in this last 35 seconds. Let's see what can happen.
And Bruce Campbell trying to make a bid for second place. But up and down, can't do it. 27 seconds left. It looks like it's going to set just as it is right now. Unless Bruce Campbell can catch this off the end with the last second.
That's John Crampton over on the corner there.
Well, Bruce is cracking one, too.
I love how everyone's doing that heat management. Just try and sneak whatever you can in these last 10 seconds.
Yeah, I saw them both taking off. So let's see if Shawnee can hold on to second place. It looks like Shawnee's paddling for one, too, but the end of the heat right there. Let's see what happened with John Crampton's wave.
So couple scores to come in here, and we will be crowning our first champion of this event.
Yeah, we're gonna stay tuned. We're gonna stay here right now and see what it is. It looks like John Crampton's wave, 2.07. And it looks like it's going to hold right there. It looks like that ninth wave of John Crampton's came in at a 2.07.
All our scores are in, so we have our 2026 Byron Bay Australian Pro Adaptive World Championship champion of our below knee standing, Kenjiro Ito from Japan. Omedetou gozaimasu. Congratulations to Kenjiro. We're going to take it to a break, and we're moving into our next one, which is our women's prone assist in just a moment.
I'm here at Urban Surf supporting the BrightSky and Forward Ability Adaptive Surfing event, and super excited to see first-timers to people like Sam Bloom who have competed on the world stage.
Got over 30 surfers here registered to jump in the water with us today, and there's a real buzz, lots of excitement. BrightSky and Forward, we've been around for 64 years supporting people with spinal cord injury, and through BrightSky we're able to fund an event like this.
I'm excited, it's electric out here, so much energy.
There's a huge crew, the weather has turned it on, it's going to be a sick day, I'm super keen, get some waves with some mates.
We're lucky to have Sam Bloom here. She's a great ambassador for forward ability support, but also a great advocate for surfing.
Sick event, it's cool to have so many surfers out here, and wild setup with Urban Surf and BrightSky and Cywood, and yeah, it's going to be bad.
You couldn't get a better setup for getting into surfing for adaptive athletes.
It's incredible that BrightSky and Forward Ability have put this event on and it's made it happen, and yeah, obviously with the support of Cyber. So no, it's awesome. I hope we'll do many more events like this.
Hi guys, we're down here, and of course we're crowning champions today here at the Bay, and what a magnificent day both surf and weather-wise. Our first champion for 2026 is none other than Kenji Ito. Make some noise for Kenji! Oh my goodness. Omedito.
Arigato. Thank you so much. So I'm so happy.
You've been surfing in competitions for maybe 10 years.
Yes. 2016 and ISA World Championships, fourth place.
Yeah.
And this year, 2026, competition is 10 years. So I'm happy. Sorry.
You are very happy. Look at you, man. Congratulations. You worked hard for this. Do you want to say in the camera something in Japanese to the people at home?
Okay. 早朝から、皆さん応援ありがとうございます、オーストラリア第一戦優勝することができました、まだ始まったばかりですけど、皆さんにいい報告ができるように頑張ります。応援ありがとうございました。 Thank you so much.
Thank you. Arigato. Thank you. Back to you guys in the booth. Wow.
And we are back with the Prone Assist Women's Division final today with Annie Goldsmith and Celine Rollard. And it looks like we've already got some action on the board. Annie's leading the way with a combined score of a 9.47. She threw up a 4.67 and a 4.80. Very nice scores for Annie and Celine Rollard throwing up. And here goes Celine on a nice little right-hander, out racing the section right there, staying out in front of it. What a beautiful little wave for Celine. That's going to factor in. And Annie taking a bomb right there. You can see super dicey situation right here. Open face, not super giving on those corners. So you really have to catch one that races on the side of the sandbar. And Annie just making the most of this one. She says, you know what, I'm going to milk this for length of ride, and I'm going to get in where the chair is and have these guys help me back out. So, Ben, what do you think?
I love this one, man. Annie is always loves taking off in bombs. Of course, push her dad and her pusher Ben always send her in pusher limits, but she loves those big drops. And I like how she connected this one, was able to find that mid-face transition to where she's able to do some rail work on that one and tack on some extra points to that ride.
You can see that comes in at a 5.83 for Annie. Lengthens her lead.
So there we got Celine Roulard from France. She comes from the south of France in Hossegor, pumping waves in that spot. That's where they used to have the Quick Pro. And that's her pusher, Johan Ponce. And she's won 3 gold medals and a bronze at the Worlds at ISA. And we are going to see some action here. Nice push in. We're really starting to see that sandbar reel. And so I think they watched Kenjito's heat, figured out their lineup, and that was the positioning. She also does some great rail work on the end of that ride. This is becoming a really heated conversation between these two riders.
Oh, yeah. And there's a beautiful shot from the drone, backside of that wave. You can see how it's kind of running down the sandbar. She stayed with it for a little bit, and that's going to help her. She scored a 4.47.
So Celine has multiple sclerosis, and surfing is her therapy. She loves painting and is always with her dog, Hayes. And this is her first trip to Australia. There we have Kenjiro Ito. And that's my buddy Yuka. She runs that Japanese kitchen where everyone loves to eat just down the road over here. Yuka's my buddy from Tokyo for over 10 years, and she's full-time Byron now.
Runs a great restaurant.
But Celine also wants to send a thanks to her sister, Sophie. Bonjour, Sophie. And Annie Goldsmith. She was number 3 in the ASP 2024.
Yep.
And last year, we're going to have Chaka pull up.
Oh,
We've
yeah.
got our
Let me
stats.
pull some stats
Big
up.
stat stack on this guy's lap.
Annie ranked 4th last year, just behind Sarah Vallejo and Ashley Bunting. Annie last year got 3rd place at this event, so she's no stranger to the finals, no stranger to the upper echelon of the rankings. White taking off on a gem.
Celine, these guys, I think the conditions have really started to improve since our first heat. Just showing what's possible. But Celine, beautiful riding here. Nice read of the wave where she was able to do a couple of rail transitions there. And Annie started competing when she was 15 in the 2023 ISAs. Here we go, Celine's replay.
Nice little drop, little bottom turn. Not sure that that's going to factor in to those fours. She got a 4.27 and a 4.47, but that was a bigger wave. She did, red taking off on a bomb too. She did get some change of direction, and it ties with her 4.27, so it doesn't help her situation, but it still is a solid score. Annie milking this one again, getting a change of direction on the inside. Nice push by Ben. Nice open face right there. She knows it's not going to, so she just gets a change of direction right there. Another little change of direction, trying to get that milk on the inside. We'll see where this one comes in. She's taking it all the way to the inside. You can see her catcher right there with her. And that is a 5.20 for Annie. So the size of the waves and those little redirections on the inside, they're milking little points out of it.
We got Lee Ferrier getting ready for that next heat with Seb and the Royal Rehab Group. He's going to be up against Cliff O'Gralton, Tomoki Fujiwara, and Jesse Billauer when we move into our men's prone assist. We still got 14 minutes of this heat. One thing I want to shout out, one person that we would have definitely had as a threat in this division would have been Jocelyn Umuller. She's the one that got Annie into riding, got her on her first board, and we have to thank Jocelyn for having Annie in this competition. Jocelyn Umuller, of course, 3-time AASP world champion, AASP #1 in 2024, 2-time ISA world champion, and she was Annie's mentor. And she works as a lawyer, disability advocate, and she's got a real job, so she wasn't able to come here. But
actually,
she's also opening the doors for Annie.
She's actually, I think she has a shoulder injury that she suffered in skiing.
Okay.
So she's going through an injury, and we wish her the best. We miss you, champ. Definitely a great advocate for the sport, a great representative of the community. So I want to say thank you to Jocelyn for always supporting the tour, always supporting these events, and getting the girls more involved. And that's why you have Annie right here leading the way.
Yeah, Jocelyn was also representing Australia in the 2016 Paralympics in para-canoe before she got into surfing. And here we go. White Celine Roulard, nice smooth lines, looking really connected to her her equipment.
Not able to milk all the milk out of that one, but...
And so Annie went for a little push. She didn't get into it, but since Annie is closer to the lineup, she'll get right back out, and she'll get that first priority once again as Celine's on the inside.
If she paddled for it and then she went for it, it should put her to the back. I don't see it playing a factor, though.
Once she gets back to the primary takeoff zone, she regains priority, no?
No, it's not a paddle priority here, Ben. It's
that's right. Okay.
Last in line. So it doesn't matter her positioning. If she paddled for that wave with intent, she would lose that first priority.
Very good point.
She would go to the back of the line. But right now, it's not really playing a factor. This is a two-woman heat. These girls, I believe this is the second of a round robin, so we might have to see what they got in the first round and to match it up to what they got in this round and see which score is going to be higher. So we might have to wait a little bit to see exactly what happened in the first round for the girls. But I would imagine these girls are probably maxed pushed out the scores that they might have gotten.
So just to explain for the viewers at home, in our normal surfing competitions, the first one back out to the primary takeoff zone, which is deemed by the head judge where the best spot to take off and how far out you need to be.
The peak.
Judged by the priority judge also. They determine each heat where the primary takeoff zone is. If Annie had gotten back out before White had reached, she would have regained her priority.
Yeah,
but it's a
paddle,
difference.
Yeah, it's a paddle priority versus, just the way priority worked when it first came out was first to take off, last in line. Then they changed that for able-bodied people. It's a little bit different here because you have so many factors. You have the ability of the athlete themselves, and you have the limitations of the pusher and the catcher in this one.
So she must have gotten priority back.
Yeah, Annie Goldsmith.
They were stacked up right on top of each other. She got onto a cooker
That one's going to factor in big time, showtime, all time, redirecting on the inside. And you can see that was a nice little open face. She got a nice little run on it. So I think this is probably going to be the nicest score of the heat right now.
Yeah, beautiful wave right next to Celine. So even though Annie had taken off on that other one, she'd regained the priority. So,
or maybe Celine didn't realize, but that comes in at a 7.50, the best score of the heat. And Annie Goldsmith separating herself right now from Celine Rollard. But keep in mind, we're looking at a round robin, so we don't know exactly right now what Celine scored. I don't have my phone handy to look at the scores from the first round.
Explain to the viewers at home who don't understand the terminology.
So round robin is usually the first round. If you've got, let's say, 10 people, you surf against the whole division, top 2 waves of 2 heats. So you can take one good one from one heat, one good one from the other heat. You can take 2. There's the Jesse and Jesse team, the legend Jesse Belauer coming out here, giving him love. I know he's shouting love to his boys right there. So Jesse's boys out there, there's his tattoos for his boys, and he's telling them he love you boys. And
Koa and Dorian probably watching Dad right now.
And you can see there's just some nice little corners coming in, but you got to be in the right spot to get one. And Annie Goldsmith taking advantage of that. Also, Kenjiro Ito in the first heat at the last 2 minutes of the heat found a beautiful corner, scored a huge 8.0 to win his second Australian championship.
So just one question, Chaka. If this is determined by a round robin situation, are we going to be needing to refer back to what the previous scores are before we call our champion?
Yeah, you are definitely going to have to do that for sure. And the reason why that is there's only 2 women in this heat. So we're going to see. But I'm not sure that that's the case. This might just be a final that they're running, and they might have scratched the scores from the first round, and that was a beautiful takeoff by Celine Rollard. Beautiful change of direction on the inside.
There's M. Dieters in the crew. Everyone's supporting Annie. And White. Nice push into this one. Takes a really nice line to keep from getting clamped down by the lip there, and she's able to find this transition for a little rail exchange. That one got a 3.77. Not quite as dynamic and as long of as her previous ride, so it didn't. Oh, we got 5.30.
Yep.
So the judges are liking that big drop.
So that's going to help her situation. And I guess this is a final heat.
So that's the BrightSky Australia CEO, Melissa Decker, and the rest of our crew down there on the beach supporting.
So it looks like this is the second round of a round robin. And so their scores from the day before are going to factor in. But it looks like, if I have my eyeballs correct, that Annie scored a combined 14 and Celine Rollard scored a combined 12 in the previous heat. So it would still mean that Annie's got the edge right now by a considerable amount. That meaning if she scored a 14, there was either some 7s on the board or some high 6s. So it's going to be, Annie's pretty much got a stranglehold on this. Okay, it sounds like Celine needs a 7.0 to win, so she needs to almost go excellent. So she does still have a chance with the combined scores from the first round to the second round. And that round robin format, something that we've always used in adaptive surfing. Gives everybody a chance to surf twice. We didn't always use it, but since 2017, it's been pretty much a staple. And, my first Duke's Ocean Fest They did not use the round robin. And I lost by half a point to somebody who I'm surfing against today, Jesse Lee Hinson. So
that's a first round elimination?
Yeah.
Wow, that's a tough
it
one.
was
But
devastating.
That's usually the way it is for everybody else.
Yeah.
You show up, you've traveled for who knows many hours from your country, paid for your reservations, paid for your lodging, and you go out in the first heat. And if you don't get first or second in that first heat, you're packing up, or
Yeah.
you're just on a paid vacation that you're paying for.
Yeah, and it's that's how long I've been competing against Jesse Lee. He's been an old time OG. He's been out there for a long time. He doesn't make every event, but he does make the Hawaiian event. He's made the U.S. Open a couple times, and he's surfed in this event the last 2 years. So the old guard still hanging around.
Catching up on that roaming camera. That was Parker Olnick and Masa Kobayashi. We'll see those guys out in down around the zone, always bringing the vibes. Masa's got the biggest smile on the beach.
Well, Masa's got a final to surf here pretty quick, and Parker got knocked out a couple days ago, but still stoked, cheering everybody on.
So we can see how close these two riders are stacked up on top of each other. When we saw the below knee standing, we had everyone really spread out across the bar, but I think everyone's really figured out that this is the defined point that gives you those long stretchers.
Yeah, and then out the back, you see Julian Rocks back there. Beautiful scenery here in Byron Bay. You see kind of up in the corner of the shot right there. There's the pass or up there in the corner. And seems like conditions are just holding up. These little corners are coming in. If you can get one, you're stoked. Some of the, you kind of saw in the previous heat, kind of the story with John Crampton was the wave selection was good, but not great, and he couldn't kind of get one of those corners, even though he caught, I think, 10 waves. Just couldn't find one of those corners, but Kenjiro Ito found the corner. That was by far the best score of the heat, and you saw Annie Goldsmith kind of catch one of those corners, throwing up a 7.50. If you can get that open face, you can follow it to the inside.
So we can see the pushers being really conscious of priority. Of course, we saw a little bit of an interference yesterday between Sponge and Red Dog's exchange.
Yep.
And I think everyone's really keeping that in mind, making sure that they really know that who's in priority. That means White had the pick right there. And Celine finding a nice one. A lot of control on the board. I like that rebound there. Sticking with it. So she is, we remember her highest score was a 5.30. She's still needing something up in the sevens to pop on the top. So
beautiful ride there for Celine, though. Not giving up. There's a little bit time left in this heat. Enough time for her to work the clock. Well, 2 minutes left. Maybe she can get out there, find that corner.
Josh,
that's going to come in at a 4.80. It's going to help her situation, but she does need something in the 7 range from the scores from the round 1 and this round. So Annie has a 7 in the past round. She's got a 7 here. It looks like 7.50. So it looks like Celine needs somewhere in that 7 range. She did have some good scores, a combined 12 in round 1. So she had some contestable scores in round 1.
So there on the board, you can see our mobile judging tent, and those red and white squares are the priority board. So it's showing that Annie has the next pick, second priority. We just saw that ride by Celine. She's now back in second priority. So if they're anywhere near each other, red will probably keep White from getting the score that she needs. And they got a little space between them, so they're basically just kind of looking for one more good one themselves. However, in these dying moments, in a normal use of priority, to keep someone from moving up into your position or your advancing position, in this case to win the heat, you would throw a block on there and keep them from getting a potentially high-scoring wave.
What they would call sitting on somebody, but they're going for it. Celine right here. Nice little top-to-bottom work right there. I don't know if that's going to be a 7, but that's probably the best top-to-bottom work she's done this heat.
really amazing work at keeping the nose out of the flats, waiting over the tail, and really hanging it up high and dropping it down. We like this one a lot. So here we go. Eyeing up that line. This is the first time that she's got to the top half of the wave for a maneuver. And drops down, keeps it connected. Beautiful flow here on the transition. And some nice rail work.
Doesn't look like it's going to factor in. 3.53.
There's Ben giving Annie the splash on the face.
Look at.
They're feeling it because they're starting to hear that the time is running out. They must have heard that score.
Annie Goldsmith is going to be crowned your 2026 BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Champion in the Prone Assist Women's. And I know that right now Annie's super stoked, but somebody else that's cheering is Jocelyn Newmiller. You know she's screaming and being all stoked for her prodigy, her friend Annie Goldsmith. Annie taking a victory lap here, Ben.
Yep, and I'm sure Joss's team, the Mats and Vance are watching too. We miss you guys around the crew. And there you have it. One happy Annie Goldsmith. And she's going to be cutting a rug at our after party tonight. She's always out on the dance floor with us. We're going to give them a big congratulations, and we will be back in just a moment for her post-heat interview with Tessa McKenna. We'll see you guys in a second.
Chee-hoo.
Looking good, eh?
Cano. What do you think, Nonna? Giudamento de che.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Keno feeling.
Hi guys, it's finals day here in the Bay and we are crowning champions here at this double ASP event in Byron Bay. What a magnificent day. Our second champion of the day is none other than South Australia's Annie Goldsmith. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, can we make some noise for Annie, everyone? Wow, what a moment. Incredible stuff. And how cool is it to have your dad Ben out there pushing onto the waves?
It's so good to have Dad in the water with me, helping me surf. It's the best.
And what's it feel like to take the title? Because you didn't win this event last year, did you?
No, I didn't. But it's so good to take it this year.
That's fantastic. Look, anyone that you want to thank or say hi to back home in the camera?
Thank you for all my family back home. And yeah.
Awesome. We're going to be celebrating big time at the presentation this afternoon. One more big round of applause for Annie Goldsmith. Oh, my goodness. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you so much, Tessa McKenna, always bringing the fire down on the beach, and Annie is going to be very, very stoked. And so here I am in the booth now, joined by Britt Nichols. How are you doing?
I'm really well, thank you. What a beautiful morning here in Byron Bay.
So I was just realizing that we haven't gotten paired up. We did a bunch of heats together last year, and everyone else has been hogging you, so I'm stoked to have you in here for this one. So we are in our Prone Assist men's final heat. You got Cliff Gralton in red, Tomoki Fujiwara in white, Jesse Billauer in yellow, and Lee Ferrier is in blue. And we've already had a couple rides here. Cliff O'Gralton, it looked like Jesse had started out in the lead with a 4.77. And we have our Japanese competitor, Tomoki Fujiwara, known as the Silent Killer, on his opening wave. So this is a super stacked heat. All of these guys are very, very highly skilled riders, as we have Cliff O'Gralton in the pocket there. Goes from the pocket for the lip tap on that one. Unfortunately, gets a little hung up on the bottom as Jesse. Nice line on this one. Traveling. Staying in that pocket. Blasts right by the Volunteers. Said, I still got some more scoring potential on this wave. Leave me alone. And Cliff O'Gralton stacked up another score on his second one. There we have the Goldsmiths and all of their buddies. There's Grandpa Goldsmith just next to Ben. I saw him out body surfing and ripping it the other day. The whole family surfs. As we had, I believe that was Lee Ferrier. Yep, that's blue. And so much better surf than yesterday. We did have those kind of funky conditions, funky winds yesterday, and they wanted to let the tide go all the way out and start pushing back in before getting started in that afternoon with our Neil. But it looks like we're going to have a little more balanced conditions all day long, as we have a little bit more size and a little bit more water on top of the sandbar.
Yeah, for sure. It'll be interesting to see what happens a little later in the day once the tide starts to drain back out with the low tide. But beautiful conditions here this morning, as you mentioned. A bit more a swell overnight. Great to see. And with more water on the bank, it's just allowing these competitors to get those connections from out the back, maybe open up out the back and work their way through to the inside. Whereas, late yesterday afternoon, it was a little tricky.
It was clampy. We still saw everyone put on an amazing performance, including our Neil division, as well as sending these guys out to determine who would be in this final. And this is a stacked final. These guys all have a very balanced score line here. You can still see it's like from every wave, everyone changes. The situation constantly changes. There we got our local support for Team Japan. Ohayo gozaimasu. And so all of these kids, it's funny, I try to speak Japanese to all these kids, and they answer me back in Aussie English.
You can never assume.
17 minutes and 20 on the clock. Everyone's staying nice and spread out. We had a little situation of priority between Red Dog and Sponge yesterday, and it seems like that's kind of on everyone's minds. Everyone's being very conscious, checking that priority panel a little bit more just to make sure we have no interference and no consequences, because it's a final, and you're going there, you need that backup score.
You certainly do. You don't want to leave anything left in the water. It's, go big or go home. Finals day here at Byron Bay, and what a beautiful day we have. Well, Jesse Billauer looked at that one, maybe communicating that he didn't want it.
Yeah, that was a good solid pullback, just showing that we're not paddling in with intent. He's probably holding the higher priority, and they want to hold on to that one for a good one. And as we've seen these sets throughout the morning, it seems like there really is one or two of the best waves of the set, and so you want to hang out for that one. We got a lot of crew out on the contest area, and we have these very cool all-terrain chairs brought down, and Jesse's been using one of those and as a rental to get himself down to the beach. And speaking of Jesse, screaming on that one. Unfortunately, bottom drops out and plugs the nose on that one. And there we have our water safety just absolutely on it. Of course, Jesse has he's got a buoyant suit that keeps him head up, floating head up, and making sure that his airways are clean. So although it looks like a stressful situation, things are under control, as I believe we saw Lee Ferrier taking off on that left. So everyone's stacking some scores. Jesse just had one score on the board previously, 4.77, needing a 3.57. So that last one just clears that requirement and moves him up into the second place. And so because of the degree of Jesse's quadriplegia, he can't have a leash on his board because his body's not strong enough to get tugged on.
Mm-hmm.
So he's basically locked in by those leg supports, and he's got these, what would be like a kite surfing foot strap that locks his elbows in. So if he does wipe out, he usually does come unglued from his equipment, unlike some of the other competitors. As we have Tomoki on his second wave, beautiful line. He's always got a great connection with the wave energy, and he has such subtle movements where he moves front and back on the board to keep with that wave energy. Even when it looks like it's over, he still keeps his speed.
Yeah, it's amazing to see as we watch the Royal Rehab Group replay. Beautiful looking wave, better wave selection here. That looks like that's Lee Ferrier drifting down the face and getting a finishing turn there, but just unable to ride a little cleanly out of the whitewash. But you can see there, beautiful opener there, or last score there for Lee Ferrier. He's already in the lead. He's got a 4.83. That last wave was a 4.23. So at this stage, he is winning this final with 14 minutes on the clock. The support team's going to be happy as we see Mono there on screen.
Mono, his daughter Takata as his board caddy. Our buddy Troy in the fluoros.
And what a beautiful combo between these two. Always got the home support here, Mono.
And there we have Katsan and our champion from this morning, Kenjiro Ito, cheering them on. He always hosts the Japan team when they're here, so they're all camped out at the Mono at the Stewart residence, making some Japanese meals and having a great time every year when they come out. 13 minutes and 20 seconds. And so it's starting to look from the looks of Jesse and Lee's last wave, we are starting to get that tide draining out. The bottom wasn't dropping out as much earlier, and as that transition below the breaking wave disappears, it makes those steep drops a little bit harder, especially when you don't have the shock absorbers of your legs in this prone position. You're one with the board.
Yeah, and I think low tide's not until around 1:20 today, so it's still got about another 4 hours to drain off the bank. But yeah, beautiful conditions. They will shift throughout the day, but yeah, at the moment it's Lee Ferrier in the lead. He is a sponsored athlete by the Royal Rehab Group, one of our partners for this event. Seen the team down there on the beach supporting Lee, and in the water there on screen is Seb. He's been with Lee for a fair while now. But give a shout out to Seb's kids. I did speak to him earlier. He's like, if you could just give a shout out to my kids, they'd be stoked. So a big hello there to Sefa and Rafferty. I know you're tuning in watching Dad and Lee.
Yeah, and a shout out to Seb's wife, because he stole her beach cruiser to come here and cruise around town.
She'd be devastated.
But yeah, they've had big plans. We had a dinner the other night. We'll get to the live action. We'll get back to that. There is Jesse. Highlines that one. But we were out with Jesse's pusher Jesse, Jack Curfey's pusher Byron, and Seb, and it was all guys that were going to compete against each other yesterday.
I was wondering that. What was the dynamic like?
And, oh, man, I don't even think everyone realized till halfway through the dinner that they were all going to be against each other. And they we'd already shared a lot of information that could give everyone an advantage. It was pretty wild. Here we go, white. Tomoki bangs that one, and yeah, just as we're starting to see that bottom drop out, we're starting to see these guys get flipped over a little bit easier. It always helps to have a little bit of water underneath that breaking wave so that they can right the board and regain their line. But as that breaking wave breaks on less water, the bottom drops out. If it catches that outside rail, it really tosses them off the board. So no one's really done anything big since Lee's last 4.23. So Lee's been holding that solid lead. Everyone's got a really obtainable requirement, though.
Yeah, everybody is still in striking distance to take out this final. At the moment, it's Tomoki who has the highest single wave score of 5.23. So if you can lock in that 3.83, he'll take the lead. Interesting, though, to, I guess, gain your insight, Ben. Jesse, I know that I heard yesterday he's on a board that you shaped. Is that correct?
So I didn't shape it. It's his magic program that was designed by Bob Hurley, and he's used that same program 2 or 3 times. But it was just a couple years ago where he got me in contact with Bob Hurley and a shaper named Roger Baltiera that does the finishing up at a factory in Huntington Beach, as we see. Just taking a look there. So I went in there and we took his magic board, and then I put these features that have been working really well for some other prone riders and added to him, which it's got a broken rocker, which is actually, you've got 2 stages. Just behind his hip, you've got a break in the rocker. I don't know if you remember the old Tom Curran Fireball fish that he rode in Sumatra, but it had a big step in the rocker just ahead of the fins.
Yeah.
And so I've been putting that on the prone boards, and what it does is it makes it almost like the tail of a skateboard, so you can lift the front up.
Yep.
And with these guys' limited upper body movement, just a slight tilt of the head can pull the front third of the board out in a turn and clear that rail.
Yep, makes more responsive.
We also measured Jesse's chest. Formerly he had a kind of a flat dome deck. We measured his chest across and his positioning of his elbows, and we concaved out the deck. So it's basically a perfect form of his body to set him in.
Kind of molds him into
the board. And we also moved his fins up. That's been working really well to bring the side fins up to, most of these guys are now riding twin fins. As you're not able to put that pressure from the back half, there's no reason to have that center fin in the back for stability. You also don't have the board spinning out as much because there's no high center of gravity. You're stuck to the board.
Gotcha.
And so by bringing these fins, and you can see there's a little stinger, a little wing in it right by his hips. That makes a nice pivot point, shortens the rail line, and it kind of makes it almost like they're riding a big bodyboard, and the back end is just to support their legs.
Yeah, yeah.
And so adding a lot to the performance, and it's been really fun to kind of see that work for Jesse, as he's one of the riders with the most limited movement, along with Tomoki's also has that physical challenge to where, we still have that line going a little bit too down the line. I think he needs to kind of get to the flats before he puts his rail on there. You can see on this one.
Yeah, as we watch the Royal Rehab Group replay, just catches that rail, flips him off. But yeah, I feel like, it's great insight there to just understand the equipment, because so much goes into it behind the scenes. And I feel like Jesse's been one of the surfers that we've watched throughout this event. He just seems to generate so much speed.
Yeah, he's got a lot of glide. That board has a great rocker. It's also it's a little bit longer than what some of the other riders are using. Tomoki uses something kind of similar, but it's up in the 7-foot range, while everyone else is sort of in the 6 range. So when you get those smaller conditions, this is looking like Lee here. Nope, sorry, that is Tomoki. Wow, I thought I saw Lee's like...
Unless that was back-to-back. I feel like it might have been 2 athletes back-to-back.
Yeah, we'll get back to that. That was 2 athletes, so keeping the cameramen busy. These guys are shooting these riders all over the place. So I believe we saw Lee first. There's the traditional Lee stance. He's got that hand up out on the outside rail, controlling that one. Really getting it up to the lip line on that one, and that should be a good score. Just on the side of that, we saw Tomoki get sent on one, And we're seeing those scores come in, 7.17 for Lee. And White, 4.73. Tomoki puts a great score on the board. So let's watch this one of Tomoki. High lines it, floats it up off of the lip line. He's stoked. He gave a little clap coming out of that one. That one felt good, but that's never where it's over for Tomoki. He's always connected to the energy, and he tries to fit in maneuvers all the way in. That's looking like Cliff O'Gralton, the end of his wave.
Interesting too with Tomoki, like obviously he was stoked with that wave. He would have been thinking when he took off that he needed a 3.83 to move into first place, just backing straight off Lee's. In terms of the commentary from the beach.
There you go.
So he would have thought he would have got the score.
A little more charged up than he'd gone at first, but he didn't know there was another score coming in.
And that 7.17 for Lee Ferrier puts him well and truly into the lead. But, well, you can't rule out the rest of the competitors. They have all been in form throughout this entire week. A stacked final here for the men's prone assist.
Yeah, so we are lucky that these guys have gotten out while we had as much tide as we do. As you said, it is going to drain out. It's going to get more tricky. And if anyone needs a more transition and a little bit easier of a drop, it's these guys. And we have started to see towards the back half where that bottom's dropping out. It has taken some of our riders off of their boards. But Lee Ferrier coming in so strong. He's been doing a lot of work at the Urban Surf Wave Pool, doing training. And, of course, all of Seb's attention and dedication to building his skill level, not to mention the support from Royal Rehab, has really fed into his performance.
Here we go, surfer in white, Tomoki. Looking for a mid-range score, just unfortunately catching the rail as well. So we've been talking about it throughout this heat. There's been a shift in the conditions for these competitors.
Yeah, and that is that same line that we've seen Jesse. Of course, Tomoki and Jesse have a very similar level of disability, mobility issues. Sorry, I'm getting a little hung up there. But they have a little bit less body movement and less mobility than Lee and Cliffo do. So trying to kind of lift up their bodies or reposition themselves on the board isn't as possible. And so as soon as they kind of get in that sideways line, it's pretty hard for them to clear those flats. And then there we had, I believe that would have been Lee. It's looking like Cliff on the outside. So, yeah, that was another wave of Lee. And even still, he's getting caught by that outside edge as that bottom drops out. So the conditions have increasingly gotten more and more difficult as that tide has started moving. And you're starting to kind of see that beach grow as well on our live cam.
Yeah, for sure. It'll be interesting to see throughout the day how this changes and, see if the swell picks up anymore as well. There is a fair bit of swell down south, but we're pretty protected here in the bay at Byron here. Depending on the swell direction, it does seem to get a little less swell than other magnets, which is not necessarily a bad thing. Sometimes when Byron gets pretty solid, it also gets really straight. So I feel like it's a good kind of sizing at the moment to make it a little more manageable.
Yesterday we were seeing some huge swells moving laterally across and just missing us. And what some of the jet ski crew was going, those are going straight to Fiji. And if it's like this, tomorrow's going to be pumping in Tavarua. But, yeah, so definitely not the direction to catch that direct on. And I think all of these riders will be thankful for that, because that would make it pretty tough for not only our water support and the riders, but also the volunteers would have to have a lot more to deal with. Lee Ferrier, nice one on this one. Banks it up on the top. That was a little Kai Colas floater right there. But, yeah, not as easy to ride out of those as now the flats are you're almost doing an uphill landing as the water's falling off that shelf into the deep spot.
Yeah, and drifting down too. You can see he gets up there and drifts sideways on his way down. Really tricky to ride out cleanly with those turns. But certainly going for it. The commitment's there. We've also got the surfer in white. Had a little wave there. Just not able to quite get the acceleration out of that turn. Tomoki, he's sitting in second place, looking for a 6.78. He's got plenty of time, or not that much time actually, 2 minutes to get back out there and get another wave. But with the conditions the way they are, I feel like these competitors have all got another wave in them.
Yeah, and Jesse right on the top of that nook there. He's probably got first priority by now. That, I believe, would be Cliff Gralton. Nice hit on that one.
Yeah, he'd be stoked with that one. He's got a 5.5 and a 4.17. He's looking for a 6.51 as we watch the Royal Rehab Group replay. Beautiful read here on this wave. Gets critical in the section and almost gets bounced off, but manages to hold on to it and regain that control.
That was a great ride. That could shift some things around. Cliff Gralton's got Dave Rostovich as his pusher, so definitely someone who knows how to pick out the right wave. And you have Jesse out there. By now, he would definitely have first priority. So they are sitting tight for this last 1 minute. The next score for him will count in as we had a change in situation. Cliffo felt it on that one as we have an 8.43 highest wave of the day by Cliffo. As we have Tomoki, I think he could tell that wave was sort of about to do what the previous one did, and he got himself out early to get back to his catcher fast enough to take advantage of the time left from one more.
He did really well to actually get himself off that wave. Sometimes it can be tricky. It kind of catches you midsection, and then all of a sudden you're just drifting down the face, and you try and pull back, and you're stuck with it.
Or you become a piece of the lip. We saw them send Jesse on this one. He must have had the higher priority, even though you saw Lee on the wave. Jesse did have the right of way on that one, and so we'll see what he did after that. But here we have Lee Ferrier finishing off his last wave as we're down to the last 10 seconds. I'm pretty sure those will be the last waves that we see as we watch Jesse. This is the make it or break it. Nice line on this one. A lot of speed. Clears. He's learned from those previous ones to get out of trouble. And then puts a little too hard on rail on that section, which flips him over. So it's looking like that might be the last score, 3.33 for yellow. So we're going to make sure that we have all of our scores in. But wow, Cliff O'Gralton in the last 3 minutes jumping up on top. And what do you think, Brett? I think it looks like all the scores are in, huh?
I think that's it. Cameras are on red, but yeah, that 8.43, I think it was even within the last 2 minutes, which, yeah, it's not over until it's over with that final siren. Well, there we go, 7.67 for Lee Ferrier. I just said it. It's not over.
It is, and I'm glad we waited for those scores to come in. Of course, very, very important last scores that the judges had to think about. So there you have it. We've got Bubsy. Lee Ferrier is your 2026 BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championship Prone Assist champion. He had the Aussie titles in 2022, fifth in the ISAs in 2022. He was ASP number 10 in 2024, and here he is, your champion of the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships. And Seb, congratulations also to the Royal Rehab Group. That is their star rider right there. What an amazing heat that was, and great surfing by the rest. We'll be back with our kneeling final in just a moment. We're going to take a quick break. The boys are stoked.
Like beautiful.
Test 1, 2. You got it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that we're on. We're just double checking where you have got audio. Lee, once again, just beautiful waves out there today.
Yeah, amazing. There was heaps of opportunities. It looked around, looked like, everyone was getting waves and all separated as well. It was quite good. It wasn't stressful because we weren't all on top of each other. It was just sort of left up to ourselves to get the waves that we wanted and get the scores.
I've never seen, that was like what we call a grandstand finish, where right at the end everyone got a wave and it was right up in the air to the last second.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I didn't know until I got on the beach and still just sitting there hanging out waiting for the score. And then, yeah, when it came in, I'm just so happy, mate, so happy.
What about, why don't you look down the camera and tell some of those people back at Northern Narrabeen how you're feeling, and you might want to say thanks to a couple of people back home.
Oh, yeah, just thanks to all my family and friends and everyone watching and bringing home a championship to Narrabeen.
Yeah. There are a bunch of champions at Narrow. Back to you guys in the booth. What a day.
Thank you, Tazza, and congratulations, Lee. And just Lee's son's 15th birthday, Jet. What a cool birthday present for you. Jet and Nixie's boys definitely cheering Dad on. So we are now in our any knee, kneeling and upright between Llewellyn Sponge Williams from Wales. He's already got a 2.0. Red Dog Wheatley from Newcastle, Australia. Masafumi Kobayashi from Aichi-ken, Aichi Prefecture in Japan. And Mark Mona Stewart from right here. And this is a stacked heat.
Yeah, well, it is a final, and we didn't expect anything less. Huge turn there for, it looked like it might have been the surfer in red, but not able to ride out of that turn. Yeah, I'm excited to see where this one goes.
Yeah, and this was what happened during our break. That was Mono pulling in, getting some travel time on that one. And this is Sponge's 2.0. Boom, quick hit off of that one. So I'm wondering what happened with the score for Mono. I don't know if that's coming in, or it could have been before the buzzer that score did not come in. That was Red Dog Wheatley going for a little pig dog backside barrel on that one. One thing I wanted to point out is yesterday where we had our semifinals for these guys was in very similar tide conditions as what we're seeing now. So things are clamping down, but those guys were showing us how you can somehow find your way from the flats up to the lip line. And now we're starting to see those scores come in. So 2.0 for the first one, a Sponge, a 1.83. Mono got a 2.43 and a 2.0, which pops him up on the top. And that last wave we saw of Red Dog was 1.10. Then we got water safety, Jeff Land. His son is the head, the bearded man, Adam Land, keeping everyone safe and keeping all of the help all tuned in. And there's your pro and champion, Lee Ferrier, charged up. And there is the Royal Rehab crew. They have put up our VIP competitors area for everyone to kind of take a break in the shade. They've got a big screen in there showing the competition live, so buddies can go in there, have lunch, and watch their teammates and everybody else getting some waves as we have. Red Dog, beautiful setup for that one. Red Dog is a barrel mongrel.
If anyone's going to find them, it's going to be him. Well, Mono, early lead, 2.43 and a 2. Wait for that score for Red Dog to be locked in. And there we have on screen the priority system. So working left to right, blue in first priority, red in second, yellow in third, white in fourth. So that does mean that blue, Mono, he has right of way in the lineup.
That also means either Massa got a wave or he just paddled for one, because he's now in third priority. And the whole rotation has gone back from first to fourth. But Mono, knowing this zone really well, yesterday he was able to pick off some really good spots on the sandbar for some really high rides. Sponge as well in his semifinal, finding the top of the peak. There we got Nick Zippy Pearson and his crew of judges. They have been doing an amazing job this whole event. They've also got a nice warm-up during the Aussie titles just previous to this event.
Yeah, Zippy, he's from this area. He's been around for a long time. I feel like, yeah, the combo between the judging panel and then people like Mono, it just makes for that perfect combo to be able to put the athletes in the best position and the best conditions throughout this event. That local knowledge really paying off throughout the week.
Yeah, not to mention our contest director, Lou Tiernan, also knowing her way around this spot. They've all been discussing the start times for the tide, where we line up on the break, and Llewellyn getting a little sneak in there, and he gets up in the top third of the wave, top 2/3 of that one, to where he could push out of through the lip and finish that one off. So nice functional line through that. I'm sure he'll get rewarded for this.
So we have the Royal Rehab Group replay. Nice takeoff there for the surfer in red. He managed to get the completion as well. So he's looking for a 2.44 at this stage of the final to take the lead. We'll leave that in the hands of the judges. But look at the support crew. Hometown support for Mono on the beach.
Yep, that's Team Mono right there, led by Deb Stewart, who, without her, we would not be here. She's the one that answers our emails, not Mono. So Llewellyn Sponge Williams moves up to the top of the 5.50, changes the situation, pushes Mono into second, but everyone has a really obtainable requirement with a lot of time on the clock.
Yeah, still early days, 15 minutes remaining. Plenty of time on the clock for these competitors to lock in some excellent scores throughout this final. They don't want to leave anything left out in the lineup, because this is it. This is the final for these competitors, and what a final it is. Stacked.
Yeah, and just to talk about some of the merits of some of these guys, Sponge has 33 gold medals, 7 silver and 5 bronze. Mono's got 6 world titles to his name. And Massa was the bronze in 2022, 2023, copper in 2024. And we have live action. I believe that was Red Dog. Saw the purple board pop up. And here we go. Sponge has to dip out. So it looks like Massa was holding a higher priority. If I'm getting the colors right, I believe that was Massa taking off. And he's got the brand new Mono shape double dugout for his knees. And this is only about the 5th day that he surfed that board, and he did some great job. There are Red Dog's legs. Those are his land legs. He's been doing work with Osser, which is an amazing prosthetic company. Stands tall when he's walking around the beach on those, and then he's got a separate set for his riding style in the knee position. And so Red Dog's got all the cool accessories.
Yeah, it's phenomenal what's possible these days, you know, with how far technology has come and how far things have come to be able to enable these athletes so many different options and variety with their pieces of equipment and accessories. You know, like I feel like there's so many things on the market now that never used to be available back in the day. So it's just opened up a whole new door for a lot of athletes.
Yeah, I did a bunch of binge watching on anything about mobility, accessibility, disability, as well as all of the new prosthetic technology. And that company also, I think they were the first ones to make those cheetah blades, and those are what they used in the Paralympics for all of the running divisions as well as the long jump.
Yep, the athletics.
And so much science that went into those things and how they load up power. And they said there's actually tweaks to where they can get it to where they can perform at a way higher level than the able-bodied guys, and they have to take it back.
Yeah,
so
right.
they don't give them the bionic advantage. It's unbelievable. But, yeah, I've been seeing those logos. Red Dog is such a good promoter. He's got the big Osser logos on his legs, and he's just their moving billboard around our contest site always. But it was really cool to look them up and see what all these what science is doing. Now 3D printing is also coming into play. With we had a company that 3D prints wheelchairs out of titanium metal. I didn't know you could 3D print metal. Wow. And yeah, there's all sorts of really cool stuff and things that just make the day-to-day life easier for these guys and let them be completely independent no matter what their physical challenge is.
Yeah, speaking of one of the athletes, I think it was last year. When I was traveling, actually it was the year before last, and they were actually 3D printing some of their own items, like whether it was to support them with their lateral supports and things like that.
Yes.
they're experimenting with their own equipment.
Joss Newmuller was the
I
head
wasn't
of
going to
that.
mention the name, but yeah.
Why not?
She was all over it.
I was. It was so funny because I'd come up with some sketches for some ideas of something a little bit safer in place of where they put fins on top of the board, because that's one of our easiest, most obtainable options.
Yeah.
And I had a couple ideas, and the shape that she came up with was so close to mine, and she beat me to it.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how open she was about what she was exploring. So I was like, oh, I just won't say the name.
Now she's just been sharing that and making it
Which is so
accessible to the public.
Yeah.
And so, Joss, I'm such a huge fan. And she would have been on the podium here, guaranteed.
Yeah, it's a shame not to have her here this year. Such a, incredible athlete. Watched her progress throughout the years. And, great to see her experimenting with those types of things and making them more accessible for, not just herself, but athletes across the board. Really opening that up and supporting each other as well. Looking for other avenues, like really just staying creative with what they can do.
Well, Sponge blazing through that one. Almost pops out on the double up and goes down to the downstairs basement out of that one. But what a beautiful line through that. And yesterday there was a couple where he really was able to drive his speed, kind of load up that speed in the barrel to come punching through the lip.
We see the Royal Rehab Group replay. Comes down the double up and just gets bounced off. But he's already in the lead, and there it is, a 7-point ride. So Sponge off to a pretty healthy lead at this stage with that 7 and a backup of a 5.5. At the moment, it's Mono in second, looking for a near-perfect score. A 9.37 will get him into the lead. Red Dog in third, looking for a 9.5, and Massa in fourth place, looking for a combination of 2 scores at this stage, but still plenty of time on the clock, 9.5 minutes. Still anybody's final, but Sponge would have to be happy with where he's sitting at the moment.
Yeah, and I was going to say, Mono is still has the flavor left in his mouth from getting a perfect 10 in the Aussie titles, right where he's sitting right now. So he's thinking about his requirement, and he's just going, okay, just got to do what I did there. But definitely better conditions during the Aussie titles. Some pretty dicey conditions as well, as we had some 6-foot closeouts for some of the prone divisions. And it was amazing to see how much these guys will just take it on. And exciting stuff. We are down to the last 9 minutes. Things haven't shifted around too much since Sponge moved into the lead, and everyone else just taking a taste there. I don't think Red Dog and Massa have really found the waves that can cater to their ability. And if they do get their hands, as we see these the priority situation roll around, if they get a good set and they have the pick, I'm sure they're going to be bumping up those scores.
Yeah, of course. They're definitely more than capable. It's it just comes down to where you are on that priority rotation and, wave selection. It is crucial. Can either make or break you.
Yeah, and we've also noticed there's Red Dog. Quick pulling on that one. On a day like this where it seems like one of the set waves seems to be the best. So not just being out there and being in position during the set, but being able to choose either the first or the second wave. And always in these low tide conditions, I always try and go for at least the second set wave, because you have the residual water left from the previous one. And even though it's super low tide, you actually have almost what can break like a little bit higher tide. And so being able to send the other guys on whatever, let them have it, not even show interest, get them out of the way, and then take the second or third set wave is also an advantage sometimes. So
yeah, certainly a smart play.
Mono knows which one to play with.
Yeah, he knows which one's going to get him the score.
So we just had Zane on camera. Zane was out there on our volunteer crew when we were up the beach, and he dove into a rock. So he didn't have any cosmetic surgery. Don't worry about it. We still have good-looking Zane, but he does have a bandage on his nose, and you can't take the spark out of that boy.
No, new little accessory. I mean, it starts a story, doesn't it? It gives you something to talk about.
He's going to have a pretty trippy tan line, I'll tell you that one. This is all over.
I didn't even consider that.
Just under 7 minutes, and wow, if there was a flurry of action in the beginning of this one, things have slowed down a little bit. So this is where people really need to start using that priority. And Massa trying out a left. And there we have the noisy fellow that's been on my left side, Charles Chaka Webb. That guy, you can't get any more stoked than Mr. Stoke for life. He's going to get out there, and he's been doing some studying of these previous heats, knowing that he's going to be out there picking off high-scoring rides off of that same sandbar. There we have Jesse Hinson, which I've heard Chaka has competed against quite a few times. So a little bit of experience on each other's strategies and styles. So that'll throw in some interest into their final. Up on the lip line, Mono finally finding some open space. I think that's the first kind of lip line or critical section maneuver that we've seen in this final. So that should shake things up.
Yeah, nice turn, nice placement there from Mono. Yeah, it will be interesting to see. It was a smaller wave, but you could see that it hit the bank a bit better. It ran, it had more open face, it had that critical section to finish with, but it didn't just stand up and close out.
And also, he didn't just throw it up there. He actually drove up into that one, showing commitment, and right in the critical section, ticking some of the boxes off of the criteria. So I'm hoping that will replace his top score at least, and we'll see how that puts him. It can also chisel away at that 9.37 requirement. Well, there you go, 6.27, well-deserved, doubles up his high score, and now he's just looking for a 6.24. He's going to be pretty happy to hear that he can just do that same thing if Sponge doesn't keep pushing it forward and pop up on top with another wave.
Yeah, if he just replicates that wave, he'll be in the lead. Just needs that right wave. But, yeah, it'd be interesting because he'll be on the back end of the priority rotation now with just under 5 minutes on the clock. So it'll be interesting to see how the competitors play this and whether or not they go and get nice and close to Mono, particularly if you're Sponge.
Yeah, I'm sure Sponge has been waiting for his priority to come around and sit right where that local knowledge sits as we see a takeoff here. I think that looks like Massa. Here we go. Massa finally finding some open space. Nice click there. Bangs it off the section. 2 maneuvers on that one. He had not found a wave that could really let him shine, and I think that one's going to make a big difference in his situation.
We have the Royal Rehab Group replay. Beautiful looking wave here. Nice takeoff. A little behind the section. Managed to get around first turn and put it up for a second. And rode out nice and clean. So I feel like that's probably the first 2-turn combo we've seen throughout this final so far.
Definitely. Good point. As we have Sponge answer back. He was waiting his turn. He got a quick hit under the critical section on that one. Not much left of it, but he is so zippy. He's got so much speed under his knees. And that new board, I think it was his first time riding it here just previous to the contest. So definitely locked onto that one. As you could see, looked like Mono wanted to take that one, and he knew Sponge had priority.
Which is now a dangerous opening here with just over 3 minutes on the clock. Mono's jumped up in his priority rotation. When you look at, say, red and blue, when they're up against each other, Mono's going to have pick of the lineup if a wave comes through.
Yeah, Red Dog with the drop there. Yes, Sponge wanting to improve on his situation, put some distance, but since that one did not factor in, it kind of backfired on him on that one in letting Mono take over that top of the peak setup point. There you can see that Mono does have the next pick, and Massa will have second pick, but Massa's kind of been sitting in a different zone. Seems like Sponge and Mono are just guarding that one little stretching right. So Mono's up with the left, hits that one at the lip line, and sticks the nose out. So just where it looked like it might not have been completed, he kind of put a little exclamation point on it and getting a little drive out of that one. But that's the way he made his previous score on a right, so now he's doing it on the left. Not quite as good of a wave, not quite as much speed, but we can get pretty close there. So
yeah, it'll be interesting to see where this score falls as his support crew waits eagerly for that score to be read out.
He'll toss that 3.13 though.
5.6, so close but not quite there. And, yeah, like you mentioned, it was similar to his previous wave, which was going right. But, yeah, I feel like it wasn't as clean, didn't as ride out as clean. and possibly not as critical. But you could see that Mono, there was also a little more intent in his paddle. You could see that he knew, if I paddle for this, I've lost priority, so I have to go and make the most of it.
100%. And anytime you go towards the pass, you have Mother Nature's energy pushing against you, keeping your speed down a little bit. So pretty hard to get as dynamic as he did on that right on the same maneuver going left against the ocean's energy. But here we have him. Somehow he is just sitting on top of Sponge, or Sponge is sitting on top of him. So it's going to be interesting to see who's got priority at the moment, as everyone just wants to kind of get away from their little cluster.
Game of cat and mouse now in the final minute.
I'm loving this. Wow, we're down to 45 seconds. This has just blown by. Cannot believe we got just enough time. That would explain why red and blue are sitting. And
looked like there was a little handshake in between them.
Looks like Mono just kind of congratulated Sponge, but it's too early. Don't congratulate him yet. If you could have gotten that wave, but I don't know what the priority is. I'm figuring that well, okay, that makes sense. So Mono took that last wave. Red's finishing off in the lead. Anything that Mono tries to go for, he can block. And rather than kind of having a dicey little end there, Mono's like, you're going to block me? Let's just congratulate you now. So we're going to let time run out before partying for Sponge's victory here. There he is, blocking him for that one right in the last 5 seconds. And you have Wales, Llewellyn Sponge Williams. Oh, I can hear Sarah Gibbons right now. She is rattling our infrastructure. Oh, the screams that must be coming through. I can't believe you guys can't hear it at home right now. But huge congratulations to Llewellyn Sponge Williams coming from Wales. That is your 2026 BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championship. Neil champion. And we are going to take a quick break as we'll hear some words with Tessa McKenna and Sponge just after this.
Every journey is shaped by people, and your path home should be led by people who value community. People like ours. McGrath, guiding you home.
Hi guys, we are crowning champions once again here in the Bay on a beautiful day, and our latest one, of course, is the AKK champion for 2026, Llewellyn Sponge Williams from Wales. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Once again, a great event. Shame that the swell went straight past us today. Everyone was super buzzed for big waves today, but there's corners there, there's waves, and it looks like it's going to stay all day. So yeah, hopefully everyone has good fun, and yeah.
Man, you optimised the elements out there. I mean, it was really important to use priority and try and find those best waves.
Yeah, I mean, in this kind of condition, and having Mono and Red Dog there, we were the same place last year, and Mass has improved loads with Mono's new board this year. So yeah, it was a super tough final. And it's Mono's local break, so yeah, the pressure was on to defend my title from last year, and yeah, luckily got it. So
you're from the north of Wales. There's plenty of waves up that end of the island. Do you want to look down the camera and say hi to some people back home?
Yeah, hi, Mum, Dad, Liz, whoever's watching at home and still awake. Thank you for your support, and yeah, looks like I'm bringing another trophy home to Wales.
Just one last thing before we go. How did you get the nickname Sponge?
I used to have SpongeBob SquarePants a lot when I was a kid in my mate's house. I had a big gap between my teeth and really blonde, and his mum started calling me SpongeBob. And yeah, I came traveling to Australia when I was 18. No one could say Llewellyn, so I just stuck with Sponge, and it stuck.
I love it. So cool. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Tezza. We are back into the live action of the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Ability Support. This is, of course, the Sit Waveski Men's Final presented by Waveski Adventurers. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with Stevie. And, well, Stevie, we've got some opening scores locked in already.
Yeah, absolutely, Britt. We've got Michael Johnson from Australia in red out in the front. Looks like he's got a 2.5 and a 5.43 to give him a total of 7.93. Richard Thomas in blue is sitting on a 6, only one wave ridden. And Jesse Hinson also one wave ridden on a 3.3. As we see the rehab replay of Red's last wave, goes up, gets super critical, goes for the El Rolo once again. We love to see it.
We certainly do. And, well, we've got our fellow commentator out there in the white, Charles Chucker Webb.
The man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah, he can talk. Can't wait to see him out there in the water and catch some waves. But early days, still just over 18 and a half minutes remaining as we've got a couple of competitors looking at this wave, both opting not to take off. So off to an early lead is a surfer in red, Michael Johnson. He's locked in that 2.5 and a 5.43 at this stage. He'd be wanting to drop that small score of a 2.5. And, well, Richard Thomas in the blue in second place with a 6. It looks like that's the current heat leader. Beautiful last turn there for Michael Johnson. I'm no judge, but I feel like that's going to replace his 2.5.
Yeah, absolutely. We also see Michael Johnson has probably got my favourite craft of the heat as we go into the Royal Rehab Group replay. Having a look, giving it a little nice paddle, really leans in, really engages that rail to come up, smacks that lip, rides out and pulls off nicely. So the judges are definitely going to reward that one.
Yeah, and it's so interesting watching the Sit Waveski division. As you can see on screen there, they've got the paddle. So, yeah, surfers really using that paddle as a pivot point for those turns as we watch the Royal Rehab Group replay. Stevie.
Oh, sorry, man. The surfer in blue, Richard Thomas, going for one. We just missed that one. My apologies.
Whoa, look at this bomb. Charles Chucker Webb not able to get the completion, but he certainly went for it, getting critical. But I'll tell you what, a 7.17 last wave locked in for the surfer in red, Michael Johnson, and he is well and truly in the lead at this stage of the final, but still within striking distance for the other competitors, particularly the surfer sitting in second place at the moment, Richard Thomas in the blue. He's got a 6 and a 3.9, but only looking for a 6.61 to take that lead. Jesse Hinson in the yellow opened up with a 3.03. He's chasing a near-perfect score of a 9.57. And Charles Webb out there in the white. We just saw him on screen, so we're waiting for a score to be locked in. But prior to that wave, he's looking for a combination of 2 scores. So there you go. He's broken the combo. Chucker now looking for a 9.7.
Just a cheeky little 9.7. No, we were talking with Chucker on day one, I believe. He was dropping some words of wisdom from an uncle in Hawaii. That you don't want to go out there and catch 8 2-point waves. You want to go out there and catch 2 8-point waves. So he's just going to sit cool and calm, and he's going to wait and pick off the waves that he can.
Yeah, he'll be patient, knowing that you can break those scores down into 2. And that's the thing, it can be a bit of a mindset shift, you know. Some people look at that and go, oh my God, I need a near perfect score. But yeah, if you break it down, a 12.6, get 2 6.5s, and you've got the score.
Absolutely. As we go to some live action here. Oh, we're splitting the peak. We've got the surfer in red. Oh, so high up to the top. Almost a little floater off there that he doesn't quite ride out, unfortunately. But I do love his ski. That sexy black with the silver flames. As we go into the replay here, we're going to see the surfer in blue, I believe. Richard Thomas currently sitting in second. Pulls into that nice curl there. Unfortunately, it is just getting a bit fast, but you can see the difference as well in their equipment that we were talking about the other day with Ben.
Yeah, for sure. And, well, we've got the tide starting to drain out too. I think you mentioned earlier the low tide's at around 120 today, so we're going to lose a bit of water on that bank. It's now only 20 past 10 here, so another few hours of the tide to drain out, but competitors making the most of it. And what beautiful conditions here at Byron Bay, beautiful part of the country, far north coast of New South Wales.
Absolutely, and this is one of my favourite shots when the drone is over there, and you can see just how beautiful and crystal clear our water is. Looks like we just missed somebody's wave there, but I'm sure we'll go into the Royal Rehab Group replay, Britt. Any minute now.
14 and a half minutes on the clock. And yeah, look at that drone view. You can really see the formation, the sand underneath these competitors. The water clarity is absolutely insane, and well, the temperature, it's beautiful too. One of those locations where it's just nice all year round, even when it's raining.
Absolutely, yep. We did have a bit of a chill come through yesterday morning. We finally kind of hit that autumn chill in the air where the wind is coming down off the ranges from the west, which gives the... And we've got some live action. We're splitting the peak again. Nope, we've got one... Oh, really pulling into some really bigger waves here today, so it's good to see.
It is. We've had a slight increase in the swell overnight. We were talking about it yesterday as we watched the Royal Rehab Group replay. 3 competitors were having a look at this wave, but it was the current heat leader that took off. Michael Johnson, he went up, he got critical, and just got rolled off on the way down. Really tricky section to ride out of, but he certainly was committed to the section. And a competitor having a look at that one, just a little hung up on top, looked like a closeout anyway.
And that was really impressive. He almost got fully vertical. It was a full 180.
Yeah, I think it was about 1 o'clock.
That was awesome. As we were talking about, we've got the low tide at 1.2 at 1:20 this afternoon. So it's a massive difference with the tide heights. This morning we had a high at 6:45 at 1.7 meters, and the low this afternoon is going to be at a 0.4 meters. So we are going to see from now on basically every 20 minutes, every heat, that's going to be a different looking beach once again, because that tide is just going to be draining out real quick.
It certainly is. And, well, competitors, they'd be onto that. They've got to adapt to the conditions. So we watch the current heat leader take off on this one. Down the beach, that's Michael Johnson going for the barrel and drift of the tail, going sideways, and gets the completion. So it'll be interesting to see. He's looking to replace his low score of a 5.43 to extend his lead with just over 12 minutes on the clock.
As we go into the replay here, we can see Michael Johnson paddles in, drops in, really drives that paddle into the wave to pivot off of. Excuse me, it's the last day and my brain's a little bit tired. But yeah, it was a really nice wave. Only a 5.2 though, so it doesn't replace his 5.43. That was his 8th wave ridden already, so really staying busy out there. Complete opposite approach to Charles Chucker-Webb that we were talking about.
And we see, it looks like the surfer in red on screen again, so staying nice and busy. Sometimes there can be a fine line between being too patient and too busy. So I feel like for the surfer in white from Australia, he just looks like he's toppled over. So really hard to maintain maintain balance on these sit wave skis. So massive effort for all competitors. And, well, Michael Johnson in the lead at the moment. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see his approach throughout the back half of this heat because he is looking for something better than a 5.43. So essentially he doesn't need to take off on anything that he deems would be less than that. So he can afford to be a little bit more patient, but he's keeping busy at this stage of the heat. A 5.24 his last wave. I feel like that might have been more so because it was more of like a forced approach to that critical section. Getting that little cover up, but he did just drive straight into it and back out again. Well, Richard Thomas in the blue still chasing that 6.61. Yellow on this wave here. Jesse Hinson not liking the look of that one. Opted to eject out of that wave and try again. And we've spoken about it. Charles Chucker-Webb out there in the white. Staying nice and patient. Looking for that 9.7. Still in a position where with 10 minutes on the clock, he's got the time to break down the score across two waves. But as time disappears, he's going to potentially lose that opportunity.
Absolutely. We've just hit the 10-minute mark now, Britt. So wonder if anything is going through his head right now of whether he should start getting a little bit more busy just to get a couple of things on the board. But we don't have access to priority yet, but we've got that beautiful drone shot, huge wave that the surfer has just pulled into, goes for the barrel, pops out through the top there. And it was our surfer in red again on his 9th wave. Really going for it. I think he's just out there to get as many waves as possible while he doesn't have to deal with a crowd.
Yeah, and why wouldn't you in a location like Byron Bay? Beautiful drone footage there of the in-water support. All of these athletes well supported.
Another thing I love about the drone shot as well, you can really see the differentiation in colour, where you can really see that sandbank and the shape of it from above. So awesome to have all the drones and all the technology down here to give us all the different angles and perspectives that we need and could want.
And it's one of those things too, you know, like we just saw the beach view. Now we've got the looking back at the beach view, and it can sometimes look like a completely different location depending on the angle and where you're at. So it's great to have all these options, and you can really see the clarity in the water there. So we look back towards the beach and the event set up further towards the right. But yeah, still plenty of people down here checking things out. It is, of course, a Sunday here in Australia. So yeah, beautiful Sunday morning.
Absolutely. And it is finals day, so the vibes are high. There's plenty of people here cheering people on as we've got a bit of live action. Looks like Richard Thomas and also Jesse Hinson going for a paddle. Doesn't quite make it into that wave. And you can see already where the water safety are. Earlier, the water was kind of up to their waist, and now it's already at their knees. So tide is draining out quickly. Which does make things a little bit different because it's completely different from the previous heat that you're sitting there watching and thinking, okay, I'm going to sit here. It just changes everything.
Yeah, it certainly does. You can see on screen there, the bottom right-hand corner, Chucker having a little look at this one. Can he paddle into it? Just unable to get that little bit more of forward momentum to get him down the face. It was a committed paddle, so I feel like if he was in a position of priority, you may have just lost it by not catching that wave. But with just over 7 minutes on the clock, he'll head back out and reset. Charles Chucker-Webb, he is from Oceanside in the USA. I have been there, beautiful part of the country. He was the first para-athlete to compete in an open water board race called the Battle of the Paddle. And he was also the first paraplegic to compete in escape from the Rock Alcatraz race. So, yeah, a lot of credits to his name as well. And on screen there, the surfer in yellow, Jesse Hinson. Better looking wave there for Jesse in the yellow. He's in 3rd place. He's chasing a 9.57. Again, he can break that into 2 scores as we watch the Royal Rehab Group replay, Stevie.
Pulling in there, as you can see, Charles Chucker-Webb. It'd be interesting to see who had the priority between those two as they both went for that wave. I'm assuming, because we did see Chucker go earlier, so I'm assuming that Jesse Hinson had the right of way there. But we will find out shortly when the scores drop in.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see as well. We kind of have the side angle. Interesting to know, I guess, from a judge's perspective with whether or not there was, that interfering with the shutdown of the wave, or whether or not they just deem that as a natural shutdown. And again, we didn't know who was in priority at this stage of the heat. With Charles Chucker-Webb, he'd locked in a 3.17, Jesse Hinson a 2.33. If we get any word on that, we will keep you posted. Well, if there was any interferences, it will appear on the live heat scoring system.
Fantastic. You can see just kind of little pulses coming through, rolling around slowly, as we were mentioning. We've got a huge swell actually down towards Sydney and Newcastle at the moment, but it is coming from the south. So unfortunately, yeah, just kind of rolling up the coast straight past us, unfortunately. But we still get a little bit of a pulse wrapping around as it hits the Cape there, giving our athletes a little enough to do something with here for us on finals day.
Yeah, and I mean, you're the local around here, Stevie. It's just,
you always get me with this, man.
I've grown up 20 minutes further south, but you're definitely the local to this area. No. I mean, 20 minutes further north. But it's one of those things, Byron, depending on the swell direction, it does seem to push past here quite often. Mm-hmm. And I've always known Byron to be that little bit more of a settled approach with particular swell direction. So, today it's not quite getting into the bay, but I feel like at the moment it's actually of benefit for finals day, because I feel like Byron is one of those locations, if it does come directly into the bay, it can get huge, but it can also get really straight.
Absolutely, yeah. If it's coming directly from the east, which is actually what we had on the early days at the start of the week, it can get absolute closeouts down along Volonjal. As I've said before, this time of year, autumn, we get those beautiful southwest winds in the morning coming down off the ranges, which makes it the perfect offshore from here along Maine all the way along Volonjal out to Elements there. But if you do have a maxing out kind of size, unfortunately it just makes it unrideable unless you want your face to meet the sand quite a few times. It's
And with our rotation for finals day, with the way the tides are working, I feel like that could have been pretty chaotic. But we've been lucky here. We've got a little pulse in swell, enough to give us good waves for finals days. We watched the current heat leader try and tuck in close to that barreling section. Couldn't quite get under there. But Michael Johnson, he had a great read on it. He knew what he was looking for. He's looking to replace a small score, which, well, it's not that small. It's just his low score at the moment of 5.43 as we watch the Royal Rehab Group replay.
And that was the surfer in white by the looks of it, the Charles Chucker-Webb going for another ride there. It was a really decent sized wave. I don't know if it'll replace his 3.17, but we will see. I was just trying to see if there was a wave limit. I believe there's a wave limit because Michael Johnson, the surfer in red, he's got no more. There we go, 5.23. So we don't have a wave limit. It's all good for the 11 plus waves.
Yeah, I know quite a few years ago there did used to be a 10 wave limit with a lot of competitive surfing. But good to see Michael Johnson breaking through that 10 waves, a 5.23, but unfortunately not able to build on his scoreline. So ever so close, but not quite getting there. He's been the busiest surfer throughout this final. He's locked in a 7.17 and a 5.43 as we see live action on screen. That's the surfer in yellow, Jesse Hinson. He's in fourth place. He's got a 2.33 and a 3.03. Looking to improve, just unfortunately catching a rail through the inside, but he got some work done through that middle section.
There's that beautiful drone shot I was mentioning earlier where you can really see that difference in colour between where we've got the shallower water and the deeper water, and the wave just comes through and hits that sandbank and breaks along that line.
There we go, last of yellow, a 3.43, so Jesse Hinson moves into third place. Now looking for a 9.17. Charles Chucker-Webb in fourth in the white, chasing a 9.43. the moment, it's Richard Thomas in the blue in second place, looking for a mid-range score of 6.61. He's also had 11 waves. As we watch the current heat leader on an absolute bomb.
Oh, that was impressive. 10 out of 10 for commitment.
Yeah, he was certainly committed to that section in the final minute of this heat. That is Michael Johnson in the red. He was looking for a potential victory lap. Support crew on the beach going wild. And, well, surfer in red. I'm not sure he's going to have the time to get back into the lineup.
45 seconds left on the clock there. So Charles Chucker-Webb really needs to take whatever's going to come for him in the next 30 seconds and hopefully improve on his situation. But we will see. No, it doesn't go for that one.
With 25 seconds on the clock, it is Richard Thomas in the blue, sitting in second place. He's within striking distance for the lead if a wave comes through. He's looking for a 6.61, but time could be the enemy. As we see on screen there may be one more little pulse, but will it get to these competitors in time? With 5 seconds on the clock, it might be Michael Johnson from Australia, and there it is. Michael Johnson, the Australian competitor in the red, takes the win of the Sit Waveski men's division presented by Waveski Adventurers. Richard Thomas in the blue in second, Jesse Hinson in the yellow in third, and Charles Chucker-Webb in the white in fourth place.
Absolutely fantastic heat. 12 waves ridden by the surfer in red, so really impressive.
It certainly was an impressive final. We are looking to move into the men's final for the blind and no vision event. Join us back here with all the live action after this short commercial break.
Looking good, eh?
Cano. What do you think, Nonna? Giuramento de che.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Keno feeling.
Hey guys, we're back down here on the sand, and what a day in the bay it is. We're crowning champions left, right and centre. We got another one for you. 2026 champion in the Sit Waveski division, none other than Shell Harbour's MJ, Michael Johnson.
Yeah, so stoked. Very challenging conditions, but yeah, just had to stay busy and get the job done.
Mate, how long have you been riding the waveski for?
Just on 2 years. So had an accident 4 years ago and, got into wave skiing.
So you never rode a waveski prior to the accident?
No, I was a long-time surfer. I surfed for like 25 years and then had an accident. And, just this community's unreal. And, I couldn't ask for a better way to get out of the wheelchair, really.
Mate, you look very comfortable out there. Throughout the week we've had a variety of conditions, but in general it's been pretty fun.
Oh, absolutely. It's testing. We've had big conditions, dumpy conditions, small conditions, very challenging, but you've got to surf everything. So that's part of it.
What about that one photo from day number one? That was just an epic moment in time.
100% going on the garage wall. That was a sick one, yeah.
I'm going to blow it up for you if nobody else does. Mate, anyone you want to say hi to back home?
My young fella Noah, he left yesterday, had to go back home for uni and that, but got the job done, brother. And Wary Board Riders, they've just come on board with a new parasurfing division. And then all the other board riders clubs as well, Northern Beaches and Gold Coast Parasurfers, they're all sick crew, real cool crew.
Yeah, such a good vibe on the sand. Congratulations, mate.
Yeah, thanks, dude.
All right, MJ is the champion. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Tezza. And what a win for Michael Johnson, taking the win in that division. We are back to the live action in the water for the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Ability Support. My name is Britt Nickel, joined in the booth with Stevie. And, Stevie, who have we got in the water now?
We've got Kirk Watson from Australia in red, Steve Fox also from Australia in the yellow, and Thomas De Silva from France sitting out there in white. Currently your heat leader. Looks like we've also had a lot of action, Britt.
We certainly have. So we had some waves caught throughout that interview break. A surfer in white, Thomas De Silva, the French competitor. He's off to an early lead with a 3.67 and a 2.57. Kirk Watson in the red from Australia. He's opened up with a 2.83 and a 0.67. And we've also got fellow Australian competitor Steve Fox out there in the yellow, opened up with a 2.17 and a 0.43, but still early days for this division. This is, of course, the blind no vision division for the men's final. Just over 19 and a half minutes on the clock. And, plenty of time for these competitors to lock in some solid scores. The conditions have been changing throughout the morning, Stevie.
Absolutely, Britt. As you can see on screen there, look at the difference between the tide line. You've got that wet sand there and the ripples not quite getting up to it. You can just see how much it is just dropping and dropping and dropping. You can see even looking at the water there as it suctions out. Really, really drainy. So it's going to get even more difficult for our competitors out there today. But as our previous winner just said, Michael Johnson, you got to surf everything. This is what surfing's about. It's unfortunately the ocean is a cruel mistress, as we've got Kirk Watson in red from Australia up and riding. That was a really nice wave. Gave it a little wiggle and just comes over the back there.
Yeah, nice wave there for Kirk Watson in the red. Really tricky out here for these competitors. We've got beautiful conditions, but again, just a reminder, this is the blind no vision division, so excellent read on this wave here for Kirk as he took off on this one, got to the bottom, keeping that board rail to rail, nice and compressed, and jumped off the back. It was a 4.67 for Kirk Watson in the red. It did take him into the lead, so red in first place, Thomas De Silva in the white now in second, only chasing a 3.84. And Steve Fox in the yellow looking for a 5.33, but early days. So with this division, they do have another surfer out in the lineup with them. They don't push them into the wave or anything like that, but they are assisting these competitors with what the elements are in the lineup. So communicating with these surfers, waves approaching. As we see, surfer in white up and riding. That's Thomas De Silva from France, staying nice and compressed. Beautiful takeoff. We'll wait and see what that score gets locked in as. He's looking to replace a low score of a 2.57 as we see the Royal Rehab Group replay, Stevie.
Absolutely. Really nice bottom turn there. You can see he really had his rail dug in as with the outside rail lifted up there. Just comes off, pretty much steps off into the white water there, and it drops in as a 4.33. So that takes him up to an 8.0. He's winning by 0.5 at the moment as we see Kirk take off on another one.
Yeah, Kirk Watson in the red. He was committed to the paddle, Committed to that wave. He's looking to replace a low score of a 2.83 as we watch the Royal Rehab Group replay, Stevie.
Absolutely, Britt. Pulls it in again. Unfortunately, these are super tricky conditions for our blind no division men's. Benon has been talking all week about if anybody needs that little bit more time, a little bit more open face, it is these guys. So super challenging conditions, but I'm sure all of these surfers are absolutely up to the task.
100%. They've been surfing long enough, and I guess, yeah, they're well experienced with these type of conditions and just conditions all around. You know, they've travelled the world, travelled their own countries nationally, and they know that they're dealing with Mother Nature, whether that's the tide or the swell. But Kirk Watson in the red, a 3.77 for his last wave. It jumps red into first place. So Kirk Watson has a 3.77 and a 4.67.
So this is really interesting. Kirk Watson and Thomas De Silva going tit for tat, back to back, just exchanging waves and exchanging position on the leaderboard.
They certainly are. And, well, Steve Fox in the yellow has had a bit of a sleepy start to this heat, but at the moment he's still only chasing a 6.27. So highly achievable score with just over 15 and a half minutes on the clock. Plenty of time and plenty of opportunity in the lineup for these finalists. It looks like that could be Kirk Watson again. So looks like Kirk Watson might be taking a leaf out of Michael Johnson's book and just staying busy out there and giving himself opportunity.
Absolutely, yeah. I think with the conditions, the way they're looking, they're so tricky to read. It could be a wave that sits up. It might not be a wave, so you may as well just keep going. Take what you can.
Steve Fox had a little look, unable to catch that wave, and, well, Thomas De Silva, he also had a look at that wave as well. Just over 15 minutes on the clock. The situation will remain the same. Kirk Watson in the lead. He is from Sydney, surfs Bungan Beach quite regularly. He's had a silver medal and a bronze in the ISA, and, well, he was the ISA champ in 2024 and the AASP champ in 2024 as well. Sailing, surfing, skiing, he does it all.
Does it all.
He's certainly
versatile. Many talents.
He is, and, well,
look at that beautiful framing there from our camera crew with Nothing Gully sitting right smack bang in the middle. Perfect lines to the horizon there. Isn't it a gorgeous day here in Byron Bay?
It is a beautiful location. The sun is shining. We've got waves. The water clarity's there. The temperature's nice in and out of the water. We had a southerly change come through, so it has cooled the air temp down a little bit, but still very beautiful conditions here in Byron Bay. It is one of those locations in the country and around the world where it's pretty nice all year round, really, as we watch live action in the water, Stevie.
Absolutely. We got Thomas De Silva in white from France. Just a quick in and out on that one. He is a goofy footer there, so on his backhand, which must be extra challenging if considering that we've got the blind no division. It's already challenging on the backhand, and add not being able to see into that mix, and very interesting.
Here we have the surfer in yellow committing to this wave. That's Steve Fox from Australia. Bit of a change direction. I thought he was going to go left and opted to go right before just jumping off there. A little hung up on the heels, but nice wave there for the surfer in yellow. He's already got a 2.17 as we see the Royal Rehab Group replay, Stevie.
As you said, Britt, looks like he's going to go left, but he does a cheeky little fade. Pulls it around, nice redirection. Comes off the back, but I think that's definitely going to improve on his 0.43 score. Oh, and we've just missed another wave from our surfer in red, Kirk Watson. We'll have a look at the replay of that in just a moment, Britt.
13 minutes remaining. That man on screen, Kirk Watson. He is in the lead as we watch the Royal Rehab Group replay. Nice looking wave here. Beautiful momentum. He got a bit of drive through into that section, and, well, I feel like he was looking for the barrel. Got a little shampoo, and judges rewarding Kirk Watson in the red, a 5.33 last of red, so he extends his lead. Surfing yellow, Thomas De Silva in the white, now chasing a 5.67. He's up and riding.
Really impressive that he held on to that one there, Britt. I thought he was going to come unstuck, so that should definitely get rewarded because that was a fully completed maneuver there. If it's going to improve on a 4.33, I'm not sure. As you see, really critical rail engagement there, really deep bottom turn. Unfortunately, doesn't get it quite up on the lip, but we will see what happens. And yeah, it's a 4.43, so improves on his 3.67. Still, unfortunately, needs 1.24 in order to move into first place. But we do have 11 minutes on the clock, or just under 12 minutes, actually. So it's possible.
Still plenty of time remaining as we see a beautiful drone shot there of our location. That's the beach setup. So we've got a heap of tents on the beach, a heap of supporters, the judges, the priority board, the beach commentator. They are working hard down there on the sand. And what a beautiful day. You can see there the tide line. If you look at the dark patches of the sand, that's where the water has already been. So you can see how much water we've lost on this bank since the start of the morning.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a huge difference, as I said earlier. We got Steve Fox. Oh, no, there we go. That was definitely the biggest wipeout of the competition. Do we award biggest wipeout? I think we should.
If we don't, maybe we should put it on the list, because that was a massive drop there from the man in the yellow, Steve Fox from Australia. What a solid takeoff. I was kind of cringing in my chair.
I saw you lean back.
Didn't want any injuries to occur, but it looks like he's okay. Support's paddled across for him. And while they be communicating as he makes his way back into the lineup, you can see there that Steve Fox and his support crew in the water, they've opted for longer equipment, which can assist with the paddle into the wave. With longer boards like that, they're not as responsive, but they're a lot more beneficial with actually catching the waves and getting into the waves early. But with those solid waves that Steve just took off on, they can be quite tricky to get down the face and over the drop.
Yeah, absolutely, Britt. I was just thinking the same thing. It was an interesting choice to be going for a longboard there today and taking off, going directly towards the beach. It's still possible, definitely, on a longboard to be getting these waves, but you want to be angling your board and kind of going sideways with the wave in order to take off. But, of course, being a blind, no-division event, that's a little bit tricky for these guys. They can't really see what's going on. They can't see where the beach is exactly, so...
Yeah, these athletes, they do have in-water support, so they're not hands-on support, but they are their eyes and, well, they're communicating. So you want your support and your athlete to have extremely strong communication skills, because if you don't have that, it can make things really tricky for these competitors. So you want key words. I feel like no and go are too similar. I have heard that with some of the athletes with blind and no vision surfers. It can... create extra challenges. So you need keywords that are well distinguished and separation between that. So these competitors, it's, we've looked at some of the other in-water supports and we talk about the athleticism with those competitors and their supports. They've got to be fit, they've got to be strong, they've got to have that conditioning, but there's that extra element between these competitors and that communication skill.
Yeah, absolutely, Britta. As we see Thomas De Silva pull into another one, unfortunately, cops the curl in the back there. It just knocks him off. But he's still got plenty of time to get back out there and improve on his scores. He needs a 1.24 in order to move in. Well, he needs to beat a 1.24 in order to move into the first place there. But yeah, exactly as you were saying, Britt, you really need that inherent trust, like absolute trust in your spotter. Knowing that they're going to get you into the right wave that's going to give you some scoring potential.
Yeah, 100%. We can see there Kirk Watson in the red. He is in the lead. Speaking of that 1.24, so that's the difference between the scores. The surfer in white, he's looking for a 5.57 for his wave. But if he's wanting to get into that first place, that's the difference, a 1.24 spread between first and second. So... surfer in second place from France. He's looking to improve on his situation. And the surfer in yellow, Steve Fox, also from Australia. He's chasing a 7.5 with 7.5 minutes remaining. I'm not 100% sure where the priority rotation is between these competitors. But it's going to be interesting to see what unfolds in this final back half of the heat. You can see on screen there's a little bit of urgency there from the surfer in white. He had a look at that wave. Opted not to take off or couldn't get it. But you could just see there the conditions, they're changing. It's running off pretty quickly on this bank, and, well, we're still a few hours away from dead low tide.
It is going to be really interesting once we hit that 12:30, 1 o'clock mark. We're going to be at 0.4 meters. So I'm pretty much going to estimate that where those surfers in red are sitting now, that's going to be the edge of the beach. That's going to be where the water is stopping. So
conditions are certainly changing here throughout the day and throughout the morning, but beautiful day here in Byron Bay for the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Ability Support. This is, of course, the Blind No Vision men's finals. Steve Fox from Australia in the yellow. This is a better looking wave here for the competitor in the yellow. He's in third place, chasing a 7.5. And, well, you can see how shallow it is there. It was pretty much knee deep.
absolutely, Brett. That was a really nice wave. That really sat up perfectly for him and for his equipment there. Looks like he's riding, I can't even tell what he's riding. Looks like a quad there. He's got a little quad set up on that log.
Yeah, I couldn't quite see, but he definitely had a nicer looking wave to work with, and you could see that he was able to maintain that momentum and speed, so you could be right there with the quad setup. On screen, we've got a competitor having a look. Thomas De Silva from France, double up section, massive turn. Can he get the completion? I feel like there's just that little bit of extension where he might have been able to hit the compression. But great commitment to the section there from the surfer in white with just under 5.5 minutes remaining in this men's final.
Fantastic. As we zoom down the beach there with our drone, heading towards Main Beach there, you can almost see the wreck, and just have a look at all the sand movement there, Britt, on the right-hand side of the screen, and all the free surfers up here towards Main Beach and the wreck. Absolutely postcard picture perfect day here in Byron Bay. You've got Mount Warning or Wollumben in the background there, that little peak that is actually a volcanic plug from prehistoric times. Which is why we have such a nice little bay here. We're actually sitting in a volcanic crater. And here we go, Kirk Watson, live action. Pulls it around, nice redirection back, sticks it out a little bit longer and comes off the back there.
And, well, last of yellow, Steve Fox is going to be happy with that one, a 5.5. That puts the surfer in yellow back in the game. He's still in third position, but he's now only chasing a 4.5. So if he gets a replica of the wave that he just caught, he would be in first place. So the door has opened up, but will time be the enemy? Or, well, the priority rotation? It depends. There's 4 minutes on the clock.
Absolutely. We've got a combination of factors coming into this one as well. Will the waves come through in time? Will it sit up perfectly for him coming from the right direction? Does he have the priority for it? It's nail-biting stuff here, Britt. It's anybody's game right now, which is really awesome.
And look at that overhead view of our setup. You can see all the tents there on the grass. That's our event site. And, well, we've got that event site down on the beach as well, on the sand. And look at that. Look at the view. You can really see that tide line and how much further it was up the beach this morning when that high tide around 6:30 was in play. And, well, yeah, it's still draining out. We've still got another few hours before it's dead low.
Absolutely. We've also got a change in wind direction as well. So you can see a little bit more texture on the water there. The wind's starting to swing towards the east. So it's going to come from the southwest. We're moving south-southwest. Then it's going to go south. And by the afternoon, we're going to be looking at a south-southeast wind. So almost a complete little pendulum swing there in the wind direction.
And for any of us that aren't local or tuning in, what does that mean for changing conditions, Stevie?
In a combination with the low tide, I think it's good. I mean, we're already looking at challenging conditions. It's going to make it even more challenging for our competitors this afternoon. But as we've been saying, we've got some world-class people in our finals day to day, so they're going to be able to show us what they're made of. Yes, it's going to be challenging, but they're up to the task. I know that they will be. We're going to see some excellent surfing.
Yeah, and excellent surfing is the aim of the game here for this event. This, of course, is the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Ability Support. These are world-class athletes. Kirk Watson in the lead for this men's final blind no vision event. Well, he's been a world champ. He has a silver medal and a bronze in the ISA World Championships, but he was also the ISA World Champion 2024 and the AASP Champ in 2024 also. So, yeah, Kirk Watson, he's looking for another win with just over a minute and a half on the clock. Will another wave come through for Thomas De Silva from France and Steve Fox also from Australia? They are within striking distance. White looking for a 5.57 for the lead and yellow looking for a 4.5. 1.5 minutes on the clock. We've got some pulse in the lineup. Will it get to these competitors in time? I feel like it is. So there's going to be another opportunity. Who is in priority would be interesting.
Thomas De Silva going for a scratch, paddling hard, giving it a kick. Unfortunately, just a little bit too far out of range there. It's going to be tricky, and finding the right spot to sit again is as the waves hit that sandbank, they're just sitting up, and you need to be getting to your feet. As we've got Steve Fox, surfer in yellow. Oh no! Just comes unstuck, falls off the back, leaves it open for surfer in red. It'll be interesting to see what happened. That's so unlucky for Steve. I think that was opening up for a really beautiful ride.
Yeah, I was on the edge of my seat for that one, Stevie. We're in the final minute. I thought that Steve Fox was going to be onto another decent number. Great takeoff. Got to the bottom of the wave and it kind of closed out. Just probably extended that little early, got hung up on the heels. But Kirk Watson, he's already on the sand, the surfer in red. He's hoping that nobody else catches a wave at this point with 15 seconds on the clock. The man in the red from Sydney, Bungan Beach, he is looking for another win. The men's final blind no division event. Chook on the beach, that is his support. There you go, the congratulations between the athlete and his support team. It looks like Kirk Watson, he takes the win in the men's final blind no vision event. We'll be moving into our next division, below knee standing women's final. Malou Menzies, Laurie Phipps and Ella Crossling. We are going to cut to a short commercial break. Stay with us and join us with all the live action. I'm here at Urban Surf supporting the BrightSky and Affordability Adaptive Surfing event, and super excited to see first-timers to people like Sam Bloom who have competed on the world stage.
Got over 30 surfers here registered to jump in the water with us today, and there's a real buzz, lots of excitement. BrightSky and Forward, we've been around for 64 years supporting people with spinal cord injury, and through BrightSky we're able to fund an event like this.
I'm excited, it's electric out here, so much energy. There's a huge crew, the weather has turned it on, it's going to be a sick day, I'm super keen, get some waves with some mates.
We're lucky to have Sam Bloom here. She's a great ambassador for forward ability support, but also a great advocate for surfing.
sick event. It's cool to have so many surfers out here and wild setup with Urban Surf and BrightSky and Cywood, and yeah, it's going to be bad.
You couldn't get a better setup for getting into surfing for adaptive athletes.
It's incredible that BrightSky and Affordability have put this event on and have made it happen, and yeah, obviously with the support of Cywood. So no, it's awesome. I hope we'll do many more events like this.
Hi guys, back down here on the sand, crowning champions in the Bay on what is an incredible day of action here at this AASP event, and the VI champion for 2026. Give it up, Kurt Watson.
Thanks, mate.
Congratulations, mate. Came down to the wire.
Yeah, no, it was blowing offshore. It was small, but yeah, just had to be very careful when coming off in there. It was very shallow.
Yeah, man. I mean, in general, we've had some pretty fun waves here at Byron this week. Some nice weather and good waves.
Yeah. The Wednesday was a bit more size, bit more what I'm used to. Bit more face to work with. But yeah.
Yeah, man. Like, hey, you had some serious competition this year as well. But I wanted to go back in time to the moment where you had a little collision with the pier. You seemed like you've healed pretty good from that stuff.
Yeah. So Thomas, who's first time in Australia, he's from France. He got the win over there. So I was pretty happy to get him this time on a home soil.
You got him back. Yeah. Mate, and just quickly, you're from Bungan Beach, Northern Beaches. Do you want to, the camera's just in front of you there. Do you want to look into the camera and say anything to the people back home?
Just thanks to the Northern Beaches Parasurfers and Manoeuvres Board Riders Club. We compete with them each month. And yeah, we just, it's great to have Chook, my guide. He's another Mona local. Yeah. So yeah, good.
Awesome, mate.
Thank you.
Congratulations, and it's back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you so much, Teza, and good on you, Kirk. What an amazing performance in that one. We are now in our below-knee standing division women's final heat with Malu Mendes from Brazil with a 2.83 for her first wave. Lori Phipps representing France with a 1.17, and Ella Crosling representing Australia in yellow. So just up there, looks like that'll be the first ride. This is Ben Way in the booth with Stevie Lee Ginger. It's been great to have you, and really, really fun listening to you and Britt call that last one. Some pretty tough conditions for our buddy Chuck out there, and all the other competitors in wave ski, as it's just draining out and the bottom's dropping out of these things.
Absolutely, Ben. Yeah,
he said he hit the sand on one, and Jesse Billauer also told me that he had hit the sand. As we had Lori Phipps, nice, always smooth and controlled, super great style with always those relaxed arms. She's so graceful, and she got a 3.67 for that one, riding her dad's shapes. Mark Phipps has been down here hanging around with all the crew. And Phippsy shapes a lot of the boards for the able-bodied surfers from Team France in our other events in the ISA.
Yeah, fantastic. I was actually able to take Laurie and her dad out to the McTavish factory, and luckily Bob was there. So Mark got to have a little fangirl moment and talk shop with Bob McTavish for about 20 minutes. So
thanks to you, I did that too 2 years ago. Yeah. That was just a dream, man. And he has got such the best energy. And you'd still think he was 15 years old with the energy and the excitement that he has talking about surfboards.
I believe he is in his 80s now. So, yeah, he's the eternal Grom. He's always frothing, always asking, where have you been surfing? Where are you going to go? And then gives you tips. It's a fantastic privilege to be able to know him.
Oh, it's so exciting. And, him and his son Ben doing all the shapes out there. And I remember it was 2 years ago that we have some live action. Ella Crosling looked like she was splitting the peak. We'll see with who on the other side there. But they had made an amazing wild ASIM design that Steph Gilmore brought down here when she came to visit us.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got the little replay here. Looks like Ella Crossling split the peak with...
I think that's Malou on
the right-hand side of our screen. Just an up and down, but that's okay. Just getting the feel of the conditions out there. It is challenging, but this is surfing. You got to surf in all the conditions, so... Show us what you're made of.
Also, yeah, as a competitor, you better practice in the junkiest surf that you can because you're going to need to perform in that at some point. No one can control where the heat draws are or what the tide's going to be like when you end up getting thrown out there. But Malou Mendez put a 3.40 on to move into the lead position. Malou's been a strong competitor for a long time. She had a gold medal in the 2020 ISA World Para Surfing Championships, and she's the 3-time champion of ASP from 2022 to 2024. So fierce competitor out there. Lori is always a very, very strong competitor. And Ella, I wasn't able to get any bio information. I looked through previous years of the Udukanjis, and so I'm looking forward to finding out more information about her. As we had, I believe that was Lori up and riding.
Laurie in white with I recognize that pink board there. We, on the lay day, got to, as I said, we went out to McTavish and then we went over to Suffolk wave hunting and found just a little peak. And unfortunately, Laurie didn't go out, but her partner, Adam Land, who is our head of water safety, took that magic pink board out. So I can recognize that pink board anywhere.
I just had a full-on flashback. I remember in California, one of the ISAs, she had a similar shape that was painted like a watermelon all the way down to the seeds in it. It was so cool. So we got some scores. Malou Mendez is the daughter of one of the most revered pro surf coaches, Paulo Kidd, in Guarujá in Sao Paulo. And he was the coach for people like Jesse Mendez, Richard Cardoso, and many, many more. And so she's been surfing since she was 3 around Brazil's top talent. So she was on a road to success from day one, and also being supported. It looks like we're going to have some live action. She was still a little paddle there. She's been supported with equipment by Cabianca, which is Gabriel Medina's shaper, and putting her on some top-notch boards. And so it's great to have her here. We have a Luciano Nem here from Brazil as well. So we have a little bit of a Brazilian contingent here. Of course, in our World Championships, we'll have a huge team of Brazilian parasurfers. We have those stiff offshores and this low tide is a pretty tricky combo because everything gets held up and just falls down all at once.
Absolutely. We were just talking about it before with Britt. You can see that the wind has slightly swung. It's just going to slowly kind of pendulum swing from the southwest around to the southeast today as we hit that low tide. As you can see, the spray is kind of going straight back off the wave instead of coming off over towards the right of the screen. So that shows us the wind direction there.
So that should favor the left, to holding the lefts open a little bit, huh?
Absolutely, yeah.
Cool. We haven't seen many lefts ridden, and we haven't seen too many high scores. As we have Lori Phipps, nice run on this one, beautiful control, banks off that end section, almost hits her fins on the sand, but she's got such an amazing style, and she's got such a solid stance on her board.
Absolutely. As we go into the Royal Rehab Group replay, beautiful bottom turn. This is a really great wave selection for Lori. Might not be the biggest wave, but at least the face is staying nice and open, giving her some scoring potential there. So we'll see what that wave drops in at soon. I'm sure it'll be bigger than her 2.50. So we'll see if it's more than it is. There we go. We've got a 6.67, putting Lori Phipps of France into first position on our Bologna standing women's final. How exciting.
Yeah, so she was needing just, I think it was a 2.56 to pop in the lead. I was thinking, I'm pretty confident that it should be higher than that. It was double what she needed, so looking really good.
I like to hedge my bets as we go. Laurie on another one. I don't ever want to be red-faced because I do that enough anyway. So it's one way to avoid being red-faced.
So we've been having an amazing time down here, and of course we love Stevie Lee Ginger and Mom Debbie, who's keeping everyone fed, keeping these athletes all proteined up for their heats. We've got, I think, 4 times the morning restaurant infrastructure for all of our athletes in the morning. So keeping everyone charged up, and basically before we could probably find food anywhere in Byron, we were all fed and ready to go for our day. So we always thank them. And all of the rest of the staff in there, keeping us well charged up and charging up our batteries in the morning. So Lori Phipps, as you were saying, just on her way back out, tried one out under priority. She's got the freedom to just test a couple things out, 0.83, but you're starting to see how shallow that is from the drone angle.
Laurie giving us a little wave. Look at that water, Ben. Oh, sparkling champagne clarity.
It is
so
unbelievable.
Beautiful.
It's beautiful here, and we've been really lucky to, I would say, last year and the year before, just where they're sitting, there would be this big, deep pool, and then over the left of your screen is where the actual shoreline would start. So these guys would have been sitting in a completely different area, but that big pool of water previously gave us some trouble through certain heats as the waves would break and just fizzle out into nothing into deep water. Or we'd have backwash actually coming off that pool and giving us a warble. So even though it's fast and quick and a little bit zippy conditions, we don't have any of those other factors. And I think from the low tide to the high tide, all of the competitors across all the divisions have more of an even playing field.
Absolutely, Ben. As you go, Malu pulls into a really nice wave, goes off for the bottom turn. Unfortunately, doesn't just get to that high line, and it is such a fast wave at the moment, so it just got away from her there.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the difference in equipment between Laurie and Malu. Malu's on real high performance shortboard. Here we go, off the bottom there. But by the time her board gets up to speed, takes a little bit longer than Laurie being able to kind of glide in a little bit earlier, come into the wave with more speed and kind of carry it a bit longer. So the energy that they need behind the spectrum of equipment there is a little bit different.
Mm-hmm.
And if Malu can get a little bit bigger wave, she's going to be able to do more dynamic turns, and that will feed into her score too. So it's anyone's game, and Ella has gotten two waves. Ella's also on something similar to Laurie, as you can see there, a little bit fuller nose. And on these kind of closed out days, especially with the offshore can kind of keep that wider nose from pushing down the face, but at the same time, you also have a chance of taking off from farther out.
Malu just had a little look there, decided not to go. Yeah, absolutely, Ben. That's look at the size of this one coming through. That's a monster. But
got a little double up on that one.
Yeah, we definitely, I mean, if I was out there, I wouldn't be going for those waves that have the full face, the full line. You want to be looking for those little peaks that don't really have a shoulder, because then that's going to just sit up as it comes and breaks along the sandbank. And that's what Laurie got earlier, which got her that really nice 6.67 score.
What I was talking to Britt earlier about was choosing what number of the set wave that you choose and letting that first one go to fill it up a little bit and leave some residual water on top of the bar.
Totally.
Has worked out for some of the riders. So then if you're clustered up with everyone with priority and you kind of let everyone else have the ones before, sometimes at certain tides it seems like it gets better as the sets kind of push through.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all a mental game and a strategy game, and yeah, really locking in and reading the conditions and getting to know that, which I'm sure Laurie does. Her and her dad have been staying just up the road here at the caravan park up at Main Beach, so they've been surfing the wreck. They've been keeping their eye on this wave and this particular bank, and yeah, it's paying off, isn't it?
This year the wrecks had some pretty good sand, actually.
Yeah.
And there's a couple of days where the swell was kind of probably a little bit sheltered from the pass and reaching over there a little bit. As we have live action, I'm liking this one. That's the one you were just talking about.
Yep.
Laurie off the top, able to redirect it off of the lip line. And she's still going. I love how she's so good at moving her stance. I've even seen her cross step on those mid lengths before.
How good.
And if she got a 6.67 for that previous nice ride, let's see, we pick this apart.
Absolutely. Comes down off the bottom, up the top, just coasting along there, keeping the rail engaged in trim, and really trying to maximize the scoring potential, going all the way to the shore, and steps off to show the judges that, yep, she's finished at 7.50 for Laurie Phipps. She's in the lead by a 5.44, so it is still possible, just under 8 minutes remaining for Malou to get back at her. But yeah, as I said, Ben, those are the waves that you want because they're the ones that are opening up.
And great point about the end there. You want to show the judges that you finished the wave and the wave didn't finish you.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we got 7 minutes and 15 seconds. Looking forward to Ella getting some better waves. She hasn't found any of those kind of longer stretchers. Malou as well. She's taken off some bigger waves, but they've all closed out. Malou's third wave, she was able to get a little redirection there, but all very talented surfers. It's just a matter of who has the pick of the best waves when those waves come in, but time goes by quickly here.
It really does, especially when we're talking shop and talking nerdy tech things, which I love to do with you. You have so much knowledge, and it's fantastic just to think about everything that goes into surfing. Like there's so many different factors. Your board choice, where you're sitting on the wave, all the natural elements, how much time you've spent in the water getting used to these conditions. Like I love surfing.
I absolutely love surfing, and the amazing thing about these World Championships of Parasurfing is that you've got all these additional elements, from prosthetics to boards to help you keep you on the board for the prone guys. There's so many things at play, and each of those little things being dialed in can just give you that competitive advantage. And one thing I got really excited about before I came here was all of the prosthetic technology. And I binge watched on YouTube. And I there's actually not enough about adaptive as we have live action. Malou, she's got such a solid stance, and she's such a powerful surfer. I just want to see a little bit more face under her so we can see her. She throws a lot of spray when she puts it on rail, and we haven't gotten the wave that allows her to do that. So now we can see this is our mobile judging tent where we have Nick Zippy Pearson and his talented judges here. We're able to move up and down the beach and set up the contest area on the best bar. And they're on the right side. That's the priority board, so that surfers can look in and see who gets the choice of the next wave. That would be starting on the left from 1 to 4 in a 4-man heat. We just got 3 people, so 3 colors on those boards, and those will move back and forth around as each surfer gets the wave. Yellow had the first pick. She did try to paddle for that one, so unfortunately next in line is going to move up, and then she'll go back to the back of the line. But with just under 5 minutes, she'll still have plenty of time to get a wave.
Yeah, for sure. And we've got a surfer in red, Malou, taking a look with this one. Just another up and down there. Yeah, it seems like wave selection might be something that's affecting Malou in this particular heat. But I am so stoked for these girls because I don't know if you remember their last heat a couple of days ago. It just went flat for these girls, and it was a really slow, tough heat for them. So I'm stoked that there's actually waves coming in for them that they're able to surf. As we see Ella going for another one, decides to pull off again as we're going just under 4 minutes now, with Laurie is in the lead by 5.44.
We're increasingly seeing that beach get bigger and bigger as that wet spot that this crew is walking on right now is where the waves were breaking a little bit earlier. So this beach is going to stretch out, and luckily there's some uneven spots on the sandbar, so it doesn't necessarily that it's going to get shallower and shallower where the waves are breaking. There might be a couple little deep little gullies. You never know what it's going to do as it moves along that area. And we have our Brazilian support team. This young man on the right was helping do some translation for Luciano Nem, who will be coming up in our stand division. And it's pretty cool.
How good. We love to see the youth involved. Oh, look at that beautiful shot out over the bay there.
So Jade Bennett was wanting to compliment him and say how excited they were to have Team Brazil here. And that young man.
Kenji's still on the beach, still celebrating. Sorry.
He's known as Happy Kenji time, but no one's happier now than after getting a world championship, another one. And so he is one stoked dude. Malu, a little late into that one, unfortunately.
Laurie went for a left there. It'll be nice to see the replay from that one.
But, yeah, back onto the YouTube. Well, we got some fun stuff happening. Team Brazil. Galera do Brasil.
And here we go for the Royal Rehab Group replay. Laurie taking the left there. Doesn't quite sit up as nice as her previous rights, but that's okay. She has still got a solid lead at the moment as we just approach the 2-minute mark. Back to our crazy Brazilian support team down there on the beach. Everybody's absolutely loving it. Beautiful day here in the Bay. Everything's just turning on for our finals day of our 2026 event, Ben.
Yeah, this has been absolutely amazing. And so the 7.50 was the previous one. Last of Laurie, 2.17. Doesn't factor in, but she's in a pretty commanding lead at the moment. But I'd spoken earlier about how relaxed her upper body is, and her style is so good. But that was like a little body language of, this thing's not going to let me do anything. And a nice solid drop. That's one of the more controlled drops that Malu's had. She got a little bit hung up on some of those previous ones. 2.40, unable to do any rail work. She is amazing when she's got some room to move. But we got a bunch of the crew down on the beach. That is the Annie Goldsmith's clan. And Annie is so stoked to take the world title there.
Yeah, we are so stoked for Annie. She puts in the hard yards all year.
I said world title. We still got 3 more events. Sorry.
Getting ahead of yourself
This
there,
event title. But there we have Tomoki Fujiwara. He was out there earlier in our prone division. And, yeah, there's beginning to be more and more beach to enjoy for these guys as that water just sucks dry.
Yeah.
But we do have a lot more heats to do, and I think we will get over the dead low and have it pushing in by the time we're finishing off our day, right?
Absolutely, yeah. We've got the low scheduled for about 1:20 p.m. today. So Malu, nice little double up, pulls it in, but again, just kind of closes out in front of her.
Bottom dropped out on that one. It's amazing she kept the nose out.
Pretty impressive, but we've just got 5 seconds remaining, and it looks like Laurie Phipps, surfer in white from France, is going to take that one out. There goes the buzzer. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the gays, the theys. Laurie Phipps, your below knee standing women, taking that one out, with Malu Mendez from Brazil taking second and Ella from Australia coming in third.
Amazing stuff. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll hear some words from Laurie Phipps with Tessa McKenna just after these messages.
Hi guys, down here with Laurie Phipps from France, who has just taken the title. Laurie, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
What a beautiful week it's been here in Byron Bay.
Oh, it's just so perfect. I love coming here every year. It's like the most ideal conditions. The water's warm, the sun's out, the vibes are amazing. It's always a pleasure to be here.
Whereabouts in France are you from?
I'm from Senyos. It's right next to Hossegor in the southwest.
Okay, there's some beautiful waves down there. And even sweeter, you're riding your dad's shape.
I know. I think that's what makes it so special for me. I've said it so many times, but being able to be out there and surfing with so many amazing people on my dad's boards, on my dad's creation, just makes it even more special and really close to my heart.
Did you want to say anything in French down the camera?
Merci tout le monde qui me regarde de la maison. I also wanted to ask the two girls I was competing with to come in with me because I think everyone's just amazing and I really wanted everyone to be in this with me. So congrats to all the girls. Well done, everyone, and hopefully see you all next year.
Yes.
Congrats, Laurie.
All right, make some noise for Laurie Phipps, our champion. Back to you in the booth.
Yeah, Tazza McKenna bringing it, and Laurie, what a great person, and great to bring all the crew in there for the little camera moment. They're all friends on the beach once they get out of their heat, out of the water.
Yeah, buddy.
Out of his heat, out of the water is in the booth with me, Ben Way, is Charles Chaka Webb.
Yeah, buddy.
And heard you tested out the sandbar a little bit. A couple riders have today.
Yeah, it is. We were hoping for better conditions. The forecast was a little bit better. But we got what we got, and then the conditions aren't bad, you know what I mean? But it's just breaking on the sandbar. The swell did not fill in as projected, so we're left with a little surf. And I didn't surf my best, and those guys got some good waves, and I had a few good decent waves, but didn't do anything with them. So I've made the final every year here. This year, due just to the number. Here you go, Luciano.
All right, here we got Nem from Brazil. Gets a quick hit there. It is not easy, we saw in that previous heat, to get to your feet and actually be able to fit something in this tight little compact low tide conditions. And Luciano Nem, there we got Michael Foti and Veda. I finally got her to boogie. She was she didn't. And here we go.
So
pulling in Katsan. Didn't get the knee off the board. That's the way he gets up. And so in this division, it's anyone with an above the knee here we go. Pulls it in. He's still got a nice little head dip on the drop knee there.
But he does need to get his knee off the board to
Yep.
have that to be a scoring wave. So.
And so we're getting back, and you can see how it's really clamping down. But we could see in the girls' heat before, the women's heat before, that you get to your feet and it all clamps down, and you pretty much have no room to get to the face unless you pick off a good one.
It was quick, and it's breaking really fast right now on the sandbar. The sandbar it's very shallow. I did hit the sandbar on one of those waves, and numerous people are hitting the sandbar. So it looks like they might have scored that for Naomichi at a 6.50.
And I can't tell. Looks like someone kind of went into that one prone. I don't think that was good.
It looked like Terry McGrath. It looked like yellow, but
Okay.
not sure.
So Terry did a great job in the Aussie titles. He won the chance to jump onto the team with the Irukanjis this year, wherever the ISA Parasurfing Championship ends up to be.
Mm-hmm.
And
we'll see what happens.
Luciano Mercindo Silveira, 5.67. They're definitely rewarding him for being able to hit that wave. Normally they wouldn't score unless Katsan's knee leaves the board, so we may have to check over that again.
Yeah.
But Katsan definitely has a high degree of injury, and it's hard. It's really hard for him to get up to his feet. Once he gets to his feet, he rips.
Both of his legs are injured, and that's why he qualifies at a minimum requirement, because both of his legs are affected by his disability. But it looks like Luciano jumped into the lead with that second wave of a 3.0.
So Luciano was the ISA World Champion 2024 and 25 and Brazilian Champion 2025. Strong competitor, surfing for 35 years. And he was born with a bone condition in his right leg. Who do we got on this one?
Well, that was Naomichi again.
So that was Katsan.
These little rights are starting to reel in. If you can get in the right spot, you might be able to get a couple turns in. It's very quick right now, so if you don't get a soft corner, you're getting a fast runner, and you got to really do something with it quickly.
Yeah, and it also seemed like there's a difference between the first set wave, the second, and the third, to where it seems like if you let the first one go by, it leaves a little bit of water on the bar,
right,
and helps it to kind of open up. That looked like Luciano on that one. Terry McGraw stretching this one through. And so these guys, although it is a division that's a little tougher to get to your feet, they're doing a great job of getting some nice rides. As you could see Nem getting the barrel off on the other side, splits the peak with Terry here, getting some glide on that one. So we will get a score for him. That was the first ride for him in that heat, 2.73.
Yep. And you can see it's a beautiful day. The conditions, you couldn't ask for much more.
Oh, it's so nice. And we do have a lot of finals to run. So scheduling got us started in a little bit higher tide than this. We're going to see it drain out, and we're going to see it come back and improve towards the end of the day. So
the tide is still dropping out. It's going to be low around 1 o'clock, so we still have some more time where the tide's going to affect the surf. It's been pretty tough all morning to catch a really good wave. We've had some really good scores pop on the board, and if you can get that one, it's really going to get rewarded, but it's tough.
So this is our priority panel that shows that Katsan has the first pick. Craig can pick the wave after that. Terry and Nem that we just saw riding again. Luciano's been keeping pretty busy there. And we'll see another score from him. He comes from Joaquina Beach in Florianopolis, Brazil. And, man, he's got a big line of sponsors here. A lot of these riders are looking for sponsors. And as I've been asking all the way down to Jesse Billauer was like, man, I don't have any sponsors right here. And but
some little sets coming in.
What do we got here?
Somebody
Scratching?
Scratching for one. It's hard to see with that. That glare on the water. It's really tough to see. And there's the judging booth.
Yep. Nick Pearson, Zippy, and our panel of talented judges. And that was the same. Those were the same judges in our Aussie titles just before this. So they got a great warm-up with the parasurfing just before this competition.
And this is Zippy's third year at the event, so he's getting all the experience, all the knowledge. He's passing it on. They're making sure that they're getting some great scores and keeping consistency through the event. So getting a little lull here. And you can see that just the conditions are prime time. And the forecast was forecast for a really great little swell to hit the bay. The swell just switched directions a little bit. And because we're tucked in here in the bay, if it doesn't hit the right way, it just doesn't really hit.
Yeah, it's a big sheltered loop as we work our way all the way up to the pass. We're starting to see this left. Someone pulled in there, and as Stevie Lee Ginger was letting me know that the wind is supposed to turn southeast, so it's going to be blowing into those lefts, helping to open it up a little bit. And so for any of our goofy footers or the regular footers that like surfing backside, we'll see a couple more left options than we did yesterday.
Yeah, Luciano Silveira took off on that left. And here goes somebody on the right. Looks like
Katsan. There we go.
Katsan trying to get to his feet.
So Katsan's pretty classic. He's pretty avid on Instagram. There we have our Japanese support, a couple local kids down here, and I saw that kid in the brown trunks, and I said, dude, you've been on TV a bunch. He was super stoked.
Yeah, of course.
But Katsan loves showing his daily adaptive workout on his Instagram, and you can check him out at Katskakun. I'm pretty sure that's what it is, but he shows how the surf is, a couple waves from every day in practicing, and then whatever cool Japanese lunch that he had. That's his pattern of his everyday deal.
Look at the Team Japanese down there. Team Japan, excuse me.
So they're doing
dancing it up.
Looks like a little Okinawan dance festival down there. Here we have Terry McGraw finding some stretch. He's got such a smooth style, like that nice tight stance.
He's got that old school longboarder style.
Yeah, and he rides something in the 7-foot range, nice in the middle. A little bit similar to what Lori Phipps was out on, and just getting that stretch and that glide, so showing the benefits of the different equipment.
And it seems like the smaller waves are giving people the more opportunity to catch a little bit more open face.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's the unfortunate thing for Malou in that last heat is she was riding real high-performance equipment that takes a little more juice and didn't quite get the waves. But when you got that glide, that's a little advantage in being able to get in early and also keep that speed for some longer rides.
That helps a lot to just be able to catch some waves. The longer boards in the waveski division also were catching waves a little easier. Mike Johnson was just a beast in that division. So, but you can see the long boards are gliding into some of this a little bit quicker, getting out front. That's what you need to get those higher scores. And, of course, being able to snap, do something at the end, good snap at the end or a good exclamation point, it always makes a big difference on the score line.
Yeah, and that's at these conditions, if we had some more size and it was coming clamping down, that's the difference of you being able to get down the face nice and smooth and early or becoming a part of the lip and coming down with it all. So
just being able to get out and draw a line on the face, it's some of these waves it's just a quick drop. And there's Naomichi, and he is your 2024 AASP World Champ. Your 2025 World Champ is Colin Cook. Unfortunately, he didn't make the trip this year, and having been affected by the rains, and here's the replay of Naomichi and somebody else down the beach, but your current world champ in this division, Colin Cook, dealing with that Maui rainstorm and the flooding, and we're wishing you the best, champ. We love you, and we miss you, and we're praying that you that your house recovers and that you're able to get back.
Yeah, and Colin Cook was someone that controlled that division. Then we have Grace Kennedy coming up soon in the unassist prone final with Lori Foti. And Kayla Wopitz, I think she may have had to go home yesterday. We'll see if she'd stuck around. But she said that her air ticket hadn't allowed to make her all the way to the finals, which would be a bummer. So that would mean that'll be a two-man heat. She had the only piece of equipment that I've shaped in this entire parasurfing event, as we have Terry McGraw not quite get his feet on that one. But you can see that thing, that's just starting to suck dry and all the ocean's falling over that little shelf off of the beach. So it's getting trickier and trickier.
Replay of Terry McGrath taking a second to get to his knees, but says, you know what, I'm not doing it.
But Colin Cook was the first in 2019 U.S. Open, first in 2020, and second in the world in 2021. So a lot of the big names that held down these classifications aren't here this year.
Yeah.
And so it's opening the doors for some new people.
And we're having a little replay right here coming up maybe. But right now it looks like Naomichi Katsukura with a two-wave score of a 10.67, sitting on a 6.50 and a 4.17. Luciano Silveira from Brazil with a two-wave score of a 9.97, sitting on a top score of a 5.67. Naomichi Katsukura trying to get up right there. Or, excuse me, that was Luciano Silveira. Sorry about that. It's really hard to see with the glare right here. Once the angle changes, but you can see how it's just coming in, slamming on that sandbar. And if you're in the right spot, you can get a nice little runner. If you're not in the right spot, it's pretty much a drop-in turn. And if you can get to one snap, maybe you might be able to get. So it's just all in wave selection.
One thing that I'm seeing now with the unassisted prone coming up, we saw with prone assist with the men's that if they could make the drop, they'd have a chance to do a couple rail exchanges on the inside. All that water's gone now, so they're going to basically, where those guys were able to get tack on a couple more points, the fins are going to be dug into the sand. So you're going to have to get in there early.
It's
and
just a little ledge. You just got to get over it. Once you do, you're either getting a little bit of open face or you're just trying to survive.
So while we're seeing some live action, White taking a paddle there. We're down to 5 minutes, but yeah, I'm just recalling some of the Brazilian surfers that would have been in this division, not necessarily in the ASPs, but back in the day of the ISAs. Mike Richards, Rafael Luders, Jackson Passos de Santos. Those guys are probably watching.
Mike Richards.
They would have been in this. Oh yeah, Mike Richards was 2022 U.S. Open champion, ASP.
Yeah, and he's an ASP world champ, I believe, as well. Let me check my records. Let me check my facts, Ben.
So Mike Richards comes from the same place that Malu does, Guarujá, in Sao Paulo.
Yeah, he scored a couple of 10s at the U.S. Open, I know for sure. He might have scored a perfect heat. If I remember correctly, the only perfect heat scored at the U.S. Open in the 8-year history is Mike Richards. But I could be wrong about that. But I know he's put up some 10s, and the guy can surf like a monster. So let me check. I'm looking for through my papers. We got the mayor of Byron Bay in here with us, passing through, taking pictures. So this event, bringing out all the stars.
Yes, we just had another wave. Red and Terry McGrath.
Now, do you pronounce his name McGrath or McGraw? Because there's a TH at the end.
Us crazy Americans say McGrath, but here they say McGraw.
All right, well.
We figured that out during the Aussie titles when we were with Tez McKenna calling all the beach announcing. And it is getting dry out there. This is getting really tough for these riders to find any time to get to their feet. Of course, in this above knee stand, it's any surfer who rides in a standing position with an upper limb amputation or congenital or impairment equivalent. So it takes a lot more time, a lot more to swing their prosthetic and get that thing seated on the board. And so these guys are doing an amazing job in some pretty dumpy shore break at the moment. But we got a lot of crew down on the beach supporting all of these amazing parasurfers from around the world. 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
I'm just looking through some stuff, Ben.
You're in the library.
There we go. Here we go. I'm in the library, bro. 2023.
No wonder it's so quiet over there.
2023 world champ Mike Richards. All right, so let me just get to it. You know,
I know.
He's an ASP world champ. He's a U.S. Open champ. He's a super champ. But
my notes say 2022 also.
Well, let me look at my notes, and I'll see if my notes compare with your notes.
You keep using that Dewey Decimal System to go find your favorite book. So we got 2 minutes remaining.
2022 ASP World Champ. So Mike Richards, a two-time AASP World Champ, traveling the tour for 2022 and 2023. So glad that you could give me some info I already had, and I could give you some info.
Yep, not much of a scholar, but I do my studying.
You do.
So we got a minute and 30 seconds. There is the beautiful beach out front. We are in Byron Bay, New South Wales, Australia. It is a picture-perfect day. It's about almost 80 degrees out here now that we're getting towards the midday.
And here goes, looks like White trying to scratch into that one. Craig McFadden. Nice shot of some of the volunteers, some of the spectators here on the beach at Byron. It's a busy day in Byron Bay. And the World Tour has come to town. And here we go, crowning champions. And it looks like Team Japan right there cheering everybody on, cheering Naomichi Katsukura on. And yeah, it's a beautiful day. The conditions are just beautiful. We're going to have to check on what's being scored here, but we got a little lull in the action right now. It looks like everybody's scratching up the point, scratching across there. Little right-hander coming in.
Yeah, this could be a good wave. Gets over that double up. Solid one for Craig McFadden.
He's trying to build on a 1.90 and a 4.17. So Naomichi Katsukura looks like he's going to be your Australia Pro Adaptive Surfing Champion.
All right, so the Japanese crew supercharged up. Omedetou gozaimasu to our Japanese buddies. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with a word with Katsan and Teza McKenna just after this.
Every journey is shaped by people, and your path home should be led by people who value community. People like ours. McGrath, guiding you home.
Ohio, everyone, and welcome along. We have our brand new champion for 2026, Naomichi Katsukura.
Yeah, thank you so much. Very happy.
Omadeto gozaimasu.
Yeah, arigato. Thanks so much.
Yeah, wow, really great. We have an interpreter here. Can you help us out a little bit? What a fantastic week in Byron Bay. A good week in Byron Bay. He's enjoyed himself.
もうバイロベ最高です。Good.
It's the ultimate, he said, in Byron Bay. Do you want to say something in Japanese to the people back home?
みんな朝から応援ありがとうございます。なんとか優勝しちゃいました。全然乗れなかったんですけど、めちゃめちゃハッピーです。ありがとうございます。
Awesome, so cool. We're crowning champions left, right, and center. Back to you guys and girls in the booth.
All right, welcome back. It's Chaka in the booth with Britt Nickel, and we have the unassisted prone women. It looks like Grace Kennedy and Lori Fody. And it does say Kayla Woputz. She did make the final. I heard that she's maybe not here, that her plane ticket wasn't extended. So we'll have to see how many people are in the water right now. But what do you think of the finals day, Britt?
Oh, look, we've got a jam-packed day of action here. We're just about halfway through, and what a beautiful day. I mean, the tide has drained out a fair bit, so we do have tricky conditions. It's pretty dumpy on that shoreline, but we did have a little pulse in swell overnight, so we've got a little bit more, I guess, on the horizon and inside the bay today than what we did yesterday, so more opportunity. But with that outgoing tide, you can see here on our view, there is that kind of inside sweep from south to north direction, and it is quite dumpy.
I can attest. It is very dumpy, and it's challenging. So, you know, the forecast was a little bit different, and we were expecting a little bit more swell to fill in, and that was going to take us up around the corner, back up to Clark's. But that didn't really happen. That didn't really materialize. So here we are at Main Beach, and it is a different wave. And it looks like white Grace Kennedy paddling into that one and just taking one.
Yeah, got a little smoked on the inside there, but she committed to that section. This is, of course, the unassisted prone women's final. We're unsure if the surfer in red is out there, Kayla. She did have a flight booked back to Hawaii.
Yeah, that's what I hear. So, unfortunately, she's not surfing in the heat. We miss you, Kayla, though. You were ripping on Ben's board. Ben Way shaped the board that she was surfing on. So, Ben's claim was she was going to win on his board.
Ben is, a little devastated. Well, not a little. He's absolutely devastated that she's not here to surf the final.
Yeah, and I know that Ben did collaborate on that board that Jesse was riding with Bob Hurley. So Ben doing some work, and it's showing up out here in Australia.
Certainly is. And, well, in the water we have Grace Kennedy in the white from Australia. She's locked in an early score, a 1.17. We also have Lori Fody out there in the yellow representing Great Britain. She is the wife of Michael.
Yeah.
Bit of a power combo.
Yeah, they compete. They travel with their daughter Veda. And it's awesome to watch them as a family cruise around. And we got a couple of families like that travel. And Roy Tuscany and Elena Nichols and their son Gunnar have traveled the tour and done that as well, and they go to event, and that was yellow, Lori Fody going for it.
Yeah, that was a bigger looking wave, and yeah, just caught that rail, sucky section, really hard to ride out of that, but she was committed. The surfer in yellow, still plenty of time on the clock, 17 minutes remaining.
And that's the thing, you know, I've talked about a little bit during the stream, is that we take the same risk as any other surfer, sometimes more of a risk, and you kind of saw that throughout the day as adaptive surfers are taking big hits. I can speak for myself. I hit the bottom a couple times. So it's hitting, you know, it doesn't look like it's real big out there, but it's not very deep either, so it's got a little punch to it, and that punch is not, it's showing up, and it looks like that little sandbar right there. If you can just be in a decent spot, you might get one. It's really challenging. You got to look around, search around, and it looks like Grace Kennedy has another score on the board, and that is a 1.03. So maybe that wasn't Lori. It's really hard to tell with the glare from this angle.
Rest assured, the judges are down there with binoculars and spotters. They'll have the colours dialed in. Best in the business.
Yeah, they're right on the beach in a trailer, just chilling right on the beach.
Yeah, they're in a good spot. It'll be hot down there, though. Absolutely stunning day here in Byron Bay. Beautiful part of the world. This is, of course, an area of the far north coast of New South Wales. Weather's pretty good all year round. Water temp's lovely. Air temp's nice.
Well, just about a week or two before we came here, it was flooded, though.
It certainly was.
Streets were full, and people were surfing down Main Street.
Yeah, you needed your gumboots, that's for sure.
And the girls kind of just sitting on each other right there, paddling around on the sandbar, trying to get into position to catch something.
And that's the thing, like even looking back from the screen here, but then on the sand, it's even different looking at it as well. It's completely different from the lineup. Completely different from the lineup. So although it may look tricky on screen, it's even trickier when you're out there.
And we love Deb Ginger. Thank you so much for making us lunch, and you and your crew for feeding us the whole contest. You are the best. We had dinner at her house last night. She baked us a cake. And athletes and volunteers, there's food being served at the food tent. So athletes and volunteers, if you can hear me, Deb Ginger serving it up. Burgers. And White taking off. Grace Kennedy just committed and didn't really work out. She needed to draw a little bit different lines. Kind of went real straight, and that one just bottomed out right on the sandbar. But right now, she's in the lead.
Yeah, it could be a tricky one too. Like you mentioned, she took off pretty straight. So most of the time, it's good to take off on that slight angle. But we've even seen that throughout today. You've had surfers take off on that angle and then catch the rail. So it's you kind of catch 22.
That outside rail, because it's sucking out right on that sandbar, just super vertical. Looks like Lori Fody tried to catch that one. Not able to dig into it. But it is very tricky. We've seen some good scores. Seen some really nice waves surfed. But you have to really hunt them down. You have to find them. And, you're going to pay the toll to the troll for catching a bunch of them. We've seen some really busy people surfing, catching 10 waves. Ooh, Lori Fody trying to drop in on that one a little bit late. That will be her first wave ridden. Grace Kennedy on that third wave. She gets a 2.23 for that really steep drop. Wasn't able to ride out of it, but get scored for it.
Yeah, I think if one of these women can take off on one of those waves and make that steep takeoff, the judges are going to reward it. It's just a matter of getting down to that bottom section, riding out cleanly.
Yeah.
Easier said than done.
And again, this is a two-woman heat. Kayla Woput's unable to make the final here. So it is Lori Fody and Grace Kennedy, and Lori Fody gets a 0.83 for that first score. So these girls are dealing with a bottomed-out tide right now. Wind conditions are really nice. Sun's out. It's beautiful. It's a little gusty, but the shape of the waves are holding up. And there's some of the water crew right there. Annie Goldsmith, your new AASP leader in this division and your Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Champion in the women's prone assist division, her first championship. So super stoked for her. She's putting in the work. She's been traveling the tour. She's done the U.S. Open a bunch of times. She's done the Hawaiian event, and it's paying off for her.
It certainly is, and she'd be absolutely stoked with her result and where she's sitting on that leaderboard.
And again, these girls just kind of hunting around with 11 minutes left. There's still plenty of time on the clock. With these 25-minute heats, you got that kind of extra 5-minute cushion. So it's really nice to have an extra 5 minutes to hunt around for waves when it's not really pumping, you know, and you're really kind of having to hunt those out and seek.
Unless you're in the lead, that's when you're wishing the time would just run out quicker. You're like, that extra 5 minutes.
Yeah, that extra 5 minutes is killing you.
Trying to round things out. So 10.5 minutes remaining, plenty of time. But, well, we've still got about another hour of this tide. We see on screen there, surfer in the next heat.
Alali Medina from Puerto Rico, your current AASP world champ, 2 times over. And she did win this event last year. So her and her dad is her coach, Rick Medina. And Rick's a really great surfer. Got to surf with them at Waco Surf Ranch. Lori Fody trying to paddle into that one. And you want to talk about some rippers. Those guys just crushing it wave after wave. Thanks to the High Fives Foundation. They sponsored really awesome time at Waco for the last few years for, 25 adaptive athletes going there and just taking over the pool for 2 days.
That would have been a heap of fun.
It's insane. It's one of the best times. So there's some of the ladies. And you see some of the athletes just chilling on the beach right there. Everybody moving down from Clark's right to Main Beach. And that's the cool thing about this event site. It's mobile. So in the past years, we've moved from Main Beach to Clark's all the way up to Tomo's Rock and back. So now we're back at Main Beach here, and we're hoping to be up at Clark's this morning. It just didn't work out. The swell just didn't fill in as great as the forecast promised. So here we are at Main Beach at low tide. And you can see how the sweep is working right there on the inside, how fast the water's moving. Doesn't make anything any easier. And there's Grace Kennedy trying to paddle into that one.
She's currently in the lead, but the door is wide open. Yellow also having a look, not able to scratch into that one.
She just needs a 2.57.
Very close.
So small requirement, huge effort, huge demand to catch a 2.57 right now with these conditions. So you can see Lori Fody trying to paddle into this one. If she can just make the drop. Oh, and she does a beautiful late drop by Lori Fody. Stoked. That's going to put a second score on the board for her. And since the scale was kind of set, you can see late drop. Stays on the back of her board, keeps the nose up. So the scale on the late drop with that 2.23 from Grace earlier, we'll see. She didn't make that. And she got that 2.23. So Lori makes this late drop. And let's see where the judges go with it. It's going to help her. She needs that 2.57. That's it.
Yeah, she did well to hang on to that one. You can see the sections are so hard to even just make that drop down the face. But she managed to hold on. And, she copped the bounce, but still got through it.
And so I think that's really going to probably shoot her into the lead. I think that's going to get, since that scale was set earlier with the late drop and the incomplete at the 2.23, the completion, I think, is going to meet more than that requirement. And it does. It goes to a 6.0. So Lori Fody jumps into the lead with a 6.0 late drop right onto the sandbar. And both the girls right now almost going for it. Looks like Grace on the inside just very committed to making the drop.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if she wanted that wave then.
And there is your current Australia Pro Adaptive Surfing champion in the below knee stand division and your current defending AASP world champ. It's Kenji time, baby. Kenjiro Ito. We love that guy. He's been putting in the work. He's been putting in the work, and it's been paying off. He caught one really great little screaming right-hander. He was Shawnee Whitaker was putting the pressure on him, and Shawnee was right within striking distance. In the last 2 minutes of the heat, Kenjiro Ito catches the nice corner, does 2 big pumps, gets a nice snap and a nice cutback for an 8.0, and secures his championship, his second Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championship for Kenjiro Ito. And there you got the water team right there, Adam Land, you got Bailey Hensley, you got Britt Coffey, and everybody is stoked. You got one of the local cats right there, lifeguard, Ian in the background. Liam in the background, excuse me. All those guys responsible for keeping everybody safe in the water. And in this division, they've adopted a new spotter. So you can have a spotter that's there to help you instead of just depending on the water team. And that's because the conditions are so deteriorated right now that we don't want to put the girls in any kind of danger. It's a surf contest. It's not a paddle contest. It's not, let's see who can get out through the sandbar first to catch a wave. So we want to keep the girls safe. We want to keep all the athletes safe. So the water team's here to do that. But what we've implemented here is you see that person, there's kind of a spotter with them, a pusher. They're just able to get them out past. They're not allowed to push them into a wave. They're not allowed to assist them into a wave. They're just allowed to get them back on the board and push them through. And here we go, Lori Fody with another late drop.
Yeah,
Lori.
Like this one might have been that 4.1 that's just dropped into her scoreline.
And I think that is. So she's got 2 really late drops, making both of them. The first one was pretty critical. They gave her a 6.0 for it. And this one, late, making it, and a 4.10. And there is Russell Kim from Hawaii, looking like he's had a day. And he's just chilling.
It's like he's in a deep sleep.
Taking a heat off, I guess. But he might be snoring right there. I don't know.
He's going to be devastated when he watches that footage back.
So he works for Access Surf, one of the water team from Access Surf Hawaii. I want to throw a big shout out to them. They have an event coming up in May, the second stop of the tour, May 5th through the 8th. We will be in Hawaii. Hopefully we will have it live streamed as well. We're hoping this is the first year that every event on the tour is live streamed. So here we go. Both these girls scratching right here. I don't know who's got priority, but it's just a little dump fest right there on the sandbar. But Access Surf, I want to say thanks to them for being part of the tour and staying true. They are the longest running adaptive surf contest. They've been running, 17 years or something like that, maybe longer. So thanks to Richard Julian, the legend, the man, Mark Marble, all the crew out there, Eric Welton, Kara Short. They put in a lot of work to run that event every year at Queen's Surf Break, so that will be our next stop. But in the meantime, Britt, 2 minutes left, 2:15 left in this. Lori Fody's got it kind of locked down right now. She's got a 2-wave total of a 10.10, a 6.0, and a 4.10. Grace Kennedy, a 2-wave total of a 3.40. So is she in a combo situation right now? No, she can score an 8. An 8 point something.
And here we go, current final leader, just not able to catch that one. I'm not sure it would have improved on that 4.1. A low score anyway. But yeah, Grace Kennedy in the white in second place, chasing a 7.87. Still an achievable score, but time may be the enemy. 1.5 minutes she can take one of those bigger, solid drops and ride out of it. I can see that number happening. But
if she can get late and maybe get a rail into it and come down, maybe change of direction would help. But it's really tough right now as these conditions have deteriorated as the tide has dropped out. The wind is still blowing the right way. It's just blowing really hard, and the tide is really low. So we're hoping that the tide will start pushing back in and filling up like it did yesterday. As it did that around 2 or 3 o'clock, you started to see some really good surf going on and some really good opportunities for people to put some scores on the board.
Well, when we looked at the forecast earlier, I think we've still got another hour until dead low tide.
Well, then we've got some some more tough conditions that are going to be happening, and some more tough heats and some more probably little lulls that are going to come in. And that was White. Grace Kennedy just committed to the drop right there. And you can see how shallow it is right there, and it's just breaking right in less than waist-deep water. So even a little 2-foot wave breaking in that shallow of water is a big challenge.
Can be also, higher risk too in
Absolutely.
some cases than bigger conditions, So really tricky.
And there you go. That's the end of the heat. And it is Lori Fody being crowned your unassisted women's prone champ. And look at how stoked she is. She's super blessed on that, and we'd like to congratulate her. And Michael, I'm sure he's going to be celebrating with her. And we are going to get to a commercial break, and we will be back with the women's partial vision.
I'm here at Urban Surf supporting the BrightSky and Forwardability Adaptive Surfing event, and super excited to see first-timers to people like Sam Bloom who have competed on the world stage.
Got over 30 surfers here registered to jump in the water with us today, and there's a real buzz, lots of excitement. BrightSky and Forward, we've been around for 64 years supporting people with spinal cord injury, and through BrightSky we're able to fund an event like this.
I'm excited. It's electric out here. So much energy. There's a huge crew. The weather has turned it on. It's going to be a sick day. I'm super keen. Get some waves with some mates.
We're lucky to have Sam Bloom here. She's a great ambassador for forward ability support, but also a great advocate for surfing.
Sick event. It's cool to have so many surfers out here, and wild setup with Urban Surf and BrightSky and Cyber, and yeah, it's going to be bad. You couldn't get a better setup for getting into surfing for adaptive athletes.
it's incredible that BrightSky and Affordability have put this event on and have made it happen. And yeah, obviously with the support of Cyber. So no, it's awesome. I hope we'll do many more events like this.
Hi guys, back down here on the sand, crowning champions on what is a beautiful day here in the Bay. And our latest champion for 2026, give it up for Laurie Fody. Make some noise, you guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, Laurie, congratulations. I mean, it's a beautiful day, but with that low tide, it's very challenging conditions.
Yeah, super tough out there, like super shallow, just really hard to get on the bigger waves. So kind of just went for the smaller ones and they were just steep. So just kind of trying to shoot it down and hold on.
You did very well. In fact, you got some big scores out there. Well done. What part, you're representing Great Britain. What part of Great Britain did you come from?
Yeah, so I'm from Suffolk, a place called near Bury St Edmunds. Yeah.
I can tell by the accent, just quietly.
Yeah, a bit of a country accent.
I love it. And maybe you've got some friends back home in Great Britain. I know you've been in Australia for a long time now. How long?
Yeah, been here 9 years now. Yeah.
Well, you've still got a very strong accent. Do you want to say hi to some of your friends back home?
Mainly just my family, miss you all, and especially my little niece Florence. That one was for you.
How cool is that? Take that, Florence, and well done. Make some noise for Laurie Foti, our latest champion. Back to you in the booth.
Thank you, Tezza. And back to the live action in the water here at the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Ability Support. We are into the blind no vision and blind partial vision impaired division. This is, of course, the women's final, heat number 2. In the water, we have Alalee Medina in the red and Elizabeth Murray in the white. My name is Britt Nicol. Joined in the booth with Stevie. How you going, Stevie?
I'm so good, Britt. Had a nice little rest there. And look, straight back into the action as we see Alalee smack it off the top there, really showing what she can do in these challenging conditions. And also Elizabeth Murray, surfer in white, going for the one tit for tat. Doesn't quite get to her feet there. That one won't be the score she's looking for, but we've got plenty of time on the clock still, 19 minutes. So plenty of time for these two ladies to show us what they got.
Yeah, I'm excited to watch this final unfold, and it has been an absolutely amazing day here at Byron as we watch the Royal Rehab Group replay. This is Alalee Medina in the red. It looks like she got a 6.83 for that one turn, so judges rewarding that critical surfing there in the pocket, nice and high. White answered straight back. That was Elizabeth Murray from the USA. And look at that. You can just see all that sand on the beach. The tide has drained out so far here throughout the day. And, yeah, we've been talking about it. There's approximately another hour of low tide. And then, well, as the afternoon goes on, we will get a little bit more water on that bank. Conditions hopefully improve throughout the afternoon.
Absolutely, yeah. We've got the bottom of the tide at 120, and then it's going to start turning. It's not going to rush in quite as quick as it has dropped out, but hopefully just enough to make it a little bit less challenging.
Yeah, Stevie, it is certainly challenging out there, and, well, hats off to all these competitors. They're used to it, though, you know. Like, it's one of those things as an athlete, particularly an athlete that's dealing with the ocean. You have to be versatile. You have to be able to read the conditions and just be willing to deal with whatever you're given on the day, because it can be dead flat or it can be 5 foot. Onshore, offshore, you're dealing with Mother Nature. You can't predict it.
Absolutely. You're in the hands of the natural elements. It's unfortunately not in a beautiful wave pool, so we don't have control. And yeah, you've just got to be able to make the most of anything that comes your way, which is what we are seeing here today on our finals day. And our blind no division and blind partial vision impaired women's final. Beautiful day in the bay, though. Look at that, looking back out to the pass and at the lighthouse there of Cape Byron. Still got that beautiful clarity of the water. Absolute troppo day.
It certainly is, and well, it's beautiful day here. It's sunny, there's waves, the water clarity's there, the water temp's nice, the air temp's nice. The athletes are surfing world class, like they are travelling from across the country, across the world. This is, of course, the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Ability Support. This is one event on their world tour. And at the moment, we have the women in the water. This is their second final, so they get a chance to surf a couple of times. At the moment, it is Alalee Medina in the red, in the lead with a 2.97 and a 6.83. And Elizabeth Murray in the white from the United States. She's got a 3.83 and a 1.83. Just because of the fact that the titling on this this final, I feel like these competitors might be classified differently to each other. But making use of the conditions, it looks like they might have been paired up. I'm not 100% sure, so don't quote me on it. But there isn't a requirement on the screen that says first to second, so I'm not 100% sure on the situation. But it seems to be that case at the moment. I could be wrong.
We will find out as Surfer in White takes a look, goes down with the lip on that one. Pretty brutal drop in. We're starting to see some pretty epic wipeouts though.
Yeah, as this tide continues to make its way out, it is going to be even trickier for competitors, just really making the waves harder to take off on. So essentially they're just going to be able to potentially take off and get to the bottom. There's not real much open face, not much opportunity to get some rail-to-rail surfing in there and get a few turns in. But we did see earlier Alalee Medina in the red. She got that one solid critical manoeuvre in the pocket and was rewarded with that 6.83. So there's still some decent scoring opportunity out in the lineup, but it's all going to come down to wave selection.
Absolutely. With that tide dropping, I know we keep banging on about it, but it is absolutely critical to what's happening out in the water there. We really want to be doing what Laurie Phipps in her earlier heat did, is looking for those waves that are just a little peak. The ones that don't actually have a wall on them are the ones that are going to come in and hit that sandbank and going to kind of run along. They will sit up as it comes across that little curve of the sandbank there. So wave selection is absolutely critical here for these two athletes in the water.
Yeah, thanks for that insight, Stevie. Stevie's local to this area, so she's got that extra knowledge. You see a beautiful drone shot there on screen. You can just see the separation between the competitors. One opting to sit further north, the other further south. So not getting in each other's way, but they've identified different peaks across the bank. And yeah, beautiful conditions, beautiful day. This is, of course, finals day, jam-packed day. As we see a surfer on screen having a look, live action, up and riding. That is our competitor in white, Elizabeth Murray. Couldn't quite get the second hand to leave the rail.
No, but she has opted for a change in equipment, I noticed. She was riding a really nice-looking, fun-looking fish the other day when we were watching this one. Looks like she's opted for more of a classic thruster, more of a high-performance shortboard there, just to try and deal with these conditions, Britt.
Yeah, it's definitely crucial, you know, equipment. It makes such a difference. You could be the best surfer in the world, but if you haven't got good equipment under your feet or under your body, it's going to make things that much harder. So all these surfers and athletes really dialing in to their equipment needs, and it makes a point of difference. It can even make or break you as a surfer. And yeah, all working with shapers, collaborating. I know Ben's collaborated with a few of the athletes and shapers and really just dialing into the differences and what may help. Everybody's unique with their needs, and just, yeah, even little things that you think are little can make a major difference to equipment.
Huge, huge difference. From fin setup, fin size, fin shape. So many variables go into riding a wave. And here we go. Elizabeth Murray up and riding again. Once again, doesn't get her hand off the rail, but could be considered a wave? Yeah, they're considering that a wave because she's pulling the rail, trying to, on her backhand, pull in and set a line there, but the waves are really fast, so it's hard to get around them.
As we have the Royal Rehab Group replay, quick to her feet, the surfer in white. Just a quick takeoff there, but it will go into her scoreline. It looks like it was a 1.77, so not in her top two waves. She's locked in a 2.87 and a 3.83. That was, of course, Elizabeth Murray from the United States. And we also have out there in the red, Alali Medina from Puerto Rico. She's locked in a 2.97 and a 6.83. This is, of course, the blind no vision and blind partial vision impaired women's final, Heat 2. They've had a couple of chances to surf. And, well, you can see on screen there, these athletes have got support in the water with them. With those vision impairments, they do have someone in the water to communicate with them and explain the surroundings and the environment when sets might be coming. And yeah, we spoke about it earlier. It's so crucial with the language they use, you know, like go and no can sound very similar. So having that separation with their communication skills is crucial for these athletes.
Yeah, it looks like both teams just kind of taking a look, repositioning, trying to get a read on the wave of where exactly is going to be the best takeoff spot for these waves, hoping to find something that's going to open up in front of them and really put on a performance for us and show us those skills that we have seen many times before.
With 10.5 minutes remaining, coming up next, we have the any, knee, kneeling and upright women's final Heat 2. Victoria up against Victoria.
Oh, the two Victorias. I'm so sorry if I mispronounce this. Feige. My apologies. Absolutely butchering that one. And Victoria Pendergast. The surfer in red that we will see coming up, Victoria. Absolute stunning surfer. It's such a good time to watch her. The same as these women that are currently out there, Alali and Elizabeth Murray. They put on a pretty good performance for us earlier in the week. It's a little bit trickier today, but these girls have got it. They know what's going on.
Yeah, they do. You can just see on screen there that tide as well as the current. You can see the water moving from south to north. So if you're looking at the screen, that's from right to left. And, well, tricky but manageable. Still scoring opportunity. And these competitors making the most of it.
Now, I was rewatching the most recent parasurfing event that was held at Oceanside about 4 months ago. Alali dropped a 10-point perfect score in her final. It was an absolutely incredible wave. She read it so perfectly, and the beach just went nuts. As we see Elizabeth Murray pull into another one, gets to her feet, try and sticks it out, trying to get those points with the length of ride there, and just comes off at the end.
That's a better wave there for the surfer in white as we watch the Royal Rehab Group replay. Steep takeoff. She got the hands off the rail. A lot cleaner entry to that wave. Staying nice and compressed with the power source of that wave before coming off the back. So it'll be interesting to see where that sits in her scoreline. Her highest score so far was her first wave, a 3.83. I feel like that is likely to replace that 2.87 in her scoreline. But again, I'm no judge. I'm in the commentary booth for a reason.
Yeah, I was saying to Ben before, I don't ever like to try and say if it's going to beat it because I'm always going to be wrong. I'm wrong about everything else, and I just don't want to be wrong about the scores.
Well, I just, I make it clear that I'm not the judge. And, yeah, we've got a very experienced judging panel down the beach. Zippy, he's a local to this area, a lot of local knowledge, and, well, he's been around for a long time. Along with his panel, they are very experienced. They know what they're doing. They've got spotters down there so they can identify the colours a lot easier than we can up here. And, well, they've also got priority as well, priority judge flipping the boards. With 7.5 minutes remaining, still waiting for that score to drop for the surfer in white, Elizabeth Murray from the United States. And at the moment, it is Alali Medina in the red with that 6.83 and a 2.97. And what a stunning day here in the Bay. Where would you rather be? Nowhere. This is a perfect
Nowhere.
spot.
This is it. This is the space. I'm sure we could prefer a little bit of cerveza. Might just sweeten the deal a little bit, but it is still early days. We'll save those for this afternoon at the presentation at 5 o'clock at the Byron Bay Services Club, where everybody is going to turn it up, I'm sure.
I mean, it'd certainly make for some interesting and entertaining commentary. But, yeah, we can wait till later with 6.5 minutes on the clock. Still waiting for that score to drop. This is, of course, finals day here at Byron Bay for the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Ability Support. On screen, live action. That was a surfer in red. Nice first turn. Looking to replace a low score of a 2.97 from the scoreline as we watch the Royal Rehab Group replay, Stevie.
Yeah, and we see Alalee really rip it in, smack that lip, and ride it out with cool, calm, and confident. I mean, that's definitely going to replace her 2.97, I feel, because she did absolutely everything she could on that wave. She rode it perfectly, and so the judges should be rewarding that. But once again, I'm not a judge either, so we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, if we did the comparison with a 6.83, I feel the 6.83 that she got was a bit bigger wave, steeper section, probably a cleaner turn as well, a bit more critical. So I don't feel like it's going to go as high as a 6.83, but I do feel, I'm on your page as well, I do feel like it is better than her 2.97 that she has in her scoreline. With 5.5 minutes on the clock, it is Alalee Medina in the red from Puerto Rico and Elizabeth Murray in the white from the United States. As we mentioned, up next, Victoria versus Victoria for the any knee, kneeling and upright women's final, heat number 2. So again, they get to surf twice throughout this event. Bit of a leaderboard style with the tally and scoring. And eventually we will have a winner by the end of today.
Yeah, fantastic opportunity for the surfers, getting to travel around the world and getting to get out there and perform twice at least. We mentioned the other day, it's nothing worse than training your butt off, traveling around the world, spending heaps of money, and then you're out of there in 20 minutes.
I have experienced that firsthand with my background in competitive surfing. I recall very clearly a situation where I travelled across to France, and it was like a lake. They put the event on hold until about 9 p.m. at night. We surfed at about 9:30, and I got knocked after 20 minutes, and that was it. My campaign was over for that event. So it's not a great feeling. You spend all this money, you put in so much hard work, and yeah, it's good that these athletes get a couple of surfs. You know, they're not just potentially coming over here for a 20-minute heat or a 25-minute heat. It's so important too, you know, it's one of those things that took me a while to learn, not just to travel somewhere, surf in the event and then come home. I feel like an event like this with the lay days and the downtime with some of the parts of the schedule, it's a benefit as well in the fact that all the athletes can experience the local region and the local area and really immerse themselves in local cultures.
Absolutely, for sure. You get the opportunity to travel around, see a bit more than just the one beach and the one peak on those beautiful lay days because there might not be waves in the bay in the contest zone, but we're very fortunate here that we do have the open side and we can travel over to Suffolk, Tallows, down to Lennox, even Ballina. Some of the water safety boys went over to North Wall yesterday morning to get some tubes and try out some new equipment. As we see Alalee going for a screamer there, but pulls off the back there, doesn't quite make it in. That southerly wind going straight offshore, so also factoring into the difficult conditions that we're looking at here today.
It looks like there's a few more lines in the swell too. This could be signs of that impulse in the swell. And, well, we talked about it yesterday. It hasn't quite come through like we expected. Where we are here in Byron, it can tend to just kind of go straight past. We are in a bay-like area, but I can see a pulse in the swell. There's more lines. It's looking a little more consistent, Stevie.
Yeah, fantastic. Here we go. Alalee. Oh, what a bomb of a wave. Oh, she just pulls out. She could have tucked in, I think, and gotten a little bit of a cover-up, but possibly a smart move on the surfer in red's behalf. You don't want to go head first into the sand.
Easier said than done. We're definitely just sitting here in a booth talking about it. I'm sure it's completely different for the athletes in the water. With just over 2 minutes on the clock, that was Alalee Medina in the red. She's already got a 6.83 in her scoreline.
It seems like we might be having a bit of technical difficulties with our live heats there, with none of the new scores dropping in. So, oh, here we go. We'll get it up on the phone. That last wave from Alalee was just a 3.0. The wave before, 6.43. So she's currently sitting at a 13.26 combined total, with Elizabeth Murray at 8.26.
And last of white, Elizabeth Murray, looks like it's come through as a 4.83. So her best wave as well, with just over a minute on the clock. So just a reminder for those tuning into the broadcast, you can, if you're on a phone or on a laptop, you may be able to open another tab and open the live heats scoring system for this event. This is, of course, the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Ability Support. And if you do that, you can actually see the live scores dropping in as it happens while you're also watching the live vision on another screen. So just a heads up if you're wanting to see both at the same time. At the moment, 50 seconds on the clock. Alalee Medina putting on an absolute clinic here at Byron Bay.
And it is starting to heat up, Britt. I don't know about you, but I'm really starting to feel that steaminess from the sun.
I did make the shift. I had jeans on earlier. I've now got shorts on. Yesterday I was sweltering in a black pair of jeans, and I actually walked into the main town of Byron and went and bought myself a pair of shorts because I couldn't handle being in black jeans anymore, and I didn't bring a pair of shorts with me. I wasn't prepared.
Oh, well, that wasn't very clever of you, but luckily we've got the town right there, so close to the comp zone. You were able to sort yourself out. And they are quite nice shorts, I will say. You look lovely.
Oh, thank you very much as we count this one down. Yeah, always good to give back to the local communities as well, obviously spending money in the town. You see on screen there, red doing a victory lap. That is Alalee Medina. She was out there for Elizabeth Murray. This was, of course, the blind no vision and blind partial vision impaired women's final, heat number 2. Coming up next, we have the any knee, kneeling and upright women's final, heat number 2. We'll cut to a short commercial break and join you back here with all the live action.
Hi guys, what a beautiful afternoon it is here at the Bay. Last time I spoke to you, we crowned someone from United Kingdom. This time, it's Puerto Rico. Congratulations, Felicidades. Felicidades. I almost got it right. My stupid Spanglish. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, Aleli Medina from Isabela in Puerto Rico.
Yes.
Yeah, wow. You must feel so happy as the champion.
I'm so happy, especially with my dad and my sponsors for helping me get here.
You have a really beautiful surfing style. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah. How long have you been surfing for?
I started surfing when I was 3 years old, but competitively surfing since August of 2022.
Yeah, wow, you're on a really good roll, and keep it up because there's more championships coming for you. What about the people back in Puerto Rico? You want to say something to them?
Muchas gracias a todos por apoyarme y todos los mensajes lindos, y me siento súper agradecida con mis auspiciadores porque sin ellos no pudiera estar aquí.
Gracias, Alali.
Ah, y mi papá.
And Papa, don't forget Papa. Yeah, awesome. Congratulations, hey?
Thank you.
All right, back to you guys in the booth. This is sick.
Thanks to Tezza. That was, of course, Alali Medina from Puerto Rico taking the win. We are into the live action here for the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Ability Support. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with Stevie. And Stevie, who do we have in the water now?
I knew you'd do this to me. We've got Victoria Fagey, I believe. I'm once again apologising if I'm butchering that one up. Representing Canada in red, and Victoria Pendergast from Australia in white. So the any knee, kneeling and upright. So Victoria, this is going to be tricky. Surfer in red is a really strong competitor. Every time I see her in the water, it is absolutely phenomenal. She absolutely knows how to rip the bag out of it.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting matchup between these two surfers. Victoria up against Victoria. I feel like it's kind of unheard of. It's unique. It's not a common name, I feel. And then you come into an event like this and you're up against someone with the same name in the same division, same classification.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I don't think I've ever seen it either.
As we see on screen there, beautiful drone footage of those two competitors. One from Canada, one from Australia. This is, of course, the any knee, kneeling and upright women's final, heat number 2, with 18 and a half minutes remaining. Victoria in the red from Canada. She's locked in a 0.83, so early days. Very minor score. I feel like she's going to be looking to replace that by the end of this women's final. And, well, they're not going to leave anything out in the water. This is it. This is finals day. This is what we came here for, and, well, what a stunning location, beautiful day, and, well, the athletes, they're putting on a clinic.
Yeah, Britt. In the most challenging conditions we've probably ever seen it in the Byron comps in the Adaptive Pro here in Byron Bay. So it's really interesting to see the athletes performing in the different conditions and what they can do, still putting up high scores, doing absolutely everything they can with the wave that's in front of them, as we saw previously in the heat with Alali.
Tricky conditions. We are about 25 minutes from that low tide. You can see there on screen the darker patches of sand. It's where the water has already been. High tide was around 6:30 this morning, and, well, the water has been draining out to sea throughout today. It'll be interesting to see what happens this afternoon as more water starts to make its way onto that bank. But in the water now we have red and white. Red on this wave. Huge drop there from the Canadian, but unable to make it to the bottom and ride out cleanly. But Stevie, she was committed to that section.
Yeah, she was. And that's what Victoria Fagey from Canada, this is what I was trying to talk about before. She's out there and she will give it anything 100%, 110% even.
And if there's a time to do it, it is now for this women's final. So last of red, a 1.67. She's also got a 0.83. So early days in this women's final. She's up against Victoria Pendergast from Australia in the white. Another amazing women athlete. And, well, we'll wait and see who takes the win.
Yeah, we can just see, look at all the sand being churned up there as we get that beautiful drone shot from above. That just goes to show how heavy those waves are breaking onto the shallow water there, enough to really kick up all that sand. You can also tell from the way that the wave is kind of bouncing up into the air. And here we go, Victoria just digs the rail, unfortunately, doesn't quite get her line set on that one. But we've still got plenty of time to figure out how best to surf these waves that we have on offer here with beautiful Julian Rocks or Nothing Gully up in the background there towards the top left of the screen.
And we can see, throughout the week, the conditions have changed from start to finish of this event. This is, of course, finals day, our final day of the event. A lot of these athletes were hoping that overnight there was going to be a little more swell that had arrived here in Byron, because they were hoping to run in the corner up towards Clark's with some pumping conditions. But unfortunately, the swell just hasn't quite gotten into the bay, and that can happen here at Byron. So there's been a huge swell from the south, Sydney, Newcastle, Coffs Harbour, all copping it. But with the direction of the swell that has occurred, it's just kind of pushing south to north and missing the bay. We're getting the edge of it, but it could have been a lot bigger had the direction have been different. But for these athletes, it's an interesting one, because you kind of wish it was bigger and we're in the corner, it might have been different. But then with the conditions the way they are, had it have been bigger and we'd potentially run, the banks here at Byron can get really straight with an increase in swell.
Yep, absolutely. They even worse than what we're looking at right now, basically. If we had any more size on this, it would probably just be too dangerous for our athletes to be out there for a lot of them. So almost in a little bit, the good and the bad have come through with this one.
Yeah, I feel like I agree. Any bigger and it would have been a lot straighter and more difficult, particularly on this low tide. So we watch a few bikes just fly on past on the screen. This is, of course, finals day of the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships, presented by Affordability Support. Up next, we will see Sam Bloom, MDitas, and Brendan Robson in the open prone, non-classified men and women's final, heat number 2. That's going to be another exciting final. But in the water at the moment, we have just over 13 and a half minutes remaining. It is Victoria up against Victoria. And, well, I'm going to have to say it. Who is going to be victorious?
Nice. The producer's put his head down and a big shake of the head there.
Had to be done. Had to be done.
But we did see just before the surfer in red, Victoria, was kind of scratching for that wave. You can see that it's really, really tricky out there for these athletes. With that tide dropping, it's sucking them back. It's making it even harder for them to even get in those waves. So really got to have that upper body strength to pull yourself up and over. But it's I don't envy them at the moment.
It's tricky too. This classification, any knee, kneeling and upright, that means that these competitors, they've not only got to get down the face, but they've got to transition from that prone to kneeling position. So timing-wise, it can be tricky when it's so dumpy, and you want a little bit more face to work with. You want a little bit more time to complete that transition. At the moment, they're taking off, and they're mid-transition as they're going down the face, and that's because of the way the conditions are. But again, dealing with Mother Nature, we have beautiful weather, water clarity is lovely, everything's running smoothly. I mean, as far as I know, I'm looking from the outside in.
We're sitting here in a nice little aircon tent, so everything's peaches and cream for us at the moment.
And in the water, Victoria Fege or Fege from Canada. Be sure to come and correct us if there's anyone around the event site. And, well, surfer in white, that's Victoria Pendergast from Australia. She managed to get up into that kneeling position and make the drop.
Did that really big, nice lean back to try and prevent the nose of the board, not the wave, from going in. And we see surfer in red going up for another one. Just up and out again. Again, it's really, really difficult to when you've got to close out surfing. Yeah.
And you can see that tide draining out. But like I said earlier, I feel like there's a pulse in swell those lines have been coming through more consistently. So it could be a bit of an indication of what's to happen this afternoon once that tide changes and a bit more water hits the bank as we watch the Royal Rehab Group replay. Red paddling into this one from Canada. Beautiful takeoff. She put the inside arm into the pocket to try and pivot. So she did a nice bottom turn to top combo, but just couldn't quite get from the top back down to the bottom. But she was rewarded with a 2.43. At this stage of the final, she is in first place. Also locked in a 1.83. So the surfer from Canada in first. And Victoria Pendergast in the white from Australia in second place, a 2.93. Still plenty of time on the clock, though. 10.5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, Britt, as we get that lower tide as well, we are seeing a bit of a, less push, less consistency. So it is a little bit slower in this heat. And again, the surfers having to really be selective with their waves because we've just got straight lines there, as you can see, really fast waves as they're breaking along the sandbank there. So just so tricky. I don't know what else to say. I just wish perhaps we would take some, I don't know, my brain's gone.
Stevie's a bit frazzled here in the commentary booth. But all good. It has been a long week, but where else would you want to be? I mean, you live here, Stevie. You've got no option. And, I mean, we all travel here, and, well, it's a beautiful part of the world. I'm originally from the Tweed Coast, so not a little, not far away.
Yep.
But it's one of those locations along this Byron stretch. You can see why it's so popular. It is a very transient location. People are coming and going all the time. But, it's pretty good all year round. We spoke earlier about, it was only flooding the other week.
Yep.
It's good to see the town has bounced back from that. Not the first time it's happened.
Nope, and probably won't be the last.
But it is a beautiful part of the world. Doesn't get that cold, really, all year round, considering.
No, yeah, absolutely. I think we were talking about it last night with the water safety crew. As we go over to the live action, a couple of surfers having a look. Gonna let that one go, probably the smart idea there. We were talking in winter, it might get down into the low single digits, but that's only going to be in the very early hours of the morning. So unless you're out partying, you're not really going to feel it.
Town of Byron is known for it, so
very true.
Maybe just a bit more dancing to, heat things up. But in the water, it is heating up. Victoria, red up and riding. Gets a little cover up, little shampoo. Didn't ride out cleanly, but she's committed. As we watch the Royal Rehab Group replay, Stevie.
Yeah, scratching into this one, gets up to the knees, sets the line. Pulls herself in with that inside arm there and pops out the top, but didn't quite ride it out. I'm not sure if that was her last wave dropped in or not. But we've got more live action. Oh, over the falls for Victoria Pendergast there, just getting caught on the inside right in at the impact zone. Having a look to get back out there. I think it might be a great time to thank all our fantastic sponsors of the 2026 BrightSky Australia Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Affordability Support. We've got the Royal Rehab Group, we've got the High Five Foundation, Byron Base Services Club, Waveski Adventurers, Kennard's Hire, McGrath Real Estate, Thomas Foods, Byron Central Osteopathy, Wetflix, First Nations Lifeguards, Stoke for Life, Mudmen Gemstones, Tweed Holiday Parks, and our GTK Ballina, The Beach Hotel, Rove Wheelchairs, No Pong, and Innova. Thank you so very much to all our fantastic sponsors. Without your support, this event would not be able to run every year. So huge shout out to them and a big, big thank you.
Yeah, massive event. Definitely one that all these athletes look forward to on the calendar. And, well, why wouldn't you? Byron Bay, Australia, perfect combo. 6.5 minutes remaining. This is, of course, the Annie Knee Kneeling and Upright Women's Final Heat number 2. So this is the second time they have surfed. We'll work on a bit of a leaderboard tally. The moment in the water, Victoria from Canada in the red. She has a 4.5 and a 2.43. And Victoria in the white from Australia, a 2.93 and a 0.8 at this stage of the final. Victoria versus Victoria.
Who will emerge victorious?
Yeah, I said it before. It's a bit cliche, but it's the perfect opportunity, right?
That's it. We got to do what we can do in these kind of situations. So we'll take whatever we can get, Britt.
And taking whatever she can get. White trying to paddle into this one, just unfortunately not able to quite scratch into it. Got a little hung up on the top. Really tricky, these conditions to paddle into. It's interesting, though, with conditions like this, when it is so steep and sucky, sometimes they can be really hard to catch. But then once you catch them, they're so quick.
Yeah, totally.
You can easily get caught in between. And there on screen, you can see that inside section. There's a lot of water moving from that south to north direction with this low tide. And you get caught in there, it just kind of shifts you up the beach. But once you get out the back, there's not really a current. You can see the competitors, they're upright and not really drifting too far on screen.
No, yeah, we do get the infamous summer sweep along the front of the sandbank there as that tide drops. Sometimes you could be move about 50 meters without even knowing in a few seconds. You got to really be careful with your positioning and looking back at the beach and lining yourself up with a landmark to make sure you're sitting in the right position for a good takeoff. We see the water safety crew just having a little chat. We've got some surfers that don't need too much assistance in the water, so they're just taking a little break on the beach, having a laugh, having a regroup. Incredible effort from the water safety crew there to all week. They fly over from the States. They go around, pretty much they travel around with the Adaptive World Tour, making sure all the athletes are looked after and kept safe, and everybody's having a great time and able to perform to their maximum potential.
Yeah, massive support crew. It's certainly not a one-person show. Obviously, the athlete putting in all the hard yards, but then you've got so many people around each athlete and around each event that just also have to put in the hard yards. As we see on screen, Red having a look at this one, not able to get down the section. That was Victoria from Canada. And I've just had a look at the live heat scoring system with 3.5 minutes to go. I've had a look at the leaderboard because this is the second final for these women. Live action on screen there. That was a surfer in white, Victoria Pendergast from Australia. She's looking for a score at this stage of the heat. But prior to this final, Victoria from Canada was in the lead and Victoria from Australia in second. So if the standings remain the same in this final, the Canadian would take the win for this event. But time will tell. Anything can happen. 3 minutes on the clock. Coming up next, we have the Open Pro non-classified men and women's final heat number 2. Sam Bloom will be in the red. M. Dieters in the white. And whoa, look at this bomb. As I read out that next heat, Brendan Robson will be in yellow. But that was a massive wave there from the competitor in red.
Let's
go. Watch the Royal Rehab Group replay, Stevie.
Absolute stonker of a wave. Victoria just pulls into that barrel. Super closeout, but again, 10 out of 10 for commitment. What a legend. It'll be interesting to see what the judges reward her for that wave.
We'll see what happens. But 3.4 for the previous of whites with just over 2 minutes on the clock. And there it is, a 5.67 for the surfer in red from Canada. She's now got a total of 10.17. Her total previous in the first final was 11.83, so slightly higher. But at this stage, Victoria from Canada in first place with a 5.67 and a 4.5. Victoria Pendergast in the white from Australia. She's got a 3.4 and a 3.2. Still time on the clock as we watch the Royal Rehab Group replay, Stevie.
Just a quick up and down there. Went for the left, I think, but unable to get to her knees just in time to set her line there. Just also having a look at the leaderboard with 1 minute 20 on the clock. So Victoria Fagey is currently winning by a 5.43. So Victoria Pendergast looking for an 8.83 in order to solidify the win. Can a wave come through? Is she in the right positioning as we go back to our water safety team? Absolute legends down there. Jim, Russ, Adam Land, Planko, Kev, Parker's athlete's dad. What a absolute legendary crew. Always the best time with those guys in and out of the water.
Yeah, they're certainly keeping our athletes all supported and safe. We see the swell lines starting to get into the bay with 35 seconds on the clock for this women's final heat 2 of the any knee and kneeling upright division. Get a bit fried in here with the heat.
Yep.
20 seconds on the clock. It looks like it could be a win for the Canadian, but anything can happen. These waves approach. Red, she's going to have a look, looking for a victory lap. Victoria from Canada just pulling back, not wanting to take off.
And the heat going down in 3, 2, and 1. There we go with the Victoria Fagey taking that one out with a total heat score of 13.00. Congratulations.
And finishing in second was Victoria Pendergast from Australia in the white. We are going to cut to a short commercial break and join you all back here for the live action.
Looking good, eh?
Cano. What do you think, Nonna? Giornamento de che?
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Keno feeling.
And welcome back, Adaptive Surf fans. This is the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Ability Support. And there on your screen is Victoria Feige. She's looking stoked as we are in a new division here. So this is the open prone class. So these aren't official classifications of the ASP, but everyone is out there just to go and ride the way they want, whether it's classified or not. And we just saw Brendan Robson. He's a single arm amputee, which rides sort of in a bodyboard style, but he's got a very cool, interesting craft. I forgot to introduce you, Britt. So this is Ben Way. I'm in the booth with Brent Nichols before we move on. And so Brendan Robson has a single arm amputee. He's got a handle on his board, rides in a bodyboard style using swim fins. In our prone non-assist division, you're not allowed to use swim fins. That's why he's in the open. But his heat, his previous heat, was on fire. The guy is nuts. So keep your eyes open for that dude. M. Dieters used to compete in the prone division, and then she got reclassified to kneel. So this is her original riding style. This is probably her favorite riding style. And she doesn't have to worry about pulling those knees up on the board, and she can rip. So we've got a very happy Victoria Feige for Canada down on the beach with Tessa McKenna. Take it away, Brew.
Hi guys, back down on the beach here and crowning more champions here at Byron Bay on a final day of this Pro Adaptive Championship. What a day it's been. Congratulations, Victoria Feige.
Thank you.
I finally got your surname right.
There in the end, yeah, the German name, Feige.
Yeah. Hey, listen, from Canada, what part of Canada?
Vancouver, West Coast, but I learned how to surf in Tofino, where it's actually it's a lot like this, but much colder.
Yes, I believe so. But how have you enjoyed the week here at Byron Bay?
Oh, it's been a bit of a week for me, but it's been beautiful, so welcoming. The waves have been pretty great, and honestly, the vibe out here, the community, I just love it.
It's been such a cool frequency at the contest, so much love and support for everyone. Will you be heading off to Hawaii for the next stop down on the AASP tour?
Absolutely, I'll be there in Hawaii, and after this, I'm actually going to Bells, so I'm quite excited. And I just wanted to send all this love back home to North Shore, Oahu. My neighborhood, Waialua, has been hit pretty hard, and just sending love to you guys, and I'll see you guys soon.
I saw that there was some floods there recently.
Yep, absolutely. My car is totaled. My place is totaled.
Oh, no. Wow, that's...
You know, I'm safe. Luckily, no one was hurt. Luckily, the dam held. But, yeah, everyone's rebuilding and pulling together, and it shows how much we can do together.
Yeah. There's always so much ohana, they call it, right?
A real aloha, yes.
It is, absolutely. Victoria, congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you very much, Tessa. And, yeah, we wish all the people of Hawaii the best in recovering from that flood. Of course, Victoria Feige lives in Hawaii, and she actually had the adaptive surfing program with Jamie O'Brien, which has brought a lot of new people into the sport. Here we have M. Dieters on the prone, making a gnarly drop and putting it on rail on that one. So right now, Brendan Robson, some good scores, 6.83 and a 6.17. Sam Bloom, a huge icon as far as the women's adaptive movement, and we're going to see why as she zooms through that, picks a perfect line through that little inside, gets a little bounce on the end section there. And we're going to have a replay of Brendan. Oh, no, it. Good job, camera guys, getting the next wave, swooping on over. So this guy, he did that on a 4-foot wave in his previous heat with way more speed and actually blew the tail out. One of my favorite turns that I've seen. And if he didn't use the swim fins for... if he wasn't able to use swim fins on his feet for propulsion, that's kind of like a Kai Collis approach. Really dig the way he hits that thing, gets it up high, and really good at getting from the bottom to the top of the wave in a quick amount of time.
Yeah, 100%. I can see that in the style and the approach, like you mentioned before. Like it really does look like that bodyboard technique, but so like effortless to look at. Like obviously there's a lot of hard work that's happening, but to actually watch, it's so visually pleasing.
Making it look easy, as we see Sam Bloom blast out of the doggy door on that one. And I had to talk about Brendan because I was so interested in the board he rode. This isn't the one he rode in the first heat, I don't think, but he said a kneeboard company had made that board for him, and it had a crescent tail like a bodyboard with kind of a fish nose. So it's about 5 feet. And I think what he's on today is like a rounded pin, but it's got kind of forward kneeboard tri-fin set up on it. There he's getting way up on top of that thing, on top of the lip line, couldn't bring it back down. But always fun to just show all of the different adaptations and the different ways that you can ride waves. And just because it's not a classification in competition officially doesn't mean it's super cool to watch.
And doesn't mean they're not competitive either. There's so much competitiveness between athletes as we watch Brendan Robson take to the tube, not able to pop out the other end, but he's certainly going for it. He's got a 6.17 and a 6.83, currently in first place. Sam Bloom in second in the red. She's got a 4.67 and a 5.5. And M in the white opened up with a 3.43 and a 3.17.
Full time travel in that little space portal on that one. Get some nice vision, full bodyboard style, outside hand out on the outside rail, controlling that rail line in the tube. Didn't open up enough to let him out, but he sure got a lot of travel time inside. 16 minutes. Look at the beautiful setup that we have out here, and he's on it again. Taps that one. Unfortunately, with this low tide conditions, we don't have any transition to ride out of those end maneuvers. A little higher tide, you've got that little ramp to kind of roll out and keep your speed, but at the moment, it looks like you kind of get eaten in the flats as the waves break in.
Yeah, it's so hard, like with this. I think they're on pretty much dead. It's dead low tide right now, so it's really tricky, and particularly, with those transitions between the top and the bottom of the wave, it's so quick.
Yeah, the other thing is we've noticed that all of the sandbars that maybe our kneel guys and a few of our standing divisions in the morning were breaking on is now just in front of where the wave breaks. So you've got this shelf where you're actually going uphill when you land out of the wave.
Yeah, we saw it earlier actually with one of the drone shots where the water had been this morning, and the tide difference is absolutely massive on the beach. It's like you could see earlier the water was up near the tents, and now I guess the judges' view's been extended.
Yeah, there were people getting 6-point rides where that beach chair is right now. just under 15 minutes, and tricky conditions, but this is more of a fun division this time. But anytime you can get out there and get some really nice waves and beautiful weather like this, it has got to be a treat. And with just a couple other people in the water, that's even better.
Oh, for sure. Particularly this area of coastline. It's normally pretty crowded.
Yes, it is. And with a little more size, you do have that kind of river, kind of sweeping current to take people away from you, but then more people wash into you as well.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those locations. I feel like plenty of people learn to surf here too. Might be a first time. They just paddle out the pass with their hire board and...
We've seen a couple learning on top of rocks, which is kind of an interesting place to go learn, huh? But somehow they keep their fins on their boards. Hopefully don't run those fins into people's surfboards. But, yeah, there's so much beach here, and there are so many different options. And you have these beautiful sand beaches, which are ideal for anyone who's just getting at it. I know they got a bunch of surf schools and a bunch of surfboard rentals up in town, so you can go out and get your hands on it. You don't have to go where all the people are. You can go and get a nice free open space where you and everybody else are safe. As we have, nice epic drone view of Brendan. Snaps that one, and he's able to get back out in front. Of course, the benefit of having swim fins is you're able to get little propulsion, even though the wave's not pushing you along, where you can reconnect. And that was a sick lip line hit right there. And comes zipping out of it.
Yeah, that was a solid turn there for the competitor in yellow. Great read on that wave of the section too. And you could see with the replay, obviously he's got the fins on, but you could see that he was using his legs to pivot to help assist him get up the face and then back down again.
Yes. Yeah, so that just says so much for the people who don't have control over their legs and don't have the feeling down there to do that without the fins as well. Not taken away from either party, but it is amazing to see all of these people with their own challenge doing some really, really high performance maneuvers for some high scores.
Yeah, we did just see Sam Bloom on screen there for a moment in the red and paddling into this one. Em in the white. Nice use of that inside rail as she drifts down. Can she hold on over the double up section? It's a bit bouncy in there.
I think she was actually trying to keep the fins on her board, keep from going over that ledge into the sand. You can see it's ankle deep, and surfboard fins are a little taller than your ankles. So do the math.
Yeah, we might lose a few. Might get a few single fins.
There you go.
Could make for some interesting action if a lot of these competitors are using a twin fin setup, lose an inside or an outside fin.
Yeah, you might have an asymmetrical that's made for the wrong direction point break. But these are still really fun conditions either way. When you think about other contests around the world, have heats like this where they're in full suits, no sunshine, and definitely not as beautiful as the surrounding as you see here on our drone shot. And so it's hot enough outside that you got to just be happy to be in the water at all.
Yeah, it looks like on screen we've just had a transition with equipment. Someone just paddled out, switched over boards with Sam Bloom.
Right, cool. So I'd had a talk with Sam the other day. We've been seeing her since, or at least I have, for the last 5 years, riding Luke Short Designs, LSD, and he's got a really great design that is dialed in. And even though those boards look the same, she's got a yellow one, a pink one, and a blue one, maybe a couple other colors. But if she's swapping out a board that almost looks identical, it must not be identical, unless there is the possibility that she may have taken one of the fins off the board. We don't know. And that's one reason to change boards, is take a board that's got fins on it. They usually work a little bit better.
Always helps. We also saw the support crew on screen there, the white for M, just waving his hands in the air, because he was potentially looking for an update, whether that was scores or time.
Yep, and we've mentioned, if you weren't with us on the early days, we talk about the communication to the beach announcer. The beach announcer usually gives all of the updates on any changes in situation, the remaining time, and the priority situation for each heat. Here is our party away from the party. This is our competition zone down on the beach, and we have all of these mats making it accessible to all of our friends in. We got Tim Hanley. Oh, man. So just to the left of Victoria, Tim Hanley was supposed to be competing yesterday. Day before he was supposed to. There's our boy Tim. And so Timmy's road to recovery. He broke his hip because his dog chased another dog, or almost had a dog fight on his wheelchair, pulled him over, broke his hip, went into surgery that night, and was already sending messages the next day during his heat that he would have been in the water. And he said the people in the hospital are just blown away that he's already out and moving around.
Yeah, he's down the beach watching the event.
And I was like, are you in a lot of pain? And he goes, well, I'd be in more pain if it wasn't down where I can't feel. And I was that was a pretty dumb question.
I was
thank you.
considering that, and then I thought twice. It's like, wait a minute. I feel like, that could have been the situation.
You don't know how far down that even the paralyzed surfers, you don't know how far down they have feeling.
They all vary.
Some of them have it up above the trunk. Some of them have it just around their sternum. And here we go. Pulling in, getting visions. Slabby little shore break. I was doing that during the Aussie titles just down the beach, body surfing, and I bounced off the sand a couple times. That was a lot of fun.
Did you have a hand plane or just?
Still pulling out rocks. I was on a hand plane, and then Jesse's pusher took out my quad two-hand deal, and I saw him get a mean slab. He got bounced off the sand. That was a lot of fun. But, we've been having some beautiful offshore hollow conditions, and when you get to those lower tides, the wind just wants to hold that wave open, and it makes a nice little barrel. Not much you can come out of, but during the Nationals, we did see Mono come out of a 10 after being basically going through 3 portals of time travel and came out and claimed it. It was insane. We are down to 8 minutes.
Yeah, if anybody's going to do it here, it's going to be Mono.
Yes.
I'm glad it was him. It's kind of like, welcome to my beach.
Oh, it was insane. I had just finished. You're not supposed to go left when the rights are better. And I went left. Of course, it didn't work out well. And right in front of me was that side view of Mono in the tube. It was insane. It looked like just like those videos that you see of him at the surf lakes, just perfectly clean around him. And he goes, I don't usually claim, but I was pretty stoked on that one. So I gave a little, let's go. M. Dieters, here we go, 4.50, building on our score line. So as we have that bottomed out tide, it's kind of just put a pause on the action. The energy in the ocean doesn't know which way to go at the moment. It's trying to figure out, should I get pushed back in? Am I getting pulled out to sea? And Brendan, I don't think we've seen him go left. That was a little different approach there. But just over the cusp of low tide, when that wave energy starts coming towards us, it'll start helping whatever swell energy out there is to come into the beach.
He did well to get the completion on that. It looked like he took off, but he had to stay as high as he could, and just kind of like placed it and then just drifted as he came down.
Kind of had to make himself a piece of the lip.
Yeah, just
that
become one with it.
Well, this is one of the most beautiful venues that I've ever visited, and here we go. Sam Bloom on the different equipment. Nice high line there. Unfortunately, catches that outside rail. Our prone assist division for men earlier, they had that same line, and if you took that line as though you were going to kind of shoot down the line and hopefully have a shoulder to deal with, eventually that outside rail goes under as all of that energy goes up the face and pulls over the inside rail. So there's a certain point where you got to straighten out and try and get out of that trouble zone, otherwise that happens.
Stevie and I were talking about it earlier on the commentary, actually, a couple of heats ago. You could see it was quite difficult for competitors. They were taking off straight, and some of them weren't making the takeoff. But then, as we saw earlier today, you take off on that slight angle, but then you're still catching that outside rail when you're on your way down. So it's a real fine line.
Super fine line. Yeah, angle it a little bit to clear the side of the nose, but if you angle it too much, you catch the outside rail. If you go straight, you just go straight to the sandbar.
And, well, Brendan Robson, he's got 2 throwaways in the 6-point range. His last 2 waves, a 6.1, and the wave previous to that, a 6.03, not going into his top 2. He has a 6.6 and a 6.83 locked in.
Yeah, I'm going to be interested to ask Sam what the reason for the exchange of equipment was out there. From the way the outside rail got caught, there's definitely fins on that board. Otherwise, it would have side slipped to the bottom. But might be a change in size. And as there isn't a lot of real estate to be taken advantage on these waves, the smaller board you have, the more you're going to fit in there, just like we're seeing with Brendan.
Tried to scratch into that one, but just not able to quite get into it. That offshore wind.
That offshore wind, and just as Stevie was telling us earlier, it was going to turn southeast. You could see the way the spray was blowing. So now you might have the option of going left, as that will be held back a little bit from that wind going into it. And so if we've got a goofy footer or a regular footer that likes going backside, might have a couple more options for them, even though it's pretty much a straight hander at the moment.
Yeah, there's no talking our way around that one.
Yeah. I'm not going to butter it up too much.
Just over 3.5 minutes on the clock. On screen, the current heat leader, Brendan Robson, on a nice-looking left. We were just speaking of it. Drifts up there, goes for the flip. And not able to bring it back around. I liked his commitment, though, and the creativity.
Yeah, I think he just kind of committed to going up there and noticed that he didn't have enough speed, and the wave got the better of the board. But aggressive, puts it up there, and then everything, basically just the bottom floor dropped out. So he's keeping busy. That guy needs no more waves. Look at him. He's got 11. We're running out of room for his wave count over here.
Multiple sixes as well. Stevie and I think Stevie was in the booth with me. I think it was Michael Johnson's heat on the waveski. First and second had like 11 or 12 waves each. It was just constant.
Yeah, keeping the judges busy. And you don't want 10. You don't want 10 twos, you want 2 10s, but you never know what you're going to get out here, especially in these conditions. You got to just try it out.
Yeah, in Brendan's case, he's got about 5 6s. Anyone would take those on a good day.
Yep, it's great when you're throwing away 6s. And Em got a great one. I like this one, a lot of speed. You can see she's able to get those arm pivot turns on the inside. So I'd figure when she has a 4.50 and a 3.43. So, wow, she actually had popped out of the doggy door, punched her way out of the barrel on that one. So I'm guessing that this is the best wave that I have noticed from her. 3.83. They give her a little more than the previous one.
Yeah, currently looking for that 8.93, an excellent score. Sam Bloom in second in the red. We're talking about the change in equipment before and whether or not it was because of a fin blow or something else, but here we go. Current heat leader up and riding. Gets the completion, puts it up there.
He knows to kick out because if he goes over that next one, there's about 2 inches of water.
Yeah, it's very shallow. But I'm interested with Sam, too, with what you were saying before, to get that insight, because the first 2 waves weren't that bad, like a 4.67 and a 5.5. If I had a 5.5 in my scoreline, I'd probably opt to stay on that board.
Yes. I don't think... I think we really need to know the thinking behind that little switch, or possibly just testing out something that they haven't tested out before. Since she already has some scores, maybe take a try on something new. Not sure, but I think I have seen her on that board previously. But she always has these beautiful colored resin tints from Luke Short with light blues and pinks and yellows, and they look like little Easter eggs.
Can't be eaten, though.
There we got Toby Begg. We had a couple schooners with him down at the beach hotel last night, and there's a really famous DJ coming, but I didn't stay out that late. Met him and his boys were having a good time, and he showed me pictures actually of his of him in the hospital after a shark attack. Pretty gruesome, but amazing what the surgeons were able to do to put his leg back together. So. And now he's back out here, and he's charging it. Best spirits in the comp site, and he's got a shaping room in his basement where he's able to roll around and do shaping still, which is cool. There we go. So that calls it. We saw a lot of action, a lot of fun there, and we'll have a chance to hear from Brendan Robson after the break. We'll give you guys a little commercial message, and we'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back, Adaptive Surf fans. This is the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Ability Support. We just finished our open prone round, and we had Brandon Robson take that heat on his interesting adaptive craft. Right now, out in the water, we have our blind, partial visually impaired men's division. Finn Banks, brand new head on the scene, just won the Aussie titles. Jack Jackson, a big name that's always a threat. And Daniel Toomey, also a great surfer. And I think we saw Daniel 2 years ago, I think was possibly his first parasurfing event. And all of these guys are great mates outside of the water. But Finn Banks is a new exciting name, and we have seen him get some really good scores in his previous heats. So these surfers are blind surfers with partial visual impairment. Some of them can recognize light. Some of them have one vision in one eye. And there is a certain, I think it's called a B&V rating, that determines which, if they'll be in the partial or the totally blind division. But we have someone to speak with down on the beach with Tessa McKenna. We got Brendan Robson.
Thanks, nice to
Hi guys, we're here. Yeah, just getting congratulations from Brenda Robson. Congratulations, mate.
Thanks, Tezza. Thanks, I'm stoked to be here.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of tricky conditions, but this little space machine from the future, it did it for you.
Yeah, it's a little rocket, so it's short and chunky. It goes pretty quick, and yeah, it worked well out there today.
Tell us about the board. I mean, how big is it and what's it made of?
I think it's just under 5 foot, and it's about 3 inches thick, and it's epoxy with a carbon layer on top.
Yeah, it looks incredible, man. I tell you what, this could be the future of almost drop knee bodyboarding or something.
Yeah, for sure. I'd love to give it a go, drop knee bodyboarding.
I think it would go great, mate. You're from Narrabeen, New South Wales. You want to say anything to the people back home?
Yeah, good day, everyone, and thanks for watching. It's been an awesome event, and I'm just stoked to be here. It's been super cool.
What a great vibe, mate, for the whole contest.
Yeah, so cool. Yeah, definitely be coming back.
Absolutely. So cool. I'm so stoked to be here. It's back to you guys in the central commentary position.
All right. Thank you, Tessa McKenna. And, yep, that is the Tessa McKenna from the Billy Idol Experience. I'm going to try to get him on the microphone at our closing ceremony tonight at the Byron Bay Services Club. Trying to pull in some special guests. I always do at our after parties. We'll see what happens. I know he's not shy on the microphone.
My gosh. Oh.
So Jack Jackson at the moment has a 2.17. Dan Toomey has a 1.33. And considering there are dumpy little conditions going into almost no water, it's pretty tricky for our spotters. That's the one person in the team in the same colored jersey with no visual impairment, kind of their coach, but they're the ones that have to send them into the waves, tell them a wave's coming, and try and paint a picture of what that wave's going to do to give them a little chance to prepare their positioning for the waves. And Finn Banks off the bottom. Bottom explodes. But, yeah, that was, considering there was basically no bottom, he didn't even go to the bottom. Watch this. He does this bottom turn at the bottom 7/8 of the face and gets himself right up to the lip. That is what we expect from this guy. He was going vertical, drifting the fins backside, doing all sorts of cool stuff on the earlier heat. And here we go. Jack Jackson finds a little bit of a stretchy corner there. So I'm hoping that that tide's going to start putting a little bit more water over that sand and give a little more runway for these surfers.
I was checking it out before, Ben. Unfortunately, it's a bit of a slow turn. We're only going to get another 100 mils or 200 mils before the end of the competition today. So bottom of the tide is at 0.4, and we're only going to get back up to 0.5. So it's going to be tricky.
So here we go. Finn Banks, one kick. Aren't you the bearer of good news? No, but you're not King Neptune, and you're not the Moon Princess. It's all up to the Earth. It's all cosmic. Blame it on the moon. So here we go. Nice hit right there. He'll definitely get some points for that and gets a little foam climb on the end section. 6.50. Judges better be rewarding when you're able to actually fit a turn onto that tight space.
Super impressive surfing from surfer in red, Finn Banks from Australia. I didn't actually get a chance to see the Aussie titles, so yeah, everyone's been talking him up. Let's see what else he can do.
Yeah, he's been doing some amazing surfing, and not sure of his age, but he's still a frothy grom that just wants to stay in the water all day.
Goes again, another little tap. On the backhand as well, I love to see a goofy footer out there as a goofy footer myself. And we go into the Royal Rehab Group replay. Gets up nice and high and just smacks that lip. Perfect timing. Really able to read that wave
Yeah.
and do what he can with it.
You know what? I think it's a good point about the goofy footers is a goofy footer can pull their nose up behind their head because of the way your knees bend. And if you're a regular footer, you need a little more space to place the board up there. So things are working out for him today. Low tide, tight conditions, and quick drops. And another goofy footer just missing the takeoff on that one. Probably better that he did. He would have gone right into the sand on that one. But we have 16 minutes and 15 seconds. And we do occasionally see some water in the flats in front of the breaking wave to give these guys some room to ride.
Every now and then, yeah,
Every
we
now
do
and
get a
then.
little bit lucky.
Don't expect too much, though.
No.
So 16 minutes. It's been an amazing day. I can't believe we have only 3 heats left after this before finishing crowning our champions. That was Daniel Toomey. And that is really a hard takeoff for anyone, whether you can see where you're going or not. And with zero impairment or a physical challenge, it's amazing for anyone to get to their feet and slamming down shore break like it is at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely, Ben. As we see some of the supporters there down on the beach.
There's Max Devery getting out to go get some. There's M. Dieters. She just came in. She had a great time. Good vibes, man. That's where I've been missing going down there.
Me too.
That's where everybody is.
Yeah.
It's lonely up here on the top. There's Sam. She had a couple. And so Sam Bloom, such an icon, public speaker, and there's a book about her story called Penguin Bloom. There's Victoria. So we've been calling her Feige, but she gave me sort of a Nordic pronunciation. She didn't give me. She gave us a Nordic pronunciation on that last interview as we watched Finn Banks eyeing up the section. Quick tap off that one on the lip line. They're going to like that. So it's Feige, not Feige.
I see. I was going with a soft G.
I think the first time I said Feige.
Yes.
So we're getting better and better. We're still not perfect. There we have Jackie Dillon. She'll be out in the sponsors round for Waveski Adventures. She puts on these great clinics where she lets people get out on wave skis for the first time. And if you don't know what a wave ski is, it's a kind of a surf-specific kayak made for riding waves.
And as we've seen in some of the advertisements in between heats, you can do some pretty critical stuff and get some airs and everything on those once you've got some expertise under your belt.
I think the guy you saw in the commercials, his tag is Pablo Airways, but he's been down last year and he'll be here this year to help people out. Pretty much the top pro of the wave ski world. Famous dude for doing air reverses and all sorts of crazy stuff.
So crazy.
Will be out here helping people give it a try for the first time.
Yes.
So no better person to give you the tips on your first day.
My goodness.
So we got 13 minutes, just over 13 minutes. Finn Banks and in the lead, solid scores. And he's got the rest of the field comboed at the moment. So everyone's needing a pretty good score to start chiseling away. That is our mobile judging tent, where we have Nick Pearson, Zippy, and the panel of judges. And those colored blocks are the priority situation, showing these surfers who gets the next pick of the next set wave.
Yeah, that's right, Ben. So if anyone has a, we see some of the judges there with a cute little lollipop. That's actually Rob Van Ursel, absolute legend of the sport. And we see Finn Banks up and riding again. Same maneuvers again, just pulls in, smacks that lip, and pulls out just right in the perfect timing.
This is a great view of what they're dealing with, but let's watch it this one really quick. Finn Banks. So he's doing that bottom turn before even getting down to the bottom of the wave, just dropping in and going right to the top, tapping that one. And he was able to clear his fins from hitting the sand, riding out of that. And then we got Max Devery with his Zag surfboards. So him and Kai are good buds, and they're the new young bucks of the prone classification. And there we had Jack Jackson. Quick one right there.
Now I notice we don't see another famous name in the lineup for the unassisted men's prone, Joel Taylor. What's the scoop on Joel not competing here?
So Joel came for the titles, ended up winning it, and he said basically my goal is just to go and earn my way into representing the Urukanjis in the ISA. So that was his goal, and not too far up the beach, but he's came here on a mission, pulled it off, and we'll see him in the ISAs later on in the year.
Amazing. Fantastic work. Congratulations to Joel Taylor, absolute local legend around the area from Lennox Head. Pity we don't get to see him competing, though, because I do love to watch him and Kai Collis go at it.
Yeah.
And really push each other. And
we've had some amazing finals with those guys, and Joel got a really sick barrel during the titles that me and Mono caught from just on top of the beach. But yeah, from the looks of the center of your screen, it kind of looks like that shoreline's starting to rise again. And so at least the water's not getting pulled out to sea, just past the dead low. Not really a lot of push, but at least the power's not pulling it out the other way.
Absolutely. As we see Ryder in red once again. That was, such a nice, smooth whack off the lip there. Almost gets it fully back redirected towards the whitewash and pulls off the back as we see the replay, Ben.
Yeah, I love how busy he stays. The guy just loves riding waves, but nice solid hit, and he's been showing some variety to the judges. So while he's got the same kind of closeout section to deal with, he's putting a little bit of different flavor on each of those turns, kind of testing out what the judges like. And this is a great shot as we have Daniel Toomey, nice one, able to make it through the bottom and get some travel on that one. He's not a small dude.
No, he is not a small guy. So amazing little bottom turn there, really using the top of his body to pull himself along in the line there. Another local boy, local legend. His mother, Donna, is a local hairdresser, and she's down here supporting him. Huge supportive team behind him. They actually live just around the corner from me out in Suffolk, so I love getting to see them on our doggo walks.
Too cool. And his spotter, Sophie Simonson, has been his partner in competition for a long time, always getting him in those waves and making sure he knows where he's at in the lineup, giving him the good positioning. And then, of course, these spotters' main job, one of their main jobs, is keeping them out of any kind of priority interference situations. So the fact that these surfers cannot look towards the beach and see those colored priority panels, that it's up to the spotter to know who's got the next wave. And being that they are visually impaired, you got to get them paddling a little bit earlier to get into the wave, ensure that they get into the wave. There's Chris Waker. And Waker unfortunately took his leg brace from his prone board to the face yesterday. Went to the hospital, only some minor stuff, but he's a hardcore dude coming from pro snowboarding. He's used to throwing himself off of cliffs and things like that. So a little board to the face is probably not a whole lot.
It's a walk in the park with ice cream.
But we've been so stoked to have all of these bright and fun characters, as we have Finn Banks going for the little on the lip rock and roll 360. Not quite enough push in the wave to get him out. There's Lee Ferrier, one stoked Lee Ferrier, and Seb Vandebal, who won their division earlier. And just on the side of them was their buddy Matt. And now you can kind of see what they're dealing with. It's just starting to throw a little bit more water over the sandbar where that dry spot was just moments ago.
Yeah, absolutely. We can see, as we was mentioning before, we've got the wet sand line just kind of slowly creeping back up the beach, hopefully bringing in more swell with it as the tide climbs.
So time is going by fast. 7 minutes as I see the lineup for our next heat. I am seeing one stacked unassisted prone men's division, which is going to be nuts. And the fact that they don't need to get to their feet, they're going to be able to get into action that much quicker. So the conditions are going to be really good for that division. As we see someone taking a paddle there.
I think that was Finn Banks in red again, just staying super busy, just picking up whatever he can. It seems to have worked out for most people. Anybody going for absolutely anything and everything seems to have turned out well for them. They've kind of come out on top. So,
yeah, another thing that I was sort of thinking, I'm not sure of the degree of the visual impairment. There is a slight range in the partial vision class, but if you're on your backside, you're almost used to being, even with no visual impairment, you're a little bit more visually impaired on your backhand than you are front side. So it's backside's more feeling, and front side facing the wave, you got a little bit more in front of you. So it's just natural to not really have to depend on super strong vision for feeling out the wave backside.
yeah, totally.
I'm going out on a limb there a little bit, but it kind of makes sense.
As a goofy footer myself, you can't really see the wave directly behind you. You can't see the curl of the wave. You can only see what's going to happen in front of you. So almost you're surfing like looking in the future. And there we see Parker and his dad, Kev. Finn Banks up on another one. As we said, staying so busy.
Yeah, he's just all over it. I like how all the riders are a little bit spread out. Now that we don't have any defined sandbar that's really stretching, it's kind of the same wave wherever you're sitting at the moment. So no point in sitting on top of your other opponents and putting yourself within risk of any kind of priority interference. And so everyone's just on their own little private Idaho, finding some fun stuff.
Private Idaho. I love it. I love that the later into the week we get more of the dad jokes dropping in.
Yeah, I've got dad jokes all day. I have no kids, but I've got great dad jokes.
As we see Ryder in red, Finn, does he ride it out? Yes, he makes that. That was a super critical maneuver. Fully got the board vertical there as we see some lovely ladies enjoying the rehab replay, Ben.
Oh, look at this one. Sets that up. He sort of bottom turn almost like on a mid-face double up. Dug his fins in, got way up, and then came down, made sure he stuck his nose out in front of the wash to show that was ended with control. 7.17 for that one. So everyone's loving it, and everyone's having a great time around the zone, especially the Groms. What a great day for the beach.
Throwing up the shakas and the double shakas. We love to see it. Having a great time. Yeah. What legends. I don't know if they're attached to any of the competitors or if they're just here for a beautiful day in Byron Bay, but it's great to see people down on the beach supporting these fantastic athletes.
Everyone's loving it. And we are looking at the opposite side now. As I was getting pointed out. Oh, here we go. Jack Jackson going to whip that one. Unfortunately, not quite enough face, but had the body positioning and the motion to really throw some spray. Had that wave of giving a little more speed. But we were looking down that last drone shot shooting to the west. Mm-hmm. Is that the west?
That's the west, yep.
And we were told that the little M in the mountain is right where Mullumbimby is.
That's correct.
And it's the M for Mullumbimby. And then we went to Minion Falls and the national park up there, which was just behind there. Mm-hmm. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. The drone's listening to me. Drone's listening to me.
Is it
Our
the drone or
our
is it-
editors are like, oh, you want to see that again? So just below the BrightSky Australian Pro logo up there, just to the left, just about 1 inch on your screen, see the little M and the little 2 peaks? That's Mullumbimby, just up the way.
Absolutely.
And I think it's behind that the falls are, right? Is that kind of up in the valley?
Look, I am not the chasing waterfalls kind of gal. I don't spend too much of my time out there. I actually couldn't tell you. But yes, out towards the Cunium Ranges, absolutely, yeah, for sure.
I was born under a waterfall. I'm kind of offended right now. I'm just kidding. No, I was created in a cave.
You crawl out of the cave every year when you...
Only when I come here.
Oh, my gosh.
Here we go. Daniel Toomey, a little late to his feet, unfortunately, on that one. That's a lot of board for a little amount of space. So definitely doing a good job, doing the best you can, but it's hard to fit all that board in that tight little shore break. Here we go. Finn Banks staying nice and low. Quick tap on that one.
Currently got the other competitors comboed and a pretty solid lead. We got more youth and we got more shuckers.
Yep.
We love to see it.
Kai's brother on the left, getting all charged up to watch his brother rip in the next one. And we have the whole family, the whole Colas family and everybody else, and a lot of support down there. And this is just beautiful. So just coming up on the right hand of your screen, that big blue strip, that is the accessible ramp. That's a bunch of mats that are laid out. So all of our friends who get around on wheels and any other way of getting around have the ease of cruising on top of the sand down to our competition area, which is right in the center of your screen at the moment. And we are just up on top of that blue strip.
We are. We've just got 30 seconds remaining of this heat, Ben.
What else can I fit in 30 seconds? So just real quick, from that little little footprint on the beach, left side, that's our judges' tent. You kind of move it on over. We got a beach marshal. That's where you pick your jerseys up. The pink thing is Gold Coast Parasurfers. The orange is Royal Rehab. The center is BrightSky Tents. And over on the far right is our First Nations lifeguards.
Hot diggity dog. You got it in
let's
there.
Go.
Let's go. And we count it down in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. And that is it all over Red Rover. Finn Banks coming out on top there with a combined heat total of 13.84. Ben, are we going to a break?
We're going to go to a quick break, and we're going to hear a word from Finn Banks with Teza in just a moment after this commercial break. Thanks for another heat. That was a fun one, Stevie.
Yeah,
we'll see you guys in a moment.
Every journey is shaped by people, and your path home should be led by people who value community. People like ours. McGrath, guiding you home.
Hi guys, down here on the sand, and honestly, I think we've uncovered a brand new superstar of adaptive surfing. Finn Banks, congratulations, mate.
Thank you.
You've taken not only the pro event, but also the Australian para titles the other day.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing.
That's insane, mate. I mean, how old are you?
15.
Wow, so like I said, plenty of years to just really dominate this sport. What about the week? How's it been for you?
It's been really good. Lots of waves. Yeah. It's fun.
What part of the coastline you from?
I'm from the far south coast of New South Wales, beach called Congo.
Yeah, nice one. Do you have any sponsors or anyone looking after you?
No.
Not yet, right? Because if there's any companies out there, you want to get onto this guy. He's riding a Hayden shape. Come on, Haydo. Bust out for Finn Banks. As I said, had a surfing name right from the beginning. You know, Finn and Sandbanks joined together. Mate, Congo, you want to say anything to the people back home?
Yeah, all my friends at Congo, thanks for taking me surfing every morning and things.
Yeah, awesome. Finn, congratulations, mate. Well done. We'll see you at the Prezzo. All right, back to you guys in the central commentary position. It's going off there, the Sava.
Tezzy, you're going off, mate. Tez is so epic. And, yeah, Finn Banks doing an amazing job in some tough conditions. We've got a new division in the water. We've got Kai Colas in red, Johnny Konings from New Zealand in blue, Max Devery in yellow from Australia, and Jay Stevens, Keat in white. And all of these gentlemen have already gotten their hands on a wave. Kai Colas, 7.67 for his opening wave. JK got a 3.17. Devo Max got a 2.0. Here we have an opening ride by JK. Bowls himself under the pocket right there. Gets a little travel time. And that's that amazing quad craft that the Colas family helped him get. And Kai hanging it up there, using that wind to add a little more drama to the drop on that one, and then makes it over the double up. To be expected from that young surfer, as Jay Stevens setting himself up for a little barrel ride there. So already we're seeing some improved conditions. The wind direction has changed. That's the reason Kai was able to kind of use that wind and disconnect himself from the lip and airdrop that one down. We liked it. The judges liked it. 7.67 for that one. So a lot of exciting stuff, and this is kind of the new wave of unassisted prone as Kai Collis gets a vision there. Kai Collis, of course, your 2023-2024 ASP champion, and he's also 2024 ISA World Champion. There we got blue. And I believe as I look through my notes, trying not to take my eyes off of what you guys are watching, that was Parker and his family. But I am, of course, Kai won it. What am I thinking? I remember him doing a shoey at the Prezzos. I was going to ask him if he'd line that shoe with any waterproof lining, but I didn't want to call it too quick. Because anyone's got a chance here, and all of these bros, Johnny, Kai, Max, and Jay, are on it, and that was the Colas family last year. Grandma brought down the tambourines, and this time it looks like they got some maracas.
I'm going to have a three-piece mariachi band next year, maybe.
Let's go. And there is our prone assist champion of this one, Annie Goldsmith, next to Mono. Things are looking fun down on the beach. Sure like to be down there. But we feels like we are down there at the moment. So 11.17 total points. Kai throws in a 3.50 for traveling on that little closeout barrel. JK, another one, 3.07. It's all really close at the moment. Jay Stevens needing 9.34, but at the moment he only has one score. As soon as he gets that second score on the board, we're going to watch those requirements decrease as these guys catch waves. But exciting stuff down on the beach.
Yeah, for sure, Ben. Love seeing all the people down there supporting, just parked up, laying back in the sun, absolutely frothing and looking forward to seeing what these athletes can do in these conditions. Because as we mentioned before, it's pretty perfect for these guys.
It's amazing. And JK coming on the scene thanks to the Collis family. They introduced him to parasurfing, and they were the ones that got it together to get him that fine equipment that he's on. And that craft looks real nice. And JK has his own merchandise company called Enjoy Your Legs. So look for Johnny Koning's at Instagram, and they have a separate Instagram where him and his partner Charlie make merchandise that quickly sells out. So you better get in there, get your orders in soon. I got myself an Enjoy Your Legs hat from those guys just a bit ago. And Devery. Devery and Kai are good buds because they're close to the same age. We were buzzing around after Emma Dieter's barbecue the other day. And, of course, those boys wanted to go hit the piano bar.
Of course. And here we see Kai Collis in red. Shifts his body back, sets up that line to hit the lip, and it just takes him over.
There's just nothing to land on. Oh, he snapped his board.
Oh, no.
So Kai had he'd buckled his equipment in a previous heat. I don't know if that's the repaired buckled board. Luckily, he got some solid scores before clipping this thing, but watch what happens here. The bottom drops out. Big slabby lip onto basically no water, and he must have caught his nose or the lip had gotten a hold of his board. So he's going to ride that half of the board in. Hopefully we have some backup equipment for him.
Oh, it's full. Yep, straight through the middle.
That's so now I'm seeing it. That's not the board that he buckled during the last heat. That was, and it looks like they're going to take out Sam Bloom's equipment possibly as a backup. But that board that he just broke was, I think, the second version of Chicken Joe.
No, not Chicken Joe.
So the first, his first board from Wood Surfboards, I think it's James Woods, had a Chicken Joe from Surfs Up on it, and that thing before the previous year, 2024's contest. No, that was, I think, the year before even.
Oh, God.
That one flew off their car onto the highway, and I actually saw pictures, and Chicken Joe was in 4 pieces. So it was kind of like the combo set at the fried chicken joint. You got the legs, and you got the thighs over here, and you got the... But the third version of that one had no Chicken Joe art on it. That's the one that he... Oh, man. Half chicken...
We got some chicken legs and some chicken breasts.
Half chicken on sale. So time for some new boards. But the version 3, I'm not sure if it's still in the repair shop because he had buckled that in his earlier round. And guy's heavy on his board. So Woodsy, I think we got to throw thicker stringers on his boards as well as Kai's growing too. So yeah, a little more pressure, and especially when you're trying to put it critical on every wave. There's a lot of stress on the equipment. But Kai, at the moment, not needing any scores. Everyone else is looking for waves. So Kai can take a breather, grab a little backup equipment if he needs it. And I'm pretty sure it was hard to see with the lighting, but it looked like one of Sam Bloom's boards.
Yeah, you would have much more of an idea of what board is what with your little nerdy surf brain there.
Team Van Dan, that's Bailey Vandenhoeven. And he's been coming in and hanging out at the Royal Rehab after party zone, and he's been sending me song requests.
Oh, I love it. What is he requesting?
Yesterday I put on Welcome to the Jungle. He wanted that one from Guns N' Roses.
Hell yeah. Yeah.
And this is our water safety crew. We have all the boys, Jimbo, Liam, a bunch of other heads. And I'm trying to see, but I think in the hat, that might even be Beth from Royal Rehab that's going and throwing herself in there. And so, yep, all the boys, usually they would be floating around waist deep, but we only have ankle deep water, so not a lot of room to put your swim fins on right now.
No. And we also have some really capable surfers out in the water, so we don't need to be in the impact zone getting in their way either. So
yep. This is a unassisted classification, which means it's any surfer who rides in a prone position that does not require assistance.
Wounded Warriors coming up next. I believe
That's
Craig
right.
Edmonds.
Okay. Yeah, I was wondering who we had on there. Craig Edmonds, Adam Cross, Nathan Slater, and Joe Young will be going at it, which is our veterans heat. That's coming up next. There's Trish Wilson on the bottom. She usually sings the national anthem at our opening. She was a little busy this time for us, but she's been down every other day helping out. And I like that quad. Look at that quad with the cool little keels on it. Better turn that board over. That wax is going to get nice and melty in this sun. We got 11 minutes. I don't think we've had any waves ridden since Kai smashed his board. And here we have Jay Stevens. Oh, ain't it? Travel time. He got a good vision. Too bad we don't have a POV cam of him. We would have seen that everything coming over.
Fully as we go into the Royal Rehab Group replay. It's a really nice wave. Sets his line, really leans into it to keep the outer rail up and out of getting caught there. But, of course, just tricky conditions, and it catches and closes out on top of him.
Jay Stevens is epic. Comes from Little Narrabeen. He's only been parasurfing for 2 years, and after 1 month of parasurfing, he got third in his first ever comp 2 years ago. And he's sponsored by Lighthouse Whole Body Health, Aid Station, Sunta Watches, and he's the father of Kai and Tane.
Not this Kai, though. Different Kai.
Different Kai. Here look at this. We got some grommet pro wrestling going on.
Some WWE.
There's action all over the place. I believe that's the wrestling or the mixed martial arts open class at the moment. Must be this tall to ride.
Oh, my God.
9 minutes and 40 seconds. Man, we really get loose towards the tail end of this thing, don't we?
I'd like to say here we go. Some bit of action. Kai Collis on, I think, as you said, Sam Bloom's board. We will get the replay of that wave in just a moment. We had a couple of competitors split the peak there, so...
I think Kai was being a little kinder than he normally would, just knowing that that's not his board, feeling it out. But here we go. We got a couple riders splitting the peak. And I think that was Kai and...
Jay Stevens.
It was Jay going left. So we're starting to see some more scores pop up. Jay Stevens, 3.33, builds on that. Last few of Kai did not factor in. He had a 2.47, a 2.53, and a 3.50. Devo, Max Devery puts a 2.57, improving his score line. And so everyone needs some. Oh, here we go. Jay Stevens, that was him going left, got a 3.17, which bumped him into second. So change in situation. Jay Stevens in second place. JK drops to third. And Max in fourth at the moment. But these guys are all frothers. I'm sure they're going to see 2 or 3 more waves on the end of their score line in this 8 minutes that we have remaining. And it looks like the wind slightly calmed down. It shifted hard out of the southeast. We saw the spray coming up and holding up those lefts. Now it looks like it's kind of cooling down, at least from the texture.
Yeah, for sure, Ben. Went for a little walk just before, and it looks really different out there with that change in the wind direction. As you can see, the spray of the wave is now going towards the left of the screen, where this morning it was going to the right. So putting a little texture, changing things up a little bit, but still a gorgeous day in the bay with some gorgeous spectators down there cheering on our awesome athletes.
As I am the bearer of good news.
Oh, here we go.
As the offshore calms down, it doesn't stick these guys to the lip as much, and it's not going to fight them going down the face. So should make things a little bit more manageable, even though it's still kind of a little closeout. It won't kill the speed, and they'll be able to get a little bit of speed off the takeoff and hopefully get up on high on the lip line, just as we saw Jay Stevens. I think that was... Yep, that was Jay getting up on the lip line, fitting that. He's got one of the bigger boards, got that whole board up on the high line, as we have Max Devery smacks that one. And so Jay Stevens, 3.17 was the previous score that moved him up into second. I think we're going to see another one. Wow, sticking with that thing, making the bounce, gets a 4.03. So moving him up that much farther. JK still on 3 waves as we have a cool amount, a variety of equipment coming into that veterans round. I like that quad channel kneeboard over on the right side as we have Devo sneaking out the doggy door on that one. Got a little vision.
I love all the terminology that I'm learning this year from you. The doggy door. I don't think I've heard you say that one before.
You haven't?
I don't think so. Or maybe I've just got a bad memory.
Yeah, just wait till I pull out the cat scratcher. Just kidding. I haven't found a way to use that, actually. 5 minutes and 45 seconds. I was going to say the kitty door, but like they could probably use the same door, dogs and cats. I don't know. Red, here we go. Boom, there we go. So Kai now getting the feel of Sam Bloom's equipment. I like that little sled. And one cool thing is that Sam has the same handle position as he normally rides, so fits his style well, like how he does the hand exchange to the front, gets up on the lip line, bounces it down, still being a little bit less violent because that's not his equipment. He's going to keep it in one piece, but that will add to his score line. So pretty sure that's the 6th wave for Kai, and we haven't seen that score come in. They're going to have a little think about it.
We've got Adam Land there.
7.50. Thank you, Sam Bloom.
Oh.
And thank you, Luke Short, taking a little test of some different equipment.
He better be buying her a couple of beers tonight to say thank you, huh?
Yeah. And she doesn't want him out of his green Adidas. His shoey out of his Adidas last year. Sorry. Someone wasn't at the Prezos.
I was, actually. I was just too busy sinking beers.
That was too good. So it was amazing to see Kai in the first championship in California. A little bit shy, a little bit soft-spoken, and he's come full circle, and now he's just the full frother. Him and Max are just out on the town.
He's the party boy now, huh?
Yep.
Look out, Australia.
Teaching us Seppos how to do a proper shoey. So we got 4 minutes. 4 minutes remaining, and Kai, even with his little break, his break after his break.
Yep, double break.
He's back out there stacking some scores. There's Grandma and the Colas family shaking it up. Man, too bad we don't have Team Puerto Rico's backups here because they usually have the percussion. We'd have like a full-on percussion concert going on. So I'm glad that we do have the maraca, but we still have the tambourine. 3.5 minutes. And, man, I got to say the conditions have been better than I expected for this round since we're just after the low tide. Jay Stevens knows how he got that previous score, and he goes for another one. He wants to keep stacking them. Said, hey, if you judges like when I go to the lip line, I'll keep taking it up there instead of trying to get barreled. So we'll see what happens on that 6th wave of Jay Stevens. Let's see if he can stack something on that previous 4.03.
Let's have a look at the Royal Rehab Group replay there. Takes that like nice high line and, yeah, just smacks it off the top of the lift with a redirection back into the wash there. So I think it'll beat a 3.33. Ben, what do you reckon?
Yeah. No, I think I'm right there with you. He got a 4.03 for that pretty similar wave previously on his 5th wave. And so, yeah, it could push up towards that 4.03, but I think since the judges kind of set the scale for that maneuver on his 5th wave, we'll see if he tosses that 3.33.
Yeah, he is in a combination situation at the moment. He does need a combo of 15.18. So we'll see what happens there as we've got the little spinning wheel waiting for Jay Stevens' last score to drop in. And we see more people on the beach. They're definitely just walking along, seeing the comp on, and they've come down to check it all out.
It's the biggest party in town.
That's it. Judges really taking their time, really thinking about this one for Jay Stevens as we go to some live action. Max DeVries pulls into a nice little closeout there.
Yeah, nice little late drop on that one, 1 minute and 30 seconds. And as I always say, if your score's taking a long time, that probably means it's going to be a good one.
Yeah, let's see if he
Because
can get out.
the easy ones to figure out that don't really count, the judges will get those out of the way while they think. So the fact that they are thinking about it this much, they're probably trying to compare it to that 4.03, which is almost the same wave. They're going to have to see. It was the same maneuver, so they'll see which one was bigger, which one was more dynamic to try and figure out if it goes over or under that 4.03. But we're down to 1 minute. Thanks for pointing that out, Stevie. I'll just keep talking forever.
Yeah, you do all the talking. I'll just gesture to the things for you to talk about. I think that works out
hand
well.
signals.
Yeah.
2.67 for the last of Kai. Not one that we saw, or I was going to say not one that we need to see. It didn't really make it into his top two. I'm having a hard time seeing what color that was. That may have been Jay Stevens on another. Nope. That was JK, Johnny Konings. So now we got a couple spinning pinwheels as Jay Stevens wasting no time. Even more of a tail drop on that one as we're down to the 10-second mark. So JK got a 2.13. That didn't factor in, unfortunately. Now I think we have two scores to work out for Jay Stevens. So we're going to need to let those two scores for Jay come in before we officially figure out who is your champion for this. But seeing that
It's dropped in as a 4.6 and a 4.93. Unfortunately, not enough to bump Kai Collis out of his top position. But congratulations, Kai Collis.
Kai Collis, our BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships 2026, presented by Forward Ability Support. Unassisted prone men's champion, second year in a row. And, yep, warm up those Adidas for some shoeies at the Prezos. We're going to take a quick break, and we will have a word with him before moving on to our Veterans Heat just after these messages.
I'm here at Urban Surf supporting the BrightSky and Forward Ability adaptive surfing event, and super excited to see first-timers to people like Sam Bloom who have competed on the world stage.
Got over 30 surfers here registered to jump in the water with us today, and there's a real buzz, lots of excitement. BrightSky and Forward, we've been around for 64 years supporting people with spinal cord injury, and through BrightSky we're able to fund an event like this.
I'm excited, it's electric out here, so much energy. There's a huge crew, the weather has turned it on, it's going to be a sick day, I'm super keen, get some waves with some mates.
We're lucky to have Sam Bloom here. She's a great ambassador for Forward Ability Support, but also a great advocate for surfing.
sick event. It's cool to have so many surfers out here and wild setup with Urban Surf and BrightSky and Cywood, and yeah, it's going to be bad.
You couldn't get a better setup for getting into surfing for adaptive athletes.
It's incredible that BrightSky and Foldability have put this event on and have made it happen, and yeah, obviously with the support of Cyber. So no, it's awesome. I hope we'll do many more events like this.
Hi guys, we're down here with one of the superstars of adaptive surfing all the way from the Gold Coast, just picking up a brand new title. Congratulations, Kai Collis. Make some noise, everyone. Yeah. Man. I tell you what, this was kind of like an expensive victory because that was your favourite board.
Yeah, I'm going to have to get a new one after this week. My favourite board, gone in the first, 10 minutes.
Do you get sponsored for this stuff?
Nah, no sponsors. It's all mum and dad, but I think I'm going to have to pay for the next one myself.
I got a feeling that we should, someone should sponsor this kid because, I mean, as I said, yeah, he's an incredible talent. What about the week? It's been such a cool week, mate.
Yeah, it's been an incredible week, and everybody down here has had a sick time. It's the best comp in the world. If you're not down here surfing it, I don't know what you're doing. So, yeah.
Did you want to say anything to the people back home in the camera?
Yeah, everybody that's watching, thank you for watching. And then all the family and everybody that's down here, thanks for coming down. My little sister Lola Grace. Yeah. But yeah, thanks to everybody that's supported the comp, and we love you guys.
Are you going to go to Hawaii?
Maybe. We're going to make a decision. Yeah.
Cool. Let's hope so. But anyway, Kai Collis, he's got himself another title. Back to the central commentary position.
Woo! Thank you, Tessa. And, yeah, I'll take 2 wings and a thigh.
I'll have the leftovers.
There we go. So we have some scores in. We are in our Wounded Warriors Veterans Heat. Nathan Slater in red get with a 2.33 and a 1.83. He's in the lead at the moment. Craig Edmonds in white with a 2.83. Also out in the water, we have Adam Cross and Joel Young. So we have that tide trying to do its thing, trying to sneak on in. And there is Seb Vanderwall. He is on the D-Burge Daz shape. That was they had a prone board that was on display in the Royal Rehab, and he's going to ride it prone. So he's going to go do a little prone action for us. The sponsors Heat, they can ride whatever craft they want. And there we go. You just glass up the tail, and it's big enough for your little sister to ride. Perfect. We'll need the fins in the back half. Wow, nice. Kneeboarding set up on this one. Sets himself up to fit inside. And it's looking like we got a little bit of offshore back on it once again to open that thing up.
As we go into the Royal Rehab Group or replay, our rider in red, Nathan Slater, absolute peeler. Oh my God, what a beautiful wave. Pulls in, just get munched at the end, but great face to walk in. There's your mate.
Peter.
Peter,
local legend. We had a couple schooners. Well, we had schooners while he sat there. He didn't have a schooner, but in the veterans, Craig Edmonds, white. He loves the ocean, everything it represents. After multiple tours in jungle warfare, the love of the ocean and the recreational recovery after challenging times is a must for him. He comes from Narlu Bluff in northwestern Australia, 20 years in the water. And this is a couple little words. It seems like a little poem. Complex is simple, simple is massive, complex, and love a challenge. I'll take it. Local shaper is RAH Clean Lines from the Backyard Shed. And he's a twin with his twin sister. And his favorite surfer is Tom Curran. And also Joel Young. So I'd love to have information on all of these amazing veterans in this heat. But only 2 of them filled out their bios. And so Joel Young is a 15-year Navy veteran with 4 tours in Iraq, Afghanistan, Somalia. He's from Black Rocks, surfing for 20-plus years, surfboard shaper, and now with a surf coach for Tweed Surf School. And his favorite surfer is Jordy Smith. So I'm about to I'm going to send out Stevie Lee Ginger, tell her thanks for a great job, mate, and we will see you at the Prezos as we have Red. Nathan Slater keeping busy, lots of speed down the line as I invite Melissa Decker, the CEO of BrightSky Australia. I was hoping I'd get you in here.
I know, I was down on the beach catching the action.
Seen that. I said, I told Stevie, I said, hey, can you go look for Mel or someone in the BrightSky tent? She said, there's no BrightSky tents. They're all down on the beach.
All on the beach, yeah.
Yep.
It's where all the action is.
I know. We've been seeing it on the drones, looking like a lot of fun down there. Quick replay of Nathan Slater's last wave, driving some speed across, and that is a good sign because we haven't had a lot of travel time on the waves at the low tide. So we thank you guys once again for your support, and it's been amazing to see the larger footprint and the bigger scale of this year's event.
It's been awesome, Ben. There's been a lot more people here, participating and watching, and it's just been fantastic. The weather has been perfect, and we've had a great time. Really great week.
I've had a great week, and it's been really fun to meet Ben and see all of the faces from last year, as well as a couple new faces, and I'm sure everyone's having a blast. Was Kelly here last year as well?
No, Kel's first year this year.
So you got a couple members that weren't here last year. What's their impression of this event? They got to be addicted.
They love it. They want to come back next year. They're having a great time.
So we, as you've heard plenty of times through our breaks, this is the title sponsor, BrightSky Australia, and it's presented by Forward Mobility Support. But those two companies both work together. One funds the actions of the other. Can you do a little bit to explain about that?
They do, Ben. So we're one organisation, a not-for-profit, and Forward Ability Support, we provide care and support to people with spinal cord injury and other neurological conditions. And then BrightSky is our social enterprise, so selling medical consumable products, and all of the surplus from BrightSky allows us to do the unfunded work that we do through Forward and also support wonderful events like the Adaptive Surf Pro.
Well, we are so glad that you guys jumped on last year. Next, we have our sponsor round.
Yay.
There's Seb from Royal Rehab heading out. We're going to have Adam Cross. We're going to have Jeff Robertson from High Fives is not here, unfortunately. We'll have Nick Dunn from McGraw. That was who was standing next to Seb. We'll have Jackie Dillon for Waveski Adventures. Cam Bloom for BrightSky.
Yay, Cam.
And I think we'll have a writer for Thomas Foods, and Tweed Holiday Parks will be Scott Whitby. And not to mention the Byron Bay Services Club. That's where the Prezos are going down. We'll have Gary going out for a surf, so that'll be a fun one. But we're so appreciative of all the support. Of course, adaptive surfing isn't the widest known species of the surf world. And so you guys have shown a lot of interest. Of course, it all interties really well with people with physical challenges, injuries, and disabilities. And what a perfect match.
It is a perfect match, Ben, and yeah, we love it. We want to get more involved, help to promote the sport. We did a day with Royal Rehab at Urban Surf late last year where we just hired the whole Urban Surf pool. So anything that we can do to help promote the sport and provide more opportunities for people to participate is what we want to do.
The other thing that's very cool always, they bring sunblock and lip zinc and all sorts of free goodies for everyone down around the scene. And with this kind of sunshine, you really need it. As Craig Edmonds gets a little head dip, little morning shower. As we have Red, Gary from the Services Club heading out there. And Red, Nathan Slater from the Veterans, zooming on out. And so not a lot of water, real low tide out there. And we will see a variety of equipment. We're going to have a prone board, I believe. We saw Gary with a longboard there. We'll see a bunch of different types of craft riding the same wave, which will be a lot of fun. And so we have just 12 minutes remaining. Everyone's got a few waves, and here we are. That's Mel Decker. And we've had a great time. It's amazing that this thing's almost to the tail end. It always goes by so fast.
It does. It feels like we just arrived. And all the action's about to wind up.
We've had great times around town in Byron Bay. And it's so amazing to be here with all of this town and Byron Shire are just completely behind everyone.
It is, and it's been wonderful to see the community come down and support the event as well. There have been a lot of people just passing by, dropping in and saying, what's this all about, what's happening, and it's just really wonderful.
Yeah, and the whole BrightSky team has been present at all of our little events, and we had the surf movie premiere the other night at the Byron Beach Hotel, and it's got to be a lot of fun just getting to know all these people that you see day in, day out, but outside of the beach and competition area.
Yeah, it does, Ben, and it felt like we're coming back to catch up with a whole bunch of friends this year, so it was really nice. It's a lovely community, and the screening of the movie the other night was fantastic, wasn't it?
That's amazing.
Yeah.
And we just saw a few of them out in the water, a few of the stars of that film out there from the Gold Coast Parasurfers Club, and we have a little paddle here. Here we go. A little kneeboard pump. Quick hit there. Not a lot of water on the bottom of the wave to ride these out, but they're just having fun being out there as the only 4 people in the water. And you know what? I'm starting to see that we don't have any waves written by yellow and blue, so it might have just been white and red that showed up now that I'm thinking about it. Yep, Jake says yes. He says, you're pretty good at math, and you're also getting better with colors now that we're at the end of the event. And so I know that Mono and Deb had an agreement with BrightSky, and I remember last year at the Prezos, you guys put out something really special that the winners of the divisions would have their entry paid this year, I believe it was.
We did, yeah. We just loved it last year, and so I spoke to Mono and Deb and said, how about we cover the entry fee for everyone that won their division last year? So really pleased that we could do that for everybody.
So we actually do have some BrightSky sponsored members, at least for this event.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I know that we have a lot of...
there we go.
There we go. Sam Bloom, she's ready to watch Cam out there representing BrightSky, as well as the rest of the crew. It's always really easy to see everyone in the blue shirts. And we got the blue tents down on the beach. Craig Edmonds got another score, 2.97. We're starting to see that tide fill in, but really, really big beach down there as that tide went low, huh?
A lot of sand, yeah, a lot of sand.
And so I was able to, unfortunately, I was only able to get Scott out in the water early on before we had started our competition. And we got some pretty big swell and hard currents that ran through there, but I promise to get you surfing next event.
I'll take you up on that, Ben, for sure.
And we're going to get a nice big board for your Ben to also get on his feet. And, yeah, we got to get the whole crew out there. And we have 8 minutes and 30 seconds. That's a lot of time for only 2 people in the water to get a bunch of waves. Lots of fun. And so things are a little bit sleepy. We've been really lucky to have very low winds, nice clean conditions on this beautiful day here, as you can see on this drone shot. Big, beautiful beach. And then we've got Adrian and the crew for BrightSky having a talk with Mono. And we're going to all get together and have a great closing ceremony and award presentation at the Byron Bay Services Club just around 5:30, followed by a little bit of music party as we have Red driving his way down this one. This is one of the better waves he's found. He's able to find some open space to get up and above that thing. Got to watch out for the fins. It gets real shallow right there.
It does, yeah.
But you were there with us last year, and we had a really, really fun time all getting together and just closing this thing down, which will be there later on this afternoon for all of our friends who are around the Byron area or within reach. It's going to be a really good time to crown our champions. We have some really amazing handmade trophies this year. And
Me too.
we'll
and you're going to be on the decks with the music, Ben?
Yep, always got the music. We tested out the sound system. Everything's looking good. And I may actually have a couple live music guests to kind of open us up. So
How good.
Yeah, stir up all the fun that we can. And tomorrow's going to be a lonely day when this is all over. And we were speaking yesterday, a couple of the friends, that it's we're on such a high when we're together during these competitions. So much good vibes, and then when you go home and you realize it's over, you have a little crash, and
sleep.
A little crash and some sleep. Can always use some sleep. But there's our crew on the beach, and Mono's daughter Dakota down there, and everyone getting all charged up. We don't have a lot of time in between our last heat and our prezos, so we'll probably be poofing off the scene and getting our way over to the Services Club. We know that here in Byron, Byron Bay Services Club has the cheapest schooners in town. That helps me out a lot. And they also have really, really good and affordable food.
Good food, yeah, great food.
And I'm not one to get on the pokies, but they got that stuff too.
They do.
Yes. So we had another ride by White. Lots of waves. It's easy to get lots of waves when you're the only ones out there to eat up everything there is. Only 6 minutes left of this one. We'll have some quick replay of Craig. And so over your last two competitions with us, getting to know more riders, getting more involved, are there any kind of fun new projects or ideas coming into the next competition?
I think so. I think we always go away and we have a look at what we could, change and what we can do better next year. So we've got some ideas.
I know I have quite a few riders that were singing Bright Sky's praises and said they want to have Bright Sky stickers on their boards next year. So see if you guys get into supporting, having your own team riders out there next year.
Yeah, absolutely.
But as we mentioned before, they did sponsor the entry fee for all of last year's champions. So anyone who was a champion last year basically is a Bright Sky rider in this competition, and we wouldn't be here without them. There we have more friends on the beach, and I love these multiple angles. And big thanks to our production team. They've done an amazing job with the resources they have. Some of our big events, we've got 4 cameramen for the live surfers. We have separate drone teams, and with a very small team of about 5 to 6 people on site, they're bringing you guys top-notch production, and we're getting angles and beautiful, beautiful shots of this competition. So they've documented it really well.
They have. It's such a beautiful beach, isn't it?
It's so amazing. So here we have, that was Tweed Holidays surfer, Scott, on his way out. So in all of our previous heats, we've had about a 5-minute paddle out. That lets the next heat kind of move into position without moving into the competition area, so they're ready to get right to it as soon as the previous heat ends. And, wow, coming down to the dying moments. Melissa, do you have any message for anyone who could possibly benefit from the care from forwardability support, or how to get products through BrightSky?
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got websites, and you can go and have a look at the services that we provide through forwardability support, and an online store for BrightSky. Get behind BrightSky. It's what allows us to fund events like this and put money back into supporting community.
And so I'm reading on the brochure from last year, Ferguson Lodge.
Mm-hmm.
Are there vacancies available for...
Yeah, we've got some vacancies there. We've got a number of permanent residents that live at Ferguson Lodge, but we also have vacancies available for people that want to have short-term stays with us, 24/7 nursing care on site. We've got a clinical team, occupational therapists, allied health team. So yeah, we're open to people giving us a call, and we can let them know more about it.
That's amazing. And all of the products on BrightSky you can have delivered to your house, I believe?
Absolutely, yep. Fast delivery, free freight for online orders, and we'll get it out to you really quickly.
And it goes to a great cause.
It does go to a great cause.
That's amazing.
Yep.
We're down to 2 minutes and 30 seconds as we see our next sponsor heat just up the beach from these guys, ready to get their hands on the very last waves of this 2026 BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championship presented by Affordability Support. And, yep, it's just been 2 of our veterans, but we thank them for their services, and they had a great time, and they showed that we've got some ripping veterans here in Byron. And we're also going to see how many members, how many hot surfers we have on the team with our support and our sponsor round coming up soon.
I heard there's a lot of competition in the sponsors round, Ben.
Yeah, I've been listening to some of the behind-the-scenes conversations, deciding what equipment they're going to use.
Yep.
And so, yeah, I think it's going to be a little more heated conversation between the competitors than we had in this veterans round.
I think so.
And so out there you can see the swell still pulsing through. We had some really big swell down in Sydney over the last couple days. As you can see, the whitewash blowing up off of the Julian Rocks out on the top left of your screen under the scores. And we've got our 2 riders in position, only enough time for about 1 more wave each before we'll send them in, and we'll move on to our final event. As we have Nathan Slater pulls in. He's really wanting to sneak out of one of those. If he had a little more tide underneath him, he'd be able to kind of sneak out with some speed. But we have been very, very lucky since the first day of competition. I was here 2 days before we started the opening ceremony. And throughout the day, we'd have 2 or 3 rains every day. And basically from the day of the opening ceremony and day 1, we've had perfect weather
Nothing but
all the way
sunshine
through.
the whole way through.
Unbelievable. And there is the setup on the beach. If you guys are around the Byron area, we're just down the street from, just down the shoreline from the main beach and along the famous path that goes through the park in Byron. You can come in, come check out this amazing competition. And we have surfers from around the world all facing their own physical challenges or disabilities. And we have White up and riding. It's a little stuck at the top of that one, and that may be it. We're down to 5 seconds remaining. Nathan wants one. Buzzer beater. So, yep, only 2 guys, but definitely quite competitive, making sure they get all the points that they can in that round. And so that's going to close it down. We're going to take a small break in just a moment, but thank you so much for joining me, Melissa, and thank you for all that you do with BrightSky and the whole team.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
And we are really looking forward to celebrating the end of this at our presentation and awards ceremony at the Services Club. But there's more. Let's get ready for this big sponsor event after these messages. We'll see you guys in a second.
guys, back down here on the beach. Of course, we are getting very close to wrapping up what's been an incredible week of competition here in Byron Bay. But I'm speaking with Slats at the moment. Not Kelly Slater, but Nathan Slater. How are you, buddy?
Yeah, not too bad. Tez, how are you?
Yeah, congratulations, mate. You've taken the Wounded Warrior title.
Yeah, I got second a couple of years, and talking to Trish and Mono during the week, they said there's a spot available and sort of made the mad dash from up north to come down for today. I'm sort of glad I did. It was actually a lot more fun in the water than it looked. It was good just to be able to have a few waves with man on man. It was good.
Yeah, absolutely. Tell us about the Wounded Warrior stuff.
So pretty much you had to be served in the military, either Army, RAF and Navy. And they've realised over the last few years water's good for the veterans with the mindfulness and therapy. So we're trying to encourage veterans of any shape or size or where you come from to come out and have a go at surfing. And we've been pretty fortunate. Mono and Deb and the adaptive surfing has welcomed us in. This is the third heat we've had this year. And hopefully next year we can build the numbers and have max attendance as well.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Thanks so much for your service to this country as well.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you.
I mean, gee, the world's a tricky place at the moment, isn't it, with all that stuff going on?
Yeah, we'll just, yeah, it is what it is, and hopefully it'll sort of settle down in the near future.
Yeah, you betcha. All right, congratulations. That is Nathan Slater back to the central commentary position.
Thank you, Tezza. So we have all sorts of wavecraft out on the zone at the moment. And out in the water in green for Waveski Adventures. It's not Jackie Dillon. That's one of the hottest wave skiers that we got. Pablo Airways out there representing them. That was so that was Cam Bloom up for BrightSky in the pink. For McGraw, we have Nick Dunn, Services Club, Gavin, Royal Rehab. We have Sebastian Vanderval going prone, I believe. Unfortunately, our buddies from High Fives couldn't make it out here. They are a big supporter of this event. They have a different event going on, but Jeff Robertson would have been out in the water in the white. And in orange, we have Scott Whitby for our Tweed Holiday Parks. And I'm going to see if we have a black jersey. I think we were to have one more person in the water, but let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we got 6 of those competitors out in the water at the moment, and we have a bunch of scores. These guys are getting busy right now. Cam Bloom out there with the top scores of 4.17, 3.73. Pablo has a 2.90 and a 2.50. And third, Nick Dunn. And we have Sebastian going prone. He was out there on Lee Ferrier's team earlier, and they took it. He got to be feeling stoked. And finally, his turn to go out and get some waves of his own. So Pablo in the green. We got a replay from the drone. There we go. And yellow getting super shacked. What a good shot of that. And it just shows you how beautiful the water is. Looking right through the lip and getting to see that travel time by Nick Dunn for McGraw. So we have some of the smallest text I've ever seen. I'm going to test my eyes and try not to get anything wrong. But Nick Dunn representing McGraw, living in Byron for 37 years, and one of the partners and owners of McGraw for 17 years. And there we go. Pablo Airways. So I've been a fan of this dude from Instagram. If you are interested in wave ski, this guy is one of the most high-performance riders that you will ever see. He does backflips and airs. That's with him going off to the right, as we have orange. Gavin get a nice line off there from the Services Club, my favorite spot in town. And Pablo moves up to the lead with an 8.0. So Pablo, if you want to check out Instagram, it's Pablo Airways. I've been watching this guy, just seeing what these crazy crafts can do. One of the most high-performance people I've ever seen on any craft. And this guy does backflips and aerial 360s and crazy stuff on the wave. And so I've been really excited to see him out in the water. And also, Waveski Adventures gives the chance for anyone who's interested in getting out on one of those craft a chance to get out there for the first time. And just look how quick and how fast he gets up to speed, snaps that thing, gets up on the lip, So if you look at the base of that wave ski alone, there is Royal Rehab cheering on their boy Seb out in the water. And off to the right, we've been lucky to have the CEO of Royal Rehab just checking out the scene and getting interested. And we thank them for our very cool VIP competitors area that we've been hanging at. And we're going to see JK over at the ceremony later on, seeing him spinning out of the zone. So we have all of these riders just sprinkled out across the contest area, everybody finding their own peaks and just having a great time. As it looks like we had Gavin up and riding. And that was Nick Dunn. And here we have Pablo Airways taking a look here. He's going to stay out in position. And so previously we'd had Jim Rogers for the Services Club last year. Great guy in the community. And Jackie Dillon was representing Wave Ski Adventures, but this is the top dude in that sport. Pablo is one of the most high-performance riders on any craft, and it's always exciting stuff to watch them serve. So Scott from Tweed Holiday Parks comes from Ballina. He's been surfing for 20 plus years. And we actually have some favorite songs of these crew. So Scott Whitby loves Get Some Fun from the Sunny Boys. We would also normally have Jamie Bennett out there. And as I saw his boards in the Osteo area, it looks like he's not out there. They've been treating our competitors for the entire competition. So they're packing up their gear and still got some work to do rather than be out there catching waves with these dudes. He'll be getting plenty after this comp is over. And Green, look at him getting some travel in that one. Getting a nice vision. So at the moment, he is in the lead with a 7.33 for his previous wave and an 8.0 for his top score. And, yeah, we're pretty excited to have Cam Bloom out there representing BrightSky. And they're, of course, the official naming partner of this and last year's competition. And Cam's also been surfing for 20-plus years. As Pablo Airways, violent drop off of the lip and sticks with it. And of course, Cam is a professional photographer, and he has always been getting our group shots on our opening ceremonies and such. Here we have Pablo driving it off, hanging that one up, gets that explosion coming off of the flats. Kind of catches his nose on that one. So last two of Pablo didn't factor into his top two. He's still pretty far in the lead with an 8.0 and a 7.33. And, of course, Seb with Royal Rehab Group and Sargood on Coleroy are the world's first report for people with spinal cord injury. And there we go. Seb bangs it off the lip there and sticks that one down. So spends a lot of time out in the water doing work with Lee Ferrier. So he's picking up skills from the best in prone. So he's out there kind of putting his skills to the test. So Sebastian Seb comes from Rock Pools in Bungan Beach, surfing for over 20 years. Pablo, nice pump into this one. Quick 360 on the lip. Bangs it off of that. And so we've had a lot of fun surfs with these guys during our event and up to it. And we're down to our last 11 minutes and 30 seconds. And so Gavin Peel from the Byron Bay Services Club is a 40-year Byron Bay resident and surfing for 59 years. That was him up and riding just now. Likes to surf Wategos. His favorite songs, Wedding Cake Island by Midnight Oil. And so this has been an amazing event. It's not over. We still got just 11 minutes remaining. But we couldn't be here without all of our great sponsors, BrightSky and Forward Ability Support, Royal Rehab Group, and Sargoods on Coleroy, to High Fives, the Byron Bay Services Club, Waveski Adventures, Kennard's Hire, McGrath Real Estate, Thomas Foods, Byron Central Osteopathy, Wetflix, First Nations Lifeguards, Stoke for Life, Mudmen Gemstones for the very cool trophies that we will see in just a little bit from Sean Britz Magoo, and Tweed Holiday Parks. Also to our supporters, JTK Ballina, Beach Hotel, and Rove Wheelchairs, Nopong, and Anova. Look at these lines coming out the back. Got that tide starting to fill in, so this last 10 minutes, we'll start to see that incoming tide bring a little bit more swell in. That orange taking a look there. And that was Cam surfing on one of Sam's boards. We are down to 9 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Look at this beautiful location. And so this is beautiful Byron Bay, New South Wales. You can see green. Didn't see any scoring potential on that one. He's going to move back out into position. And we must give a big thanks to Surfing Australia and our production team for bringing all of this action to you guys live and direct. And it has been amazing to share all of this action along with all of these amazing individuals with you guys since the day one of competition. And it is amazing that it's almost coming to a close, 8 minutes and 45 seconds. And we can just see, looking out in front of our contest area, all of that shoreline starting to fill in on the right side of your screen. That means that incoming tide is starting to kind of eat up that beach that was dry just an hour ago. And things are moving in. Lots of waves ridden by Pablo from Waveski Adventures. I think he's up to 9 waves now. And Seb, Royal Rehab's last wave, 5.33, put him in second place. That was Gavin getting another one on the longboard there. He had a 2.37 for his previous wave. Pablo taking a look. In and out, reading the wave well. Could see there was nothing left of that one. He's going to put himself back in position. And so for all of our friends, it's going to be a sad one as everyone goes back to their homes. We've had a great time hanging together and sharing a lot of fun in this year's BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships. Of course, all of these highlights in these days of competition, I'm sure you'll be able to replay on YouTube to relive the moment. I know I'll be doing that, and also excited. I've taken a bunch of interviews with various members of the community during the competition, and when I get home, I'm going to be throwing those up on the YouTube as well. So if you want to read up on any of these riders and their stories, a little personal plug, I'll be having a YouTube channel up. And here we go, green, pumping that one. Oh, inverted tail blow, nose pick, and rolls it over. He's able to get out of that one. And so if you just look at the board underneath him, the things that the board does is basically like the top performance aerial surfers in shortboarding, just with a seated individual on top of it. It's really amazing. 6 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. Everyone's been getting their hands on some pretty nice rides. They're all sprinkled up and down, finding their own favorite little sandbar. And within 6 minutes, that's plenty of time for each of these guys to get under the wave. At the moment, Waveski Adventures in the lead. Pablo, second is Seb for Royal Rehab. BrightSky, Cam is in third at the moment. Nixon fourth for McGraw. Byron Bay Service Club, Gavin in fifth. And Scott for Tweed Holiday Parks is in sixth at the moment. Beautiful day. The winds have changed from offshore to southeast. And now it looks like it's a nice light offshore again. Just beautiful conditions. And that spray shining in this beautiful Byron sunshine. And that water is the temperature of a swimming pool. Quite hot outside, but with this nice cooling breeze as we have a paddle here. And that was Nick Dunn. Just taking a look. Pulls it on out. He's going to go back for more. And amazing drone shots of our contest area. This is just over to the west of us. That's the main beach and the parking at the Byron Bay next to the wreck. As we had Gavin. Nice hit off the lip on that one. And as you get down past the parking area, you get down towards the beach by the wreck. And a lot of beautiful options for anyone who wants to come and get some waves and some beautiful warm water. Let's see if these guys can grab anything else in this last 4 minutes. So green's pretty strong out in front at the moment. Now coming back the other way. So that is our main beach. Everyone loves to go and catch some sun out on the lawn there. And then this little pathway leads all the way down to us. And we have our little lifesaver station there. They do their training. And you can see just what a beautiful day it is here in Byron. And this little pathway just over to the right third of your screen is where we did our opening parade, where all these members came in to our little contest area here. Not a little contest area. You got a big footprint, a lot of infrastructure here up on top of the hill. And they followed that path that you see there in the center of your screen to our opening ceremony. So this is exactly where we're coming from you. This is where we're coming to you live from. Sorry, as Seb, beautiful barrel there, and doggy doors it. Oh, he's stoked on that one. You know that one felt good. We want to see that one again. So beautiful drop here using the leaf area stance right there. Gets a beautiful vision. I think that's the same spot on the sandbar. Mono got his 10-point ride during the Aussie titles. Seb locked in. There's our beautiful blue beach mat that makes the whole zone accessible to all of our visitors and competitors. As we zoom on down, beautiful drone shots. We're going to move our ways on out as Scott Whitby taking a look. And up there in the top center of your screen, that's the pass. And you can get beautiful long rides that stretch almost to the middle of the screen over to Tomo's Rock. Green taking a look here. So Seb bumps up his score with a 9-0. As I see one of my favorite individuals outside of our tent, Timothy Hanley came and took a a look around the zone. Timmy's freeway to recovery, fresh out of his hip operation, already down here rolling around and bringing the good vibes down to our scene. What a legend. So we're locking it down. We are down to 1 minute remaining. I can't believe it's all over. This is just too fun. And Seb was looking for 10 points. Now he's only looking for 6.6. If he can grab one, he can put some pressure on Pablo for that first place position. But everyone's sitting tight. Everyone has done some amazing surfing in the sponsor round. And we are down to 40 seconds. And it looks like Cam making a move. Cam's got his eyes on this one. Oh, and Cam wants a little prone barrel action. Using Sam's board. Get himself in there. And we're down to 15 seconds. Pablo looks like he's a good position for this one. He's hustling, digging in. And he makes way. Cam goes for paddle. Can't get into it. Looks like we're going to count it down. And that wraps up our sponsor round. And sadly to say, that wraps up our competition of the 2026 BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships, presented by Forward Ability Support. I don't believe we're doing a post-heat interview of this one, are we? All right, don't go away yet. We still got a little bit more to chew on here as we're going to hear some words from Waveski Adventures, Pablo Airways, which is when you get him up the beach. So don't go anywhere. And this is what we're dealing with here in beautiful Byron Bay, New South Wales in Australia. It's only 3:30 in the afternoon. And in just a little bit, we're going to be moving into our presentations over at the Byron Bay Services Club. And so everything starts at 5 for pre-drinks, and the official stuff goes on at 6. That's exactly what I had written in my messages. Official stuff, which means crowning champions and also handing out all of the very cool trophies for all of our divisions. And so we're going to go to a little break. We're going to let Pablo make his way up the beach for a post-heat interview just after these messages from our sponsors. Don't go anywhere.
Looking good, eh?
Cano. What do you think, Nonna? Giocamento de che.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Keno feeling.
Sorry.
Here it comes.
This place crap.
Okay, so first position.
Third.
It was what? Third position?
Yes.
Third position is going to the rider in the pink suit. Make some noise for BrightSky's
Thank you very much, and thanks for everyone for being here. Like, it's not about us. We just had an awesome time, and it's great to be able to surf for our sponsors. So thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Cam Bloom. Okay, so just for the record, Thomas Foods were there. There was High Fire, Jeff Robertson, Tweed Holiday Park, Scotty Whitney, and of course Nick Dunn from McGrath, and Gavin from the Services Club came in fourth. Okay, so we said Cam Bloom was in a pink singlet in third. Second place, make some noise for Sebastian representing Royal Rehab. Seb, you got seriously tubed out there, buddy. How was it? Give you the microphone.
Oh, I can speak loud enough.
Seb, how was it, mate? You got yourself in the tube out there. It looked pretty cool.
I think it's on.
Just switch it on. Thanks, Shaggy. That's it. It's on.
That was it. Out of nowhere. I think it was just like the heat would leave when that buzzer beater came at the end, so I was sick, yeah. Lucky to get it. And thanks to everyone here. What an epic event. It's been an unreal week, and it's been a great way to talk about it. So thank you.
All right, congratulations, Sebastian Van Veenel. Well played, buddy. And the winner of the of this last heat of the tournament, ladies and gentlemen, what an incredible performance that was. Representing Waveski Adventurers, make some noise for Pablo. Pablo, that was one of the most outrageous performances I've ever seen. Jakey, hold this trophy so he doesn't drop it.
Yeah.
Just for now. Pablo, hey, congratulations.
Thanks guys, it's amazing to be part of this event. It's an incredible event, and to be representing waveski for the adaptive guys. You are the true legend, and really keen to be back next year.
Thank you, mate. All right, so obviously you're a Frenchman, right?
I'm afraid I am.
Yeah, that's right. That's a good thing. Don't worry. Look at the guy. Listen to his accent. So, mate, congratulations, and I'm sure that Jackie's very proud of you.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Thanks again for putting on an incredible performance. Ladies and gentlemen, that is our Waveski Adventurers winner. And the best wipeout of the competition go to the Services Club. Give it up for Gavin. It was a little, he was walking off the nose of the board and he got the wipeout of the competition. We do have a trophy for Gav. So congratulations, Gav, because that was one of the best wipeouts apart from me at the Services Club later on tonight. Nice one, Gav.
Yeah, it feels good to be part of this whole situation. And the beautiful thing is that surfing from the soul, we all have a beautiful soul. So once we're in that water, we're all the same. We're all brothers and sisters of the ocean. So fantastic.
Well said, Gav. Thank you very much. And I think that is that a wrap? Ladies and gentlemen, that is a wrap for the BrightSky Adaptive Surf Pro here in Byron Bay. Have yourself a wonderful afternoon. Go home, scrub up, and we'll see you at the Services Club for the presentation. Thank you.
All right, so that is a wrap for the 2026 BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Ability Support. It has been an amazing time. Once again, a special thanks to all of our sponsors, BrightSky Forwardability Support, Royal Rehab Group, High Fives, Byron Bay Services Club, Waveski Adventures, Kennard's Hire, McGraw Real Estate, Thomas Foods, Byron Central Osteopathy, Wet Flicks, First Nations Lifeguards, Stoke for Life, Mudmen Gemstones, Tweed Holiday Parks, and our supporters, GTK, Balina Beach Hotel, Row of Wheelchairs, and No Pong Anova. Thank you guys so much, and we look forward to seeing you in next year's event. Stick with us and keep supporting parasurfing. Thank you guys.
I'm here at Urban Surf supporting the BrightSky and Forwardability adaptive surfing event, and super excited to see first timers to people like Sam Bloom who have competed on the world stage.
Got over 30 surfers here registered to jump in the water with us today, and there's a real buzz, lots of excitement. BrightSky and Forward, we've been around for 64 years supporting people with spinal cord injury, and through BrightSky we're able to fund an event like this.
I'm excited, it's electric out here, so much energy. There's a huge crew, the weather has turned it on, it's going to be a sick day, I'm super keen, get some waves with some mates.
We're lucky to have Sam Bloom here. She's a great ambassador for forwardability support, but also a great advocate for surfing.
Sick event. It's cool to have so many surfers out here, and wild setup with Urban Surf and BrightSky and Cywood, and yeah, it's going to be bad.
You couldn't get a better setup for getting into surfing for adaptive athletes.
It's incredible that BrightSky and Forwardability have put this event on and have made it happen, and yeah, obviously with the support of Cywood. So no, it's awesome. I hope we'll do many more events like this.